And the live video is started. What are we doing here? We are live streaming all 1,229 species of endangered plants and animals in the United States. Why are we doing that? The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA are trying to remove habitat destruction from consideration when protecting wildlife under the Endangered Species Act. Habitat destruction is the single biggest threat to species within the United States, so this is a bad move. Today we're live streaming all 1,229 endangered species of plants and animals to draw attention to this issue and to learn together and marvel at the variety of the life this list encompasses. If you'd like to help, there are 3 things you can do right now to make a difference. 1, the comment period for this change is open until Monday, May 19th. You can find the submission portal to leave a comment and tell these agencies what you think of this change in the description of this video. I'll be leaving a comment at the end of this stream, and it would be extremely helpful if you do too. You don't have to wait till the end to send it in, though. 2, if you're in a place to do so, donate to the Center for Biological Diversity. We don't have any affiliation with them, but they do good work and have a lot of experience with legal aspects of species conservation in the United States. Link to their website is also in the description. 3, and I know this is cheesy, but like and comment on this post, especially if you're watching on Facebook. Social media sites squash circulation of posts that contain links. You can help negate this by adding social media's favorite thing, engagement. Please be nice though, especially if there's a comment we might not like. The best thing to do with those is ignore, then outcompete with positive comments. You can watch this on Facebook, in our Facebook group, or on the Wild Green Media YouTube channel, and you can read about the proposed changes at the last link in our description. Let's learn about wildlife and help keep our endangered species safe. All right, so we're going to go with our first species of the day. We already did about 15 of these before, but we're redoing them now. And we're going to make sure that that's opening in the right place. Okay. And double checking that it's streaming right. Ooh, I am so sneaky here. Let me see if I can get my camera to be a little bit more opaque. There we go. You saw my green screen there for a second. Smoothness. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, we're going to go with that. So our first species has no common name. That's going to be kind of common with some of these because a lot of them are fairly obscure species. This is a mint. It's called Philostagia haliacale. It's a Hawaiian species, which is also going to be a common theme, Hawaiian and islands. And it is critically endangered for habitat loss. Notice that, habitat loss, invasive plants, and disease. This is a set of common problems in general, but they're especially pronounced on islands. Okay, next species is the rough-leafed loosestrife. The rough-leaf loosestrife, design with a name designed to make it difficult for me to say, is endemic to the Atlantic coastal plain in North Carolina and northern South Carolina in the United States. It's a swamp lover. Okay, we're going to go to the next one. A lot of these we're going to have to go through really quickly because there are so many that if I spend 30 seconds on each, it'll take 12 hours. So that's kind of the goal speed. The next one is Duobagia walalea. And I apologize in advance. I'm learning these with y'all, so I'm going to mispronounce a lot of them. A common name for it is the Nainae. It's a Hawaiian species found on Mount Waiale on Kauai. And it is very small range, very local. Because of that, it's very vulnerable to everything, including invasive species like feral pigs, feral goats, invasive plant competitors. It was federally listed in 2010, and we can look at it here. Nice little thing. All right. Our next species is the mountain sweet pitcher plant, Sarracenia jonesii. It's an Appalachian bog species. You can see that it is like all North American pitcher plants. It's a vase shaped. It has at the bottom of it, it has a liquid with digestive enzymes. It also smells sweet to attract in bugs. They come in through the top. They hit the downward facing hairs when they try to climb out. That makes it difficult. It's also slippery sides, so they start sliding down and then they get digested. Okay, we're at no common name, Viola lanaiensis. Let's see if we can find a picture of this violet. Viola lanaiensis. Let's see. It's on Lanai, obviously. So that's another Hawaiian species. Images. Well, here's what the seeds look like. Okay, Hawaiian species. The Hawaiian Islands are a hotspot for biodiversity and extinction, unfortunately, which means that the things in between, endangered species, are also very overrepresented there. Another Hawaiian species, Coquia cookii. Beautiful flowers on this plant. It's very rare. This species, it only lives as grafts because it went extinct in the wild, so it's only in human care now. There are 23 grafted plants on the sides of another endangered species, and that's how this species is clinging to existence while researchers learn how to grow whole plants from embryo cultures and other cultivation techniques. This species is as close to the edge as it can get and still have a major hope of being saved. Okay, so we're going on to the Hawaiian yellow-faced bee, our first animal. Hawaiian yellow-faced bee, that is, I think it's Longiceps. Yep, Hylaeus longiceps. And you can see it here. They are vulnerable. They're from Maui. And they're vulnerable because of habitat loss, but also because of competition with invasive species like ants, which dominate the lowland areas and push them into marginal habitats that are too dry for the ants to live on. They also don't visit introduced plants, which are a large percentage of the plants in Hawaii now in the Hawaiian Islands. So that also reduces the amount of space they have. So habitat loss is a big thing. Competition with invasives and stochastic events. That means random events. So if a population is small enough, it just takes one tsunami, high tide, hurricane, or drought, some kind of local disaster to take them out. So that's a state of extreme vulnerability. Okay, we're on to the Okmulgee skullcap. That is, let's get a picture for you. It's up here. This lives in central Georgia, South Georgia, and South Carolina, and calcium-rich soils along certain rivers. And you can see its range map here. A lot of these species, they either live on islands or they live on a metaphorical island. So this has pretty narrow habitat requirements. It's not quite an island. It's not the best example, but you'll get these little fish that live in like one spring. That's basically the same thing as an island, just in reverse. Um, and that restricted range makes them extremely vulnerable. These guys have some specific requirements, and also the expanded white-tailed deer populations. White-tailed deer are at a higher population than they've ever been, leads to some risk of over browsing them. Okay, we're gonna go to Agellinus acuta. Agellinus acuta is a hemiparasitic plant that means that it's partially parasitic. It lives on other plants and steals some of their nutrients. And it's from the northeastern United States, Maryland, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Long Island, New York. Sandplain gerardia and sandplain false foxglove. We're going to take a little look at the picture. Wow, it's a pretty little purple plant. You'll notice a lot of carnivorous and a lot of parasitic plants tend to live in kind of swampy areas. That's because they live in places with poor dry soils, sometimes poor wet soils, and they have to make do, get their nutrients some other way, whether by stealing it from animals by eating them or stealing it from plants by parasitizing them. Okay, next one, another no common name. Let's see. We're loading. Stenogyne coiolensis. Sorry again for my terrible pronunciations. This is an interesting plant. It's got opposite leaf arrangement. It's just missing a leaf there. Let's see if we can get another picture of it. Lives in Hawaii, moist subtropical climate between 3,000 and 5,000 feet. Interesting facts. Endemic to Maui. It's a nectar source for numerous native pollinators, and as we saw with the yellow-faced bee, some of those pollinators wouldn't pollinate a non-native plant, so that's extra significant. This is a type of mint as well, and it's used in traditional practices and stories of the Hawaiian people. Uh, Very cool. All right, next. We got our first vertebrate, the speckled dace. It's actually the Independence Valley speckled dace that we are looking at here. They are a subspecies of a species with a much wider range. So subspecies and distinct populations can be protected under the Endangered Species Act. This is good because it allows us to protect genes that otherwise would get lost. A lot of the time, the line where a species begins and ends is a little fuzzy anyway, so it's good to stay on the meaningful side, which is populations. And you can see why they call them speckled. And they live in this particular subspecies lives in a particular spring in the western United States, which makes it both extra vulnerable because that spring is like a liquid island, and also it makes it extra important as an indicator because if the spring levels go down, that's an indicator that the fish is in trouble. But it also means that we need to start thinking about our water supply, and it gives us a warning. Often our interests are aligned very closely with these little things. Okay, now we have the dense leaf papala. This is another Hawaiian species. Let's look at a picture of it. It only lives in one area. You see this pretty waterfall in the background. It's got these stems and these kind of big leaves at the top in one big bunch. They got interesting looking kind of Dr. Seuss plant. Only lives at around 800 feet in elevation on one coast on Kauai. All right. Let's look at the popolo. Another Hawaiian species. You noticing a pattern because I am. Its threats are feral pigs, competition with alien plant species, stochastic extinction due to small number of individuals, so they're vulnerable to random stuff, and loss of reproductive vigor due to small population size. That's a new one for fact sheet. That means that once you get down to a certain population and you don't have as many genes, there's a risk of inbreeding, and nobody wants that. So I'm going to clear out some of these old tabs. We are flying through these now to catch up with time. Now we're going to go to Harper's Beauty, the one that caused us to shut down the stream and spend a half hour figuring out why it wasn't displaying yellow and green colors, but we got that figured out now. So Harper's Beauty is a pretty little yellow plant. You can see it right here. Let's see where it is. Only 3 known populations with fewer than 100 individuals total at the time of listing back in the 60s and 70s. 2 are close enough. They're all in the Apalachicola National Forest. Wow, that place is close to my heart. Franklin and Liberty counties, and it was found in Bay County in 2003. Population of 70 plants is located on private property and not protected. This another hotspot of biodiversity is going to be the Florida Panhandle. That's a totally underrated place, probably the most biodiverse spot in the continental United States. Lives in bogs, wet prairies with seeps. That's a type of spring. Okay, let me see. Habitat maintained by wildfire. That's a common thread in the southeastern United States. Many species need fire in order to live. Fire is very functional for habitats down there, but it's been suppressed for a long time, and that causes problems. Okay, so this is a species in the African violet family named the Mapele. It's native to Kauai and Hawaii, where there are 11 populations. It grows in wet forest habitat, sometimes along cliffs or next to streams. Habitat's degraded by rats, which eat the seeds. There's the flower. That's pretty interesting. It looks like it has some kind of an adaptation for specific pollinators. I would guess a bee by the shape of it. A lot of plants and bees and pollinators in general have very specific flower type to insect matchups. Okay, so that's plant number 16. So we are going to go and double check the live stream to make sure it's working now. It looks like it is. Okay, we're going to go pin it on Facebook and then get back to work. Let's see here. We're pinning this, pinned to featured, and we're going to keep going. So what we're doing now, for anyone who's new, is we are live streaming every endangered plant and animal in the United States that's listed under the Endangered Species Act, to draw attention to the Endangered Species Act, because they are talking about getting rid of the habitat requirements for it, which is a bad move since, as we'll find today, most species are vulnerable to extinction because of habitat destruction. So it's time to keep moving on. We're on the Biden's conjuncta, or bog beggar ticks. What a horrible name. The Hawaiian name is a little better. It's the Kokoaloa. I'm going to say these wrong, and that is completely on me. These are beautiful names, but I'm encountering them for the first time, and they're either in Latin or Hawaiian, which are languages that I am not fluent in, unfortunately. It's threatened by habitat loss, invasive weeds, and brush fires. There's another Biden species from North America, which is invasive in Hawaii, and I know because I saw it there. So here you go. That's Biden's conjuncta, or better named Koko Olau. Olaua. I'm going to stop butchering that name now. We're moving on to Aristida portoracensis. It's a rare species of grass named Pelos del Diablo, hair of the devil. It's from Puerto Rico, another highly biodiverse island with a lot of people on it. And it's known from two locations, one in a residential area and one in the mountains. Two other known sites have been extirpated, unfortunately. That means locally extincted. So it still exists in the world, but just not in the spot where it used to. A range contraction seems like it would be important to protect species habitat. It's perennial grass, so it means it grows, throughout the year. It doesn't have a seasonal dormancy. It doesn't die in between seasons. Has a narrow flower. Subtropical forests. Vandalism is so, like, random stuff is the main threat because it's got such a small range. Okay. Thank you to the observers on INAT who took this picture. Appalachian elk toe. This is our first clam. Clams are in general very vulnerable as a group because they are a different kind of island species. Many of them only live in one river or one body of water. They're limited to that. It means they don't have anywhere they can go if something happens to that river or body of water, making it a metaphorical island. The Appalachian elk toe is critically endangered, known only from North Carolina and Tennessee. They are rare. There's not a lot of information available. They're found in medium-sized creeks and rivers. Many aspects of their lifestyle are still unknown, so I'm going to fill in some gaps. Something interesting that mussels do. Have you ever wondered how they get upriver? Because they can't move very well. They only walk very slowly with their single foot. So the thing that they do is that they put out a fishing lure and they trick a fish. It really looks like a fishing lure that a human would make a lot of the time, or like a little fish or a little bug, and they trick fish into biting them. And the fish actually gets a mouthful of eggs, which live and mildly parasitize its gills. Doesn't hurt the fish, really. They just get a ride and they get a little nourishment while they're growing to the point where they can settle somewhere else in the river. They leave that stage, they settle on the bottom, and they grow into mussels of their own, and the cycle repeats itself. So it's really wild. Maybe I'll show you all a video later. So that's the Appalachian elk toe, probably named because it looks like an elk's toe. Next, we have a species called the haha. There are actually a lot of Hawaiian species called that as a common name, Cyanea obtusa. Like many of these species, I had trouble getting photos, so here you have on the Leon Arboretum at the University of Hawaii, we have pictures of the seeds, which have some interesting grains in them. Okay. Next, we have the nehe, which is another Hawaiian species. There's a lot of endangered species in Hawaii, y'all. You can see that it's this small herb-looking plant with yellow flowers. Let's look for some information about it. It lives in Kauai. known only from the original site of discovery along the rim of the Wamaya Canyon on state and privately owned lands. Wow. What a cool little guy. Okay, we're going to the next thing. The candy darter, our second vertebrate. So we're going to get a lot of little fish for vertebrates, especially from the Appalachian Mountains. And this one is from Virginia and West Virginia, the Appalachian Mountains. Beautiful little thing. It's got these red patterns. A lot of little fish in the mountains there actually have almost tropical looking colorations, and a lot of them will seasonally develop it. So this is a particular population that's threatened, but you can see the picture here. Um, Very pretty. Okay, we're gonna go with the next one, the haha. Another haha. This plant is also called Mickeldowny's cyanea. It's got these huge leaves. It's a rare species of flowering plant in the bellflower family, endemic to Hawaii, only on Maui. There were 60 remaining in two populations as of 2007. Um, the genus Cyanea is often called haha in Hawaiian, so we're going to have a lot of plants actually that have that common name. It's threatened due to habitat degradation from feral pigs, exotic plants, and Coaster's Curse is one of the exotic plants. What a great name. And it might suffer from damage done to its natural pollinators as well. It's named for a Maui forester in English. Okay, we're going to go to the Owens Tui chub. Another fish. Oh, you look at him, he's just a frumpy little guy. He's described in 1973, endemic to the Owens Basin in eastern California, United States. The Owens Tui chub is distinguished from its closest relative by scales with a weakly developed or absent basal shield. A number of other identifying characteristics. That's some very pretty typical habitat. It lives in a pretty place. Look at that clear water river in those mountains. Um, it spawns in warm water temperatures. Wow, females might produce 10,000 eggs. Interesting. Um, it likes to eat larvae and algae in the spring, and then a different kind of algae in the fall. I mean, different kind of larvae in the fall. So it seasonally adapts with the seasonal availability of different prey sources. Okay, next we have species number 1206, the island brittle leaf. Look at that little red flower, so pretty. And then you can see that very pretty. This is an observation by Arid Roman Rosario. Let me see if I can get to the actual species file of it. Um, a species of plant with 6 observations. Not in a lot of information about it on iNaturalist, unfortunately, which means that there's probably not a Wikipedia article. Let's see where it is on the map. Where do we want to guess this is? Puerto Rico! Okay, that makes sense. Next, tropical island. Okay, now we got our first snail, which, as you can see, very small record of it on available photos here that I could find very easily. And it is found in the western area, far west of the Appalachian Mountains, which makes sense. Oh, it's a cave. It's a cave where they found it. Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, next. The snuffbox mussel. A lot of mussels are named for what people think they're shaped like. Um, This is really pretty. Look at those colors. Wow, I like this one. Those are some great patterns. Okay, so it's found in this range of those watersheds, um, listed endangered globally. Let's see what we can learn about it. It lives in the Great Lakes and Mississippi River system, riffles and shoals of rocky rivers, declining throughout its range due to habitat destruction, siltation. That's a big problem in rivers where the bottom gets kicked up or a dam causes silt to accumulate, and what was previously a rocky river is now kind of a cloudy, silty river, or runoff from human development on land can cause that too. And Wow. Okay, so despite all these problems and the fact that it's endangered, it's doing better than the other members of its genus, which are now either extinct or severely imperiled as well. So that's pretty rough. Uh, it uses the common log perch to disperse its babies. Um, let's go to no common name, Philostegia hispida, and that's found in the United States, according to this range map. It's a mint. I bet you this is a Hawaiian species. Let's see here. Uh, it is found in the wet forests at elevations at 23 to 4,300 feet on Molokai in Hawaii. There you go. It's a vine. It's a mint. And only 10 specimens were found in 86 years. It was thought to be extinct, but 2 seedlings were later found in 2005. And since 2007, 24 more plants have been discovered. A total of 238 plants are known to currently exist. Huh. That seems like a disconnect between those two sentences. But anyway, the point is, it's got a really limited range, not a whole lot of them. Um, it was uh, only marked as endangered in 2009. I like the little sparkles on its flowers. That's very pretty. Okay, we're on to species numbered 1202. And here's a picture of it. It's got these kind of leaves with the white margins. And guess what? It's also Hawaiian. This one is from looks like the dry side of, let me see if I can get a layer map satellite. Looks like it's from the dry side of the Big Island, or the island of Hawaii. And there's a few observations on INAT of it. Let's see, can we get any other information about rare species? It's also a mint. A lot of mint diversity on the Hawaiian Islands. Used to be on Kauai and Maui also, so that's interesting. Um, hmm. Um, one of the only species in its genus that isn't extinct. A lot of these endangered species are also related to a lot of endangered species as well. All right, here we go. Our first mammal, the Virginia big-eared bat. Let's take a look at him. They do have big ears. Look at that. Wow, it's kind of cute. A lot of bats, the whole face is kind of an ear. These guys, it looks like they actually leaned in on the ears, and their face is just this little tiny thing. Um, Virginia big-eared bat is one of 2 endangered subspecies of Townsend's big-eared bat. It's found in Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, and Kentucky. About 20,000 of them left, and or most can be found in West Virginia. Bats are especially vulnerable because of an invasive disease called white nose syndrome. Because they cluster like this and they live in tight groups with each other, it makes them very vulnerable to disease transmission. Okay, we're gonna go to uh, Molokai jackbean. It's a plant obviously from Molokai in Hawaii. It's a legume, so that's what hence jackbean. It has red, purple, pea-like flowers. It's a bean. That makes sense. And it's found in a certain elevation on the island of Molokai. Okay, Asimina picos. Let's see this. This is a snail, I think. It's native to, yep, rare species of snail, native to New Mexico and Texas. In the United States, specimens known from Mexico are now treated as members of a separate species, federally listed endangered in 2005. Uh, it lives in springs in the desert grasslands of the Roswell Basin of southeastern New Mexico. Springs, often isolated populations of animals, live in them, and that leads to higher vulnerability to going extinct or becoming endangered. These springs, again, these species, we have common interests with these little guys that live in these springs because we need the water table to stay at sustainable levels as well. A lot of the time, the thing that threatens them, these little western spring species, is water table levels falling too much. So they're an early indicator of problems we might have in the future or now as well, and we should listen to them. Okay, we've got herb stand mat. Well, that's a very pretty picture. Thanks, Hubert SZCZ. You did a good job taking that picture. Um, it's a rare species of flowering plant in the family Euphorbiaceae from Oahu, Hawaii. As you'll notice, almost every plant we've talked about so far has been from Hawaii, and the ones that weren't were from the southeastern coastal plain of the United States, which is the other plant hotspot in the United States. Let's see. Hawaii, even more than it's a biodiversity hotspot, is an extinction hotspot because everything there has a small range because they live on islands in these narrow bands of climate ranges on these sides of these mountains. So just a little bit of impact from feral pigs or climate change or habitat destruction can cause a big problem there, even disproportionate to the number of species that are there. The southeastern U.S. has a lot of extinct stuff because there's a combination of a lot of people and the most species in the United States for an area. Okay, we're going to Cumberland bean, which is a pearly mussel, not a bean, named because it looks like a bean, I assume. You can see this one little open in the guy's hand. Um, Species of mollusks with 39 observations. That's all we got. Where is it? I bet southeastern United States. And we got Appalachian Mountains. There you go. Okay, Bruno hot spring snail. It is on the North American tectonic plate. Interesting. Where is this? It lives in hot springs, um, bordered to the north by the. Huh. Let's see where this is. So this is actually information about North America and a picture of this snail. So let's see if we can find a better fact file about it. Hot spring snail. Um, it lives in Idaho. It lives in thermal springs in Idaho. Cool. It only lives in. So this is a geothermal dependent species. The heat from the earth keeps this species alive. What a cool little snail. It's listed as critically endangered. Okay, we're going to go to the next one. Snail, no common name. Uh, it's Astode strigatus. It's got a pretty pattern. A lot of these are very small. Okay, so that gives you an idea of it. There's handwriting. Here's the snail. It's got a nice little swirly stripe, and it's from American Samoa. This is our first American Samoa species today. Another chain of highly biodiverse islands under the possession of the United States. Look at that little guy. They're pretty cute, huh? All right. Bartram's hair streak, our first butterfly. Um, Hair streaks are butterflies, small butterflies that look like this. A lot of the time they live in kind of shady areas. South Florida, Miami, Everglades through the Keys. Another high biodiversity, high human population area. Okay, roseate tern. Our first bird. This is a roseate tern. They're found. They have this range. It's sort of a global range, actually. It's just interesting. Let's learn more about them. Subspecies of birds with 33 observations. Let's go. Let's Google it. Hang on. Roseate tern. Here's another picture by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's found throughout the world. Let's see what its threats are. Beauty led to its decline because hunters shot too many of them to decorate hats. Since the 1930s, the species has begun to rebound because we pretty much fixed the overhunting, the market hunting problem early in the 20th century. That was the big problem then, in the same way that habitat destruction is the big problem now. So the breeding colonies were protected, but two populations remain small and vulnerable because the site is no longer suitable for nesting. So that means sea level rise, predation, and human development are threats. So while the species was threatened by overhunting before, these protected populations are now in danger from habitat destruction. Okay, Next species, I think it's another Hawaiian one. The Kolea. Oh man, that's a pretty picture. I could just look at this for a long time. So, found on the island of the island with Honolulu on it. I'm blanking on the name of this island, even though it's obvious. Um, and that's what you get for a live stream. Wow, that's pretty. Okay, let's look at it. It's from the island. Um, Dang, why can I not remember this island's name? It's from these three islands, actually. Interesting. Okay, so anyway, it's a Hawaiian species. Embarrassing. Um, okay, we're gonna Google that actually. That is uh, Oahu. It's on Oahu. Okay, there we go. Brain fart for a minute there. This is a cool little plant. It looks like it grows in dense bunches. And these are great photos. Okay, next. Akiki. This is a Hawaiian bird, also known as it's a kikiki, actually. Sorry, Kauai creeper. Um, it's an endangered honey creeper from Hawaii. A lot of Hawaiian birds are endangered because of diseases spread by mosquitoes, which the diseases and the mosquitoes were not native to Hawaii. They came there on ships in the last 2 centuries. It's only found in very high elevation rainforests because the mosquitoes can't get there yet. But climate change is heating up those slopes and making the mosquitoes move uphill, further squeezing a lot of these honey creeper populations. Then we've got the Wahia Mountain Labordia. This is from Hawaii again. And it's got a pretty flower. Look at that yellow flower, those big leaves. I like the blossoms even are nice. The about it's a flowering plant. I don't know what Longinaceae is. What is that? They are extremely poisonous a lot of the time. Interesting. Okay. Um, Next species. American chaff seed. American chaff seed. It's got these interesting looking flowers. It is the sole species classified in its genus. It's hemiparasitic, so it parasitizes other plants a little bit, and it's from wet acidic grasslands on the Atlantic coast of the United States. You can see its range here. Pretty wide, but it lives in these bogs, and it parasitizes other plants for their nutrients. Okay. We're going to go to, oh, we passed 1,200 and didn't even notice. We're on species number 1188 now. The Lane Mountain Milk Vetch. What a name, Milk Vetch. San Bernardino, California, where it's only known from 4 populations in the vicinity of Fort Irwin in the Mojave Desert. Oh, is Fort Irwin a town or a military base? Okay, it's a military base. A whole lot of endangered species actually hang on because of the great conservation work done on American military bases, which is interesting. A lot of that work is actually done because of requirements from the Endangered Species Act for the government to consider endangered species and manage them and steward them appropriately on properties that it owns. People think that the Endangered Species Act limits commercial development, and it does to some extent, but the main thing that it does, its biggest impact habitat wise, is making sure that the US federal government does its job in keeping wildlife populations healthy and happy on the lands that it manages, on our common interest federal public lands. So I think a lot of people don't realize that fact. But the folks at U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Department of Defense do a great job stewarding all kinds of wildlife. Okay, gonna go up, take one last look at the Lane Mountain Milk Vetch, and move on to the Lulu. This is the Nihao Fine Palm is another name, and it is Nihoa Fine Palm rather. It's from Nihoa, Hawaii. Again, apologies for my terrible pronunciations, and it's been transplanted to the island of Laysan. It's a small tree, smaller than others in its genus. It's a type of palm. Um, and it was abundant until 1885 when a wildfire ran through the island and destroyed most of the palms. So now only about 700 remain, but the numbers are slowly increasing. It's being cultivated in botanical gardens. Uh, it has wavy leaves, and a similar undescribed species exists on Laysan, the Laysan fan palm, but it existed, but it was made extinct when Laysan was mined for guano. Oh, well, that's a shame. Okay, the Choro Creek bog thistle. Okay, so it's got these thistle-y flowers. You can see they've got these little hair like structures on them, very dense, kind of bursting out like a little explosion. Um, let's see if we can get any other information about them. White, pink, and lavender corolla, um, erect stems. Let's see if we can find the U.S. Fish and Wildlife report on these guys, or a Wikipedia article will do. Endemic to northern and central California, another hotspot for both people and nature in the United States. Very cool. A lot of these too that we even do know about, you'll have mostly descriptions of what they are, is what's available to learn about them. Carter's small flowered flax. This is from Broward County, Miami. Miami, high population. Watch this. Watch this. Watch how much of that range. It's all in the city. This entire area, its entire range, at least as displayed by INAT, is in the city of Miami. So you'd understand why, with that level of disturbance, the species would be endangered. However, I mean, look at how much land we're managing. All that green, these golf courses. There's a lot of money going in these canals, these roadsides. There's a lot of money going into managing the land in Miami. I think that we could do it in a way that promotes native species and especially endangered species like this. If we're already spending that much effort to put stuff that doesn't belong there. Um, we got the Lao Lihi, my obligatory pronunciation apology. It's on Kauai. It is this little sunburst of a plant, sprawling and erect, somewhat erect subshrub. A subshrub. What's a subshrub? It's a small shrub, but slightly woody. Interchangeable with the word bush. Got it. Species was thought to be extinct, but it was rediscovered in the 90s. A few hundred individuals. So cool. If you want to rediscover a species, go to the Hawaiian Islands, man. That's where they all are. Okay, Aku. Interesting. Interesting. All right. I'm paying attention. Let's see. Let's get some words about this guy. Alrighty, here's U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Bellflower tree, palm-like tree, similar to one we had earlier. Where does it live? It lives in Hawaii, on the Big Island, Hawaii. Okay, well, there you go. Let's go with our next one. Palo de Nigua. Pretty. Ooh, this computer's having trouble loading. It's got these purple, lavender, interestingly shaped flowers. I wonder what the pollinator for this is. It's in the mint family in Hawaii again. Oh no, it's Puerto Rico. Sorry, it's a Puerto Rican species in the mint family. Let's see. There were only 7 individuals when it was listed. Only 8 10 years later, and it's still around now, so that's a success. It's so hard to keep things alive sometimes, and the Endangered Species Act has had an over 99% success rate. It's only lost 1% of the species listed on it. It is being propagated in the Fairchild Tropical Garden as well, so there's a backup population at least, so that if the species in the wild is wiped out by one single severe event, it will not necessarily be gone. Deforestation, that's a habitat complaint. is the main threat. Okay, so it's been a little while, so I'm going to do another round of why are we doing this? We are doing this live stream today because the U.S. government is considering changing how it enforces the Endangered Species Act to not consider um, habitat anymore. But habitat is the main thing that makes species endangered. Most species are not endangered of um, because they are overhunted or something like that. Most species in the U.S. are endangered because their habitat is threatened and there's too much habitat destruction. So if we stop considering that, obviously that's going to be bad for uh, nature, and it's going to lead to a lot of extinctions. It's kind of the purpose of the Endangered Species Act. So what can we do about this? We can go to the link in the description to send a comment to the U.S. federal government telling them not to make this change. If they get enough pushback, they probably won't do it. And then also, as a second level, if you have enough money to donate, you could donate to the Center for Biological Diversity, also linked in the description of this video. That will allow you that will allow them to continue their work legally defending endangered species in the United States. And third of all, you can add engagement to this video. I know that's a cheesy thing to say, but especially with all these links, Facebook is probably going to squash it in their algorithm. Let's see, what comments have we gotten? Okay, some people saying that the video is working, which is good because that was a problem earlier. Um, uh, let's see. Widely played says cursed indeed. Indeed, indeed. Let me see. Make sure we're still streaming live. We look like we're pretty good. Okay. Cool. Now let's. What comments have we got on Facebook? Thank you for what you do. Oh, thanks, Ed. I appreciate your appreciation. All right, so we're gonna go to another one. It's gonna be the tree snail, radiolate partula. Radiolate partula is, or partula radiolata is the Guam streaked tree snail, a species of air-breathing tropical land snail, a terrestrial pulmonate gastropod mollusk. Wow, that's a mouthful. Endemic to Guam, another biodiverse island. And here's some pictures of it. Okay. Next, we're going to go to the California least tern. California least tern, you see, he looks like he's judging you. Subspecies of least tern. So the reason these shorebirds are all endangered, or the shorebird populations are endangered, is because they have narrow breeding areas. They only breed a lot of the time on certain beaches and together, and it leaves them. In the past, there were a lot more beaches, so there were a lot more spaces. They had some redundancy, but that concentration in their life cycle leaves them vulnerable to habitat destruction over a small area, even though they have a large range, and freak events during breeding season, higher predation, disturbance from humans and domestic animals, etc., etc., etc. Okay, next species. Rough horn snail. The rough horn snail is endemic to Alabama in the Coosa system. Alabama's rivers are the most biodiverse in North America, and in some ways the most biodiverse in the world. For example, they have more turtle species than the Amazon rainforest. The main reason for the rarity of the rough horn snail, though, is the alteration of its habitat by impoundment of the river by dams to provide hydroelectric power. They fragmented the river, altered its flow, reduced oxygen levels, increased sedimentation, and changed the flood regime in the system. That's a tricky situation to be in when you're a small snail that can't just hop to a different river. And then we got the fragrant prickly apple. Okay, so we got prickly apple. Here we go. That explains its name. It's only found in St. Lucie County and Florida. Habitat has been almost entirely consumed by development, leaving it to rarity. So small range, lots of people, high biodiversity area. Only a few thousand individuals left as of 2002. And and it's also in Canaveral National Seashore in Volusia County with a small number of plants. Um, I wonder what the apple tastes like. A lot of cactus fruits are good. Don't go eat this though. Don't do that. Florida bristlecone. The Florida bristlecone. Ooh, that's kind of pretty. I want to go to sleep on a bed of this and not hurt it. It's South Florida tropical hardwood hammocks. So those have been hit hard by development, especially the Miami Rock Ridge, which is a unique habitat that is overlapped largely by the city of Miami, although there's some of it that goes into Everglades National Park and is protected that way. Pretty. All right, next we got the mountain yellow-legged frog, Rana muscosa. Let's see, here we go. Here they are, found in these areas. Let's see. He looks cute in this one. There's the tadpole stage. Let's see here. Why are they in decline? They're in decline. They've lost 90% of their population due to introduced species such as trout. People stocked a lot of western rivers and water bodies with trout, which eat a lot of native species that didn't previously have big fish predators. Chytrid fungus, which is the global threat to amphibians. It's this fungus that grows on their skin, makes it hard for them to breathe, and ultimately kills them. So, you know, there's just a whole gamut of threats, but it looks like invasive species are really the biggest threat to these guys, whether disease or fish. Okay. And then we got Mann's club moss, which has a Hawaiian name, which looks a lot more beautiful. Wa'awa'e'iole. Only 6 populations, endemic to Hawaii, the island or the state. Let's see. The state. It's mostly found on these islands. Cool. Let's learn more about it. This is it. It's a club moss. It is an epiphyte, so it grows on other plants, especially koa. And it hangs branches, reddish stem. Each branch is 3. Okay. So it's a moss that grows on trees in Hawaii. That's very cool, especially on, well, Maui now, but also on Kauai in the past. And it's threatened by feral pigs, cattle, and introduced plant species, as well as the very fact that it has a low population. Austin blind salamander, another thing. So a lot of islands and a lot of caves, which are just another kind of island. That's going to be a common thread today, is that a lot of the things that are endangered are either on an island or on a thing that is secretly an island, such as a cave, which is small, isolated, and leads to a lot of new species forming, but also means that they're going to have small ranges and be threatened to changes in that small, narrow area. So it's the Austin blind salamander. It's from a certain spring in Austin, Texas. You can see why it would be threatened being so close to Austin, Texas, and only in a narrow range. They're only observed at spring outlets, but it's thought that they probably live in the caves themselves. Let's see. Barton Springs. Ooh, that's very pretty. A couple more pictures. That's a map of Texas that doesn't show where the spring is. It's a map of Florida, of the U.S. that doesn't show where the spring is. Interesting. Okay, there it is. It's there. It's a big spring. 30 million gallons a day. Cool. All right. We're going to go to our next species. Another Hawaiian species. This is the Lapohoho Satandra. Sirchandra. It's endemic to the island of Hawaii, where it's known only from the slopes of Mauna Kea. The slopes of Mauna Kea would be a great name for an album, I think. As of 1996, there are only 3 occurrences with 20 individuals total, listed as an endangered species in the 90s. White flowering shrub that grows 1 to 2 meters tall, threatened by feral pigs, exotic plants, and like Coster's curse. That's the second one that's been listed as. It's an invasive species in many tropical regions, I guess leading to its name, Coster's curse. Okay, we're on number 1172, Del Mar manzanita. The Del Mar manzanita is a rare perennial shrub. It is narrowly endemic to sandstone coastal terraces of San Diego County and Baja in northwestern Baja California. Burrow forming evergreen shrub typically found growing in rambling habitat of poor soils and hard pan. That's doesn't ask for anything from us. It's just out there eking by, threatened by land development. So habitat. Look at those beautiful flowers. That's so pretty. It's interesting. So they must be guiding small species of insects in to try to hit them with the pollen. That's why it's got this bulb shape with a narrow entrance and exit. It's guiding their motion of the pollinators and preventing maybe some large pollinators from getting in or requiring them to have a narrow or a long tongue. There's all kinds of options there. Okay, this is an interesting plant. The split leaf cyanea. Let's see where it's from. It's from it's from Oahu. Um, Pretty plant. Interesting, long, thin flowers like that. Obviously, also adapted for a specific pollinator. Okay, it's time for a water and a coffee break. Here's the coffee. And for my next trick, I will try not to dump the coffee on the floor. And I will drink some water. Oh no, I only have a drop of water left. Okay. So let's see if we got any comments. Comments. Squeak Evans says cursor's moving, but image hasn't changed in a few species. It's frozen on Facebook too. Huh. Okay, well that's confusing. Let me see. Let me double check what we're doing here. Uh, this is a technical difficulties kind of endeavor, apparently. Let's see. Oh, I see the problem. Okay, we'll get that fixed right away. There we go. Now it's gonna work. Let's go to Knowlton's cactus. Knowlton's cactus. Let's double check that it's changing. Xing out of all this stuff. Wow, you guys missed out. There were some really pretty things. But we're gonna have Knowlton's cactus now. There we go. Okay, so it's working. Sorry about that, guys. I've unfrozen the video. Let's go to Knowlton's cactus, which is a pretty cactus. Look at that pink flower. Wow, that must have been funny when it was frozen that y'all heard me describing all these things, but you couldn't. It was just stuck there. It's kind of frustrating. It's this little tiny cactus. That's really cool. So it's at the, looks like it's in New Mexico and Colorado and the Navajo Nation a little bit. Interesting. Very pretty plant. Pink little ground flowers. Let's see what we know about it. It's a rare species of cactus, known also as Knowlton's pincushion. It is considered to be an adult when it exceeds 10 millimeters in diameter. That's so cute. Smallest and rare species in the genus Pediocactus. Wow. Okay, Knowlton's cactus, everyone. Let's double check that that's showing. Okay, it is. Cool. Let's see here. Do we have any more comments? Let's check for comments. Thanks, Squeak Evans. You're helping me out. Let's go to the next species. Species number 1169, 1169. That will be Hickman's potentiala. Hickman's cinquefoil, also called that. It's yellow. Let's see if this is displaying, just because we need to double check now. Yeah, I think it is. Hickman's cinquefoil. Yep, here we go. So this is a rare plant species in a narrow restricted range. What a surprise. In California and Monterey and San Mateo County, this small wildflower endemic to the western slopes of the outer coastal range along the Pacific coast produces bright yellow blossoms. Yeah, it does. During spring and summer. Here's a picture of its habitat. What a cool place. Okay, next up. The Wenatchee Mountain Checker mallow. The Wenatchee Mountain checker mallow. This is Wenatchee Mountain checker mallow. This is a looks like a purple flower. Where is this from? The Wenatchee Mountains in Washington State. It's an endangered species, of course. 11,000 plants in 2004. Historical range was pretty small, 11 by 3 miles, and that obviously means it's pretty vulnerable. Okay, now we're going to go to the next species, the Kauai cave amphipod. Wow, are we doubling up here? So it's on a double island, maybe. It's in Kauai and it's in a cave. So that's the look at it. It's a small arthropod. Let's go learn some things about it. It's only found on the Hawaiian island of Kauai. It's eyeless, as many cave animals are. It eats decaying plant matter and other decomposing matter, and it's only found in the caves on Kauai. Volcanoes make a lot of caves. Its main predator is the Kauai cave wolf spider. Pretty cool. So it's doubling up on the islandness, though, because not only is it from a literal island, but it's from the metaphorical island of this cave. Okay, so we're gonna go to the next thing. Sacramento Orcut grass. X out of some of these old tabs. Sacramento Orcut grass. Oh, it's so delicate. Look at those little flowers. Endemic to Sacramento, California, where it only grows in vernal pools. That means pools that dry up for part of the year. A lot of amphibians need those too because they keep fish out when they dry up, meaning that the tadpoles can survive without getting eaten when there is water there. Pretty. 1165, we have the round pepperweed. Wow, that's interesting. That's an interesting looking plant. Let's see, where you bet it's from? It's from Hawaii. It's from Kauai, of course. Look at that. I just love the way the stem gets thicker and thinner all the way through it. That's interesting with the leaves at the end. Okay. Next is the Tennessee yellow eye grass. Ooh, we're gonna slowly reveal this one. Tennessee yellow eye grass. It's looks like a sedge, and it's got these little 3-petal flowers, from Tennessee and Alabama. Two major biodiversity spots in the United States. This this corridor from around here in the southern Appalachians down into the Florida Panhandle. That's probably the most biodiverse area in North America, maybe certainly in the United States. Vernal pool tadpole shrimp. Interesting. Okay, so this is like a kind of like what you would commercially call a triop. So wow, what a cool little animal. They look so alien. Okay, they live in these ponds that dry up for part of the year in California, meaning they probably have a really tight life cycle. So let's see. They eat whatever they can find, plant or animal. It Wow, they stir up the sediment a lot, which alters the ecology of the pool habitat. Interesting. Um, they live fast. The eggs withstand a period of desiccation when the pool is dry, hatch when it refills, um, and though desiccation isn't required, and they grow up quick, 38 days, reproduce around the 54th day of life, live to be about 144 days, lay a ton of eggs, and then pass away again before right as the pond, I guess, dries up. That's why they probably have a short lifespan. It's because they couldn't live very long anyway. So wow, look at that thing! What a cool little animal. Those eyes are interesting too. Okay, no common name. Synagai kalai subspecies Sherfii, Hawaiian from Oahu. It's a climbing shrub, grows primarily on wet tropical biome. This is a museum specimen, so it won't do it justice. But opposite pointy leaves. Wee, wee, wee. I can move around. Whoa. Okay. We're going to go to the Barbary Springs limpet. Taxon has no photo on iNaturalist. It's a freshwater snail. It's from Idaho. Lives in 4 springs on the Snake River. It's a small cinnamon red colored snail. Let me see if we can find a picture somewhere. Threatened by habitat modification, spring flow reduction, groundwater quality, and invasive species. So number one thing, habitat modification. Once again, eats dead plants and diatoms. Cool. Let's see if we can get a picture of this thing, or at least something related to it. Oh, there it is. Whoop. Here we go. Wow, it looks like a little Star Wars guy. It looks like the little dudes in Star Wars that want to steal your lunch money out in the desert. They like to salvage stuff. So cool. Okay, and then we got the Fat Pocketbook. A lot of these names are kind of insulting too for these mussels and clams. So here we go. The Fat Pocketbook Pearly Mussel, or Fat Pocketbook. It occurs in the St. Francis, Ohio, Mississippi River drainages. Threats are habitat destruction, modification due to dams, channels, dredging, and pollutant spills. There you have it. Okay, the Waianae Range pepperwort, a mustard species endemic to Hawaii, only known in the Waianae Mountains and the island of Oahu. I feel like I did better pronouncing it the second time. Fewer than 1,000 in total. You can see it here. No common name. Shidia Kalei. Only found on Oahu, or it does have a common name in Hawaiian. Ma'olioli. It's a species of flowering plant endemic to Oahu. Very cool. Okay, next. A bird, the San Clemente loggerhead shrike. These little guys are stone cold. They're passerine, so they're in the songbird family. But you see how they got that little raptor curve in their beak? That is because they are predators. They are vicious predators. They will eat all kinds of stuff, big lizards and little snakes and bugs. And the scary thing about them is that they put them up to store them on thorns. So they'll kill it and they'll stab it on a thorn. I'm seeing if they have a picture of this on iNat. They'll stab it on a thorn or on barbed wire, whatever is available, and it looks like a serial killer was there. Here we go. You can see this killed. It looks like another bird. It killed another bird, and it stabbed it to the barbed wire. That thing. That will steal your lunch money. Don't mess with. Oh, this isn't a bird. It's a small mammal, but nonetheless, it'll steal your lunch money and store it right in front of you on this fence. What a cool animal! I'm gonna spend another few minutes on this thing. So there are other species and subspecies of this that are wider ranging than this particular one. But I'm familiar with the southeastern varieties. Here it is about to take out this unsuspecting mouse. That's a great action shot. Babies, older babies, they get cuter as they get older. What a cool animal. This one is stabbing something onto a tree. What a brutal, cool little bird. I'm gonna check comments now and take a little break from talking for a second. Okay. And okay. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Let's see what we got here. What else we can do? We got the diamond Shiadia adamantis. Let's see. Did it go to that Shiadia adamantis? Oh no, it didn't. Hang on. Shiadia adamantis. It's a very certain plant. It's named adamantis, or diamond head Shiadia, also cool. It's found on Oahu. Um, Gynodiacy is a rare breeding system which occurs in certain flowering plants where the female and hermaphroditic individual plants coexist within a population. So there's no pure males, I guess, but there's some hermaphrodites and some female onlys. Um, okay, so it leads to some interesting sort of inbreeding effects, but maybe more mutations. Uh, huh. Plants have all kinds of weird breeding systems that cause them to have like 7 sets of chromosomes sometimes, or 35 of whatever. What if they do all kinds of strange stuff? But here you go. You got a picture of it. Interesting succulent flowers without a whole lot of human visible ornamentation. Doesn't mean they're not super gaudy to some other animal that they're actually trying to target. Okay, now we got the Kala rockwort. The Kala rockwort is a rare species from Hawaii, from limited to Oahu, used to be on Maui. Let's look at a picture of it. Main threat is fire, unusual. That's different from the southeastern U.S., for example, where everything's threat is that there isn't fire. So the threat is that there's a high risk of fire in its range from human activities. Okay. So we're going to go to no name Viola oahuensis, a rare species of flowering plant in the violet family known as the Oahu violet, endemic to Hawaii, only known from the Kualua range of Oahu. Look at that flower. Interesting. They all have different flowers. It's all a narrow. It tells you something about how their pollinators see the world and what they can fit into. Okay. We're on 1153. 1153. The Franciscan Manzanita. It's got a cool bell-shaped flower. It's from San Francisco. And it is, they thought it was extinct, but they rediscovered it later. Cool. The San Joaquin kit fox. Yeah, look at this guy. They're so cute. Wow, look at the babies. Wow, let's look at that. Wow, okay, so that's such a cute animal. Um, it was formerly very common in the San Joaquin Valley. It's, let's see here. It's the smallest dog native to North America. It only gets to be 20 inches, and 12 of those are tail. Wow, an 8-inch long dog. What a cute little thing. What's wrong with it? Habitat loss, rodenticides and pesticides, disease, climate change. So, number one thing, habitat loss once again. Look at this little guy. That's so adorable. Wow, we got to help them out. Look at that. Okay, let's see. What do we got next? Um, let's see. Up next, we have the Florida ziziphus. The Florida ziziphus, also known as the Florida jujube, is a small xeric adapted. It's from the Lake Wales Ridge, which is a set of ancient sand dune islands where things evolved separately in Florida. Then when the sea level fell, they stayed kind of independent. So Ziziphus, it's got these big spiky thorns on it and these little round leaves. Cool. Okay. Triangular kidney shell, 1,150 left to go. It's another mussel. Where is it from? Alabama. Where do you think that would be? We could start guessing these before they come up. Here's what the larval packages look like. So these things mimic fly larvae. They get bitten by a fish that parasitize the fish for a little while, and then they disperse and go back down to the ground, start the cycle over. Kemp's Ridley sea turtle. Oh yeah, these guys are charismatic. They're a small sea turtle. They're found in the Atlantic. There's another species called the olive ridley that's related. That's elsewhere in the world. You can see the Atlantic range here. They like to breed along the Gulf Coast. Most females in the entire species, there's some that go to other beaches, but most go to Rancho Nuevo beach in the Mexican state of Tamaulipas to lay their eggs. Very cool. Cute. Look at that. Look at them all coming up. They're pretty small for a sea turtle, but still, big for a turtle. Let's go to Chidae obovata. Chidae obovata is a species of flowering plant in the family Caryophyllaceae. It's a shrub endemic to the island of Oahu in the Hawaiian Islands, where it grows in lowland moist forests from 550 to 800 meters in elevation. There are only 38 plants in a single known population. The species is assessed as critically endangered. Look at that. Well, let's just flip through some photos. Cool. Only observed on INAT by Hubert SZCZ and only identified by jelly turtle. Very cool. Okay, you're gonna X. Oh, you can't see this one. It went to the wrong tab. Here's this. And I'm going to show you all the Kemp's Ridley too, because it looks like that got put on the wrong one as well. Kemp's Ridley, small sea turtle. Very cute. Oh. Here they are coming up on the one beach where they nest in any big numbers in Mexico. Archie Carr, early turtle scientist, wrote a good book called The Windward Road about trying to find this beach and figure out where they nest. Okay, we got the Guyanadot River crayfish. It's found in Wyoming County, West Virginia, closely related to the big sandy crayfish. Look at that guy. He's got some big claws. Lives in West Virginia, another biodiversity hotspot with a lot of distinction because the mountains divide things. Habitat degradation and fragmentation is the threat. Okay, we're on species number 1146. Species number 1146, the Windy Ridge Sertandra. This is found on Oahu. And there it is. All right, Maui reedgrass, obviously found in Maui, native to Hawaii. It's grass. Only lives in moist forests in the lowlands and swamps threatened by habitat loss. Then we got the laurel dace. The laurel dace, very pretty little fish. The males of a lot of these species from, I already knew it was from the Appalachian Mountains. A lot of these species from the Appalachian Mountains, the males will turn into like little tropical looking fish during breeding season where they'll get breeding colorations. I don't know if they maintain this one year round or not, but a lot of them are pretty flamboyant. Okay, next we have another Hawaiian mint species. Let's see here. Hybridizes a lot. Herbs, shrines. There you go. It's called the Ha'iwale. Santa Clara Valley Doodlea. That is, well, here's where they are. Let's go to the About section. It's the Doodlea genus, endemic to Santa Clara Valley. Interesting looking thing. A lot of these desert succulents are just so cool looking. These little weird flowers and these spiky, thick leaves. Pretty interesting. Okay, now we got species number 1141. Ooh, gotta get it to load. The Minnesota dwarf trout lily. Trout lilies are so pretty. They're low to the ground. They're these little flowers that face downwards. They got these kind of mottled leaves. I like them. Pretty small. The only strictly endemic plant species to the state of Minnesota. Well, that's something for y'all to be proud of. Okay, and then Olakele Valley Melicope. You can see it is from Hawaii, as are so many endangered plants in the U.S. Grows to be about 10 meters tall. That's pretty tall. And can each inflorescence can have up to 200 flowers each. It exists only on Kauai and Maui. So that's that. And we're going to go to the whooping crane. Oh, man, this one's a banger of an endangered species, y'all. Whooping cranes, the species that they're endangered. Humans actually taught them how to migrate again, because at one point the population had to go all the way in captivity, and then researchers flew on a glider thing with whooping cranes that they had raised flying behind them to teach them to migrate. A pretty incredible story of amazing dedication by these biologists to saving a big and charismatic and very cool species of bird. You can see it here and here and here. Fun little personal story. One time, my friends and I in college went to see one that had landed in Gainesville, Florida, and we got chased away by a meth cook who was in the vacant house that we were trespassing next to see the bird. That was kind of a scary situation, but we did get to see a whooping crane. Okay, Cumberland elk toe. It's another Appalachian mussel named for its resemblance, apparently, to elk toes. Cracking pearly mussel. Cracking. Look at that. Look at that pattern. That's a pretty pattern. Kind of geometric shape. It's endangered. I bet you money it's from Tennessee and Virginia. Yep, the southeastern United States. There's still populations in Clinch River, Tennessee, extirpated from the rest of its range. Okay. Next up, we have species number 1136. Species number 1136. It's this purple flower. It is the Santa Rosa Island Gilia. It's from an island. Where is it from? It's also from Santa Barbara, California. So Southwest California, mostly on the Channel Islands, Santa Rosa Island. Purple flower. Interesting. Lives in a dry, isolated place near a lot of people. Okay. It's a fern, no common name. Asplenium dialpallidum, with 2 observations on iNaturalist. Let's see if we can get Pale Island spleenwort. What an insulting name. Let's see if we can get some information about the Pale Island spleenwort. That's where we just came from. Also called the Sickle Island spleenwort. It's a fern, grows from a rhizome, which is an underground stem, small. And where do you get that it's found? It's found on Oahu. There you go. California tiger salamander. I wonder where this one is. Wow, look at that dude. He is so cute. He's got that round little chubby face and those patterns. Let me double check that y'all can see this. Live producer, live streaming. Okay, y'all can see it. This is a lovely salamander. They are from California. They have these yellow speckles as tigers have. Oh, okay, so this means that sometimes they can stay neonatal, and they can go through an adult phase, but they retain young characteristics. Like in this case, it's staying in the water and it's got those big external gills still. That's a chubby boy. Let's see, habitat and range. Lives in vernal pools, so seasonal pools that don't have a lot of fish predators. He looks very happy. Obviously anthropomorphized in there. Hmm? Give him a little hug here if I can. All right. Am I frozen? Interesting. Very interesting. Prop filters, chroma key. Why am I frozen? Oh no, I've been like hugging salamanders and stuff and y'all can't even see it. Let me see if I can fix that. Nope, I'm just bigger. Let's get rid of that one. Remove. All right, you can hear me though, right? Okay, I'm gonna try to add again. Create new, okay. So I'm trying to restore my video capture device, which seems to be missing. Okay, there I am. Let's see. There's that. Huh, interesting. Why is it frozen? Click the video source. I know, for real. Um, video, right click the video source. Hey, I'm unfrozen. How did that happen? I have no idea, but here we are. It wasn't the directions I was following there. So anyway, now I'm gonna give this guy a big hug if I can. Okay, he's beyond the limits of my dimension, but this is a lovely, lovely salamander. Okay, so now we got to go on to species number 1133. Species number 1133, Cyanea mauiensis. Whoa, that's cool. This is the flower. It's found on the island of Maui. It's got this interesting stem with this pattern on the bark and outburst of leaves and red inflorescence with these like big flowers on the top. Very cool. All right, next we're going to go to Coastal Dunes milk vetch. They didn't try to name these very attractively, but it's a very pretty little flower. Purple. It's got those nice veins through it, and it is found in California. We can start guessing where things are. Um, California is a good guess for milk vetches, apparently. Okay, Tiburon paintbrush. Isn't Tiburon like a Shakespeare character? Very cool. It does look like a paintbrush. It's got an interesting. It's interesting how hairy the leaves are. Botanists call that pubescent, but I disagree. Um, it's perennial, bristly green stem. Grows on serpentine soils. What are those? Serpentine soils are serpentinite. Whoa, that's a weird rock. That plant only grows on soils made by this weird rock. Okay. Next, we've got. Okay, I'm just going to check one more time. It is showing now, right? Yeah. Okay. Um, Next, we have the Ha'iwale, which is. What? Ha'iwale. Or no, Sertandra crenata. Um, they thought it hasn't been seen since 1947 and is feared extinct. It's interesting that they keep that because a lot of the time, um, species once they've been gone for missing for 50 years, they're declared extinct. So there must be some reason to think that they're not, or maybe that's how they do it with animals. Maybe they held out hope for a little longer with plants. Showy Indian clover. Oh, it is a clover, and it is quite showy. So here's some samples. You can see it. Where do you think this one is? I'm going to say it's in the southeastern U.S. Oh, it's in California. Okay. Next, Nellie's Cory cactus. This one I'm going to say New Mexico. It's got these beautiful purple flowers, these dense, dense thorns around the small cactus. And Texas. Ooh, okay. That border area here has, this whole area has amazing cacti all through it. Very cool. Um, so it's very small. Here's it with a penny. Very cool. Okay, next up we have Red Mountain. Ooh, got to load again. Mountain Graham Red Squirrel. He's a handsome little fella. Chewing on a pine cone. About. It's endangered. It's found in Arizona. Arizona has these mountains that stick up into a different climate zone that's cooler and wetter than the surrounding desert. So you wind up with some interesting ecosystems there called sky islands. Hawaiian picture wing fly. So Hawaii is the global hotspot of fruit flies. Photo not available. Okay, but anyway, picture a fruit fly, and they have a lot of endangered species there from it too. This one lives in the rotting bark of native trees, as larvae are generally host specific. So that'll be why it's endangered, because its hosts are probably in decline as well. So Lake County stone crop. Cool. I love plants that have like a rugged habitat and name. What an alien looking structure to this thing. Those minimal looking flowers, but still visually there. Thick red body of the plant. I wonder if it photosynthesizes. Let's see. Lives in lives in the dry period of vernal pools. Or in rock clay flats where it grows in colonies. It's listed as an endangered species, of course. Doesn't say anything about whether it eats or whether it makes its own food, but it's interesting. We have Guinea vitifolia. Guinea vitifolia is the gray Oahu chew stick. I wonder if that's from like a traditional use. Um, it was thought extinct and rediscovered. There's only a few of them. It's on Hawaii. A wildfire in 2018 further diminished it, and these invasive species are a problem. Another thing that we lose with these when things become less common is that we can't really investigate them for medical purposes because they're so small in populations. So even before they go extinct, it really narrows the scope of what we can find. A lot of stuff with traditional uses is where what we call modern medicine comes from. It just gets tested through our testing procedures, and we could be doing that with a lot of stuff if it weren't so rare. Okay, we got the Santa Cruz Desert Dandelion. It's from Santa Cruz and Anacapa Islands, 2 of the 8 Channel Islands in California, and grows on rocky seaside bluffs and cliffs. Those are very cliff islands. Um, plant is very limited. Its habitat's degraded. Habitat, federally endangered, 1997. Annual herb. It's pretty. Otay Mesa Mint, San Diego County, California. Purple mint. They live in a vernal pool ecosystem. You notice that a lot of things live in vernal pool ecosystems on this list too. That's because of the structure of the habitat. They require a lot of different ponds because sometimes some fill up and some don't, and some get some kind of disturbance and others don't. So you get this source sink thing, and animals need and plants need to be able to move between the ponds, so that makes them especially vulnerable to habitat fragmentation. And also, if some of the ponds start filling up for longer and they get fish in them, that can be a problem for a lot of species. Okay, this is Luton's polygala or Luton's milkwort. It's endemic to Florida. I bet this is the Lake Wales Ridge. Yep, central ridge of the peninsula. Only 49 known to exist. That's a purple flower. Short-lived perennial herb. Sandhills of central Florida and the Florida scrub. Very cool. Needs fire. This one's endangered because it needs fire. Chemocrista glandulosa vera mirabilis. Does this have a common name? Doesn't seem to. Where is it? I bet you it's Hawaii. No, it's Puerto Rico. Cool. South Texas ambrosia. Oh, the South Texas ambrosia. I could tell you stories. We go way back, me and the South Texas ambrosia, down to Corpus Christi. That's where I remember us going. And then Kingsville. It's a rare plant, coastal prairie grassland mesquite. Okay, and with that, that brings us to number 1118, and I am actually going to take a little breather. I'm going to go get a snack and come back, and I've got to put up the away sign, and then we'll keep coming. Let's see here, window capture, away sign. Okay. Way sign. Okay. There we go. And then let's F11 that. Alrighty. Ooh, sorry for that gross noise. We are almost ready. Let's get started again. Let's see here. My voice is already getting tired. We're going to have to figure that out. I am about to switch the window back. Okay, cool. Let's turn off the away sign, although it looks like it wasn't on for y'all anyway. So I am back. I'm going to get everything back up and running, and then we can go ahead and do the next 100. Alrighty, let's get going. Our next species is the San Bernardino Mountains bladderpod. The San Bernardino Mountains bladderpod is this yellow flower. It's found in the San Bernardino Mountains in Southern California, as many things are, as many of these kind of durable looking little flowers are. And oh, look at that butterfly on it. And let's see what we can learn about it. It is a subspecies of another plant. Okay, some of these, the fact file's a little slower on. Okay, let's see here. We've got Myrcene juddii. That looks Hawaiian. It is Hawaiian. That's very... Hawaii is so pretty. Look at those mountains. Okay. We got Pedido, number 116. Pedido. It's this kind of bell-shaped flower that points up. It is... Where do you want to guess this is? I'm going to guess the northwest United States. Oh, I was so far off. It's on Guam. Okay, so it's in the mountains in Guam. Let's learn about it. It's an herb or small shrub in the Rubiaceae family, so that's the blackberry family. It only lives on the volcanic soils of southern Guam. Pondberry. Pondberry. Ooh, I like these little flowers. These are cool. They got those big globs for the pollen on them. It lives in dense thickets. It is in the laurel family from the southeastern United States, and it's in trouble because of habitat loss from draining wetlands for agriculture and forestry. Restoration efforts are currently being conducted. So there we go. Then we got the Bell Lomond wallflower. The Santa Cruz wallflower is also called. It's got this bunch of flowers up at the top there, and then kind of a spiky, spiny body to it. Here it is in front of a pretty landscape. It is biennial or perennial herb. Let's see. Only lives in one strip of land measuring 9 miles long by 5 miles wide. It's threatened by coastal and inland development and mining of the sand it lives in. 75% of the plants grow on land belonging to a sand mining company. Ooh, that sounds like a tricky situation for them. And like habitat is a consideration there, as it should be for everything. All right, we got Davis's green pitaya, which is this little cactus. I bet this one's from the southwestern United States. Let's look. It's from South Texas. Yep, there we go. Pretty little thing. Got these big flowers, little bulb, not technically a bulb, but you know what I mean, a little ball-shaped body. Very cool. All right, next is the 1112th organism. That's the haha. Haha refers to this whole genus in Hawaiian, but their other name is in Latin. You can see it there, and you can't see it because it's on the wrong tab. Let's see here. We're gonna go there, go here. Whoop. The haha. You can see it here. It's a Hawaiian species from the Big Island. Yellow-shouldered blackbird. Uh, exactly true to its name, the yellow-shouldered blackbird has a yellow shoulder and a black body, and it's a bird. It's from Puerto Rico. Canby's dropwort. It's a little plant in the carrot family. You can see it there in this 1970s style photo. Let's see here. Threatened by loss of wetland habitat. Chucky Mad Tom. That's a fish. Oh, look at him. Look at little Chuck here. He's got a kind of a puzzled expression. He's small. I bet they live in rocky streams in the Appalachian Mountains. And they do. Look at that on the western side in Tennessee. All right. Let's go. Giant kangaroo rat. Alrighty, this one's a banger. Giant kangaroo rat. Here's someone holding a couple of them. Oh, they're like a little Pokemon. They live in these tunnels. Very cute. Let's see here. They are endangered because of habitat. Habitat is fragmented and reduced, and now they have genetic drift and inbreeding because they can't find each other very well, and they get inbred in these little isolated populations. Okay. Kaulu. It's another Hawaiian plant from the island of Kauai. It's got this red fruit and this yellow flower. Let's look at the map. It's on Kauai. There you have it. The Western Hawaiian Islands. No common name. No common name is it does have a common name, the ridgetop Tetramolopium. That's an uncommon common name, if I do say so. Tetramolopium. That's a pretty little bristly leaf structure to it, and tiny, well, relatively tiny flowers from Oahu. Okay. Pa'i'niu. This is yet another Hawaiian plant. Which island do you think it's from? It is from Kauai. The wedge spurge. The wedge spurge grows in these rocks. A lot of things called spurges grow in rocks. I don't know if that's related to the meaning of the name or not, but it's these little succulent leaves. It grows kind of in like a trailing way, and it's found in the Florida Keys. Vandenberg monkey flower. Let's see, why are they called monkey flowers? Habitat, chaparral, cismontane, woodlands, and coastal dunes. Coastal dunes often have a duplicate of habitats that are kind of dry and inland too, because they drain so well and they're made of sand. Let's see, wild grass and ice plant pose the greatest risk to the species. So it's at risk mostly from invasive species and then also from habitat destruction and degradation. The Brady pincushion cactus. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's make this visible. Brady's pincushion cactus. It's a little pincushion. It's got smaller thorns than some of its relatives, and those big, in this case, white and yellow flowers. It is from Arizona. Okay, let's see. Are we doing good? Yeah, we're still visible. Okay, let's go to the next one. The akoko, another Hawaiian plant. This is a subspecies. It has a big ovary and little rest of the flower. It's interesting. The proportions are off from how a normal flower is. Let's see. It's a euphorb. Let's see what if we can find any information about it. Ah, okay. Well, it's a cool flower. Virgin Islands tree boa. This is from obviously the Virgin Islands. It's a reptile. Might be our first reptile of the day. It's small. It's a boa, so it hunts by constriction. It's a visual predator. You can see by its large forward-facing eyes, and it lives in trees. Um, Neat. I love herps. Okay, sharp-nosed shiner. That'll be a fish. It's a little fish, and it's from Texas. Oh, it's from this river system in Texas, um, the Upper Brazos River Basin. It's in the carp and minnow family, which you can kind of see from the way it looks. Hawaiian picture winged fly. It's another Drosophila. So this is another fruit fly. Hawaii is the global hotspot for fruit flies, probably because they have so many different isolated islands and isolated habitat types, and because a lot of stuff, populated the Hawaiian Islands based on what could get there. So these flies happen to be what got swept to Hawaii, and they would have had like a species radiation filling in a lot of niches that might normally be filled by multiple genuses, instead filled by them. We've got upuhe here, another Hawaiian plant. This one is from Oahu. Doesn't Oahu look kind of like an elephant head? It's got like the ears and the trunk here. It's This plant has many names. Inhabits the slopes and gulches in the mesic forests on this elevation range, restricted to the south and central part of the Waianae Mountains. Okay. Noahuanu, another Hawaiian plant. It's got pretty distinct looking leaves. Let's look at where it is. It's on this little trifecta of islands, or quadrifecta of islands. So a lot of species that are only on this Hawaiian island, or are only on Kauai, or only on Oahu. And then there's a lot that are found on this whole little cluster here, which I assume is because they can get between them better than they can get between these bigger and more isolated islands. So it's interesting that this group kind of functions almost like one biological island for a lot of these species. No common name. Let's see what this one is. That it is on Puerto Rico. Let's learn about it. It is a rare species of flowering plant. The only English common name is turtle fat. What a name. Only 19 known specimens in 1997. Evergreen shrub with black dotted green leaves. 2 or 3 flowers occur at the leaf axils. It's so rare that the fruit of this species has not been formally described as science, and the seedlings have not been noted. Wow, interesting. Only 2 or 3 of the known individuals are mature enough to reproduce. It's a tree. Huh. Pretty cool. Still things to learn. Okay, we've got the Schiadeae salicaria. Where is this? It is. Let's Google it, or rather, Ecosia it. Ooh, it is a member of the pink family. It's a bush. It grows, has egg-shaped seeds. It's Hawaiian. It's from Hawaii. Okay, I'm gonna X out of some of these tabs so we don't overload the computer here. Cancel. Have y'all ever seen an endangered species before? I know some of them are pretty showy. You can see a lot of birds, for example, that like migrate, or they'll be in a common area that people go to. Or even in a zoo, people usually see endangered species there. Um, it's not actually that rare to see an endangered species, but so a lot of them are rare themselves, but they overlap with us enough that you'll see them pretty often. Uh, yeah, the background is cursed today, Squeak Evans. Sorry. The thing that's happening is that sometimes it opens them on the wrong window, and I don't know that at first, so I have to fix it later. Let's see. We got any comments on Facebook? Thanks, Court. Appreciate the boost. Yeah, their turtles are cool, Chris. Okay, let's see. What species are we on? We are on species number 1093, the Roswell spring snail. And it went to the wrong tab again. So let's here. Roswell spring snail, here we come. The Roswell spring snail, known for being an alien invasion in the southwestern United States. Just kidding. It is from Roswell, New Mexico, though. It's very small. It lives in a spring. Springs are often basically metaphorical islands. They are small, isolated areas where the stuff that lives in them can't really go anywhere if something goes wrong. And they're as such, these species are important indicators of the health of the aquifer, which has a lot of implications for us too. All right, no common name. Hooperzia sturmanii. I'm going to say this one's from the southeastern U.S. It's a hanging plant with these little tiny leaves. Nope, it's from Hawaii. Of course. Um, it's an epiphytic hanging fir moss in the club moss family. So it's a moss and it hangs off of trees. That's so cool. Most of the mosses in my region live on the ground. So it's so cool to see stuff up in a tree and hanging and having all these weird shapes and sizes. Okay, Nanu. Let's see what the Nanu is. The Nanu is it's on two Hawaiian islands. It's on Kauai and Hawaii, which is interesting. That's very far apart. Maybe it used to be on the intermediate islands too. You can see it here. Um, and let's read about it. Oh, that's about all it has written. All right, threatened by habitat loss, classic. So the reason that I am doing this live stream and throwing my voice out is because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA are considering removing habitat from the considerations of if something is an endangered species. This is obviously a bad idea since, as you can see from this live stream, almost every species on the list is on it because of habitat problems. So here's what we can do about it. We can go to the links in the descriptions of this video. There's one link to the comment section for the U.S. government that they have to keep open until Monday. And we can go and leave a comment saying we oppose this change. If enough of us watch this video and enough of us go and comment on that page, it will make a difference. It will make it much less likely that they will go through with this if they get a big response from us. And then the other thing you could do, if you have the means, is go to the Center for Biological Diversity's website, which is also linked here. And they have a lot of experience in the legal department with endangered species and the Endangered Species Act. So they're very deserving of a donation if we want to bolster our infrastructure in defense of our endangered species. And the third thing, and this is cheesy, I know, but you can like and respond to and share this live stream because social media networks don't like it when you put links on things. They try to squash those posts unless they get a lot of engagement, and that engagement will help more people see this. I'll be here all day, so feel free to check back in later if you got to go. Cyanea lobata, that's our next species, the Waihi Valley cyanea. It's in the bellflower family. It's from Hawaii, from Lanai and Maui. That's in that little group of 4 islands here that are especially connected to each other biologically. 2 species, both very rare. 5 plants of this species. 5 plants remaining of this species are threatened by the degradation of their habitat, found in the understory, which is largely covered by ferns. Okay. Few flowered Navarita. It looks like mini flowers to me, but they're tiny. They are an interesting plant. Common names: white pincushion plant. Huh, pretty. It's grows in moist habitats in the western United States and central Canada. Okay, so we're going to be on to species number 1088. 1088 is a diminutive amphipod. That's actually what it's called. It's from Jeff Davis County and Reeves County, Texas. I bet it lives underground. So this is it. It's very small. Um, it's called the diminutive amphipod. That goes along with its name, and it's only found in Phantom Lake Spring, um, and interesting, or it was found in Phantom Lake Spring. Restricted to the Pecos River Basin of Texas and New Mexico. Okay, then we got Navasota lady's tresses. That'll be a plant. They have these spiral-shaped inflorescences. That just means group of flowers. Did I get a call just now? Okay, people are messaging me. Um, uh, let's see here. Um, if you can't find the links are in the posts themselves. So they're in the description for this live stream has one. If you're on Facebook, and the description on YouTube also has one down in the about section of the video. Let's see here. We've got, hang on. Navasota Ladies Tresses 1087 is Hawaiian Remy's gardenia. What are we doing? What happened here? Remy's gardenia. No, we're going to the ladies' tresses. Aha! It started going to the wrong tab again. Shame, shame, shame. Okay, here, here we go. I'll show it to you guys. This got a spiral flower. I have to talk low because I'm starting to need to conserve my voice, and we still got like 10 hours left of this. So, the Spiranthes parksii, Navasota ladies' tresses. Welcome to NPR, where we discuss things at a cool whisper about liberal woke stuff like endangered species. This is a species of orchid that is endemic to South Texas, United States. The flower was first discovered in 1945, and it was discovered by Donathan Stewart Carell in his described by Donathan Stewart Carell in his 1950 book, Native Orchids of North America and North Mexico. Very cool. Very cool. Next, we're going to go up to a little jazzy measure, large flowered woolly meadow foam. Big flowered woolly meadow foam, or woolly meadow foam, seems to be some disagreement on the exact wording of its name. It's a foamy flower. It's got these big hairs all over it. It's a little buttercup shape. And look at that, there's a pollinator in this one. Okay, then we've got the Monterey Gilia. This is a purple flower with a thistle-y looking base, although I doubt it's a thistle. It is, there's not a lot of words about it on this post, just the picture. Let's see here. Let's look it up for y'all, engaged viewers out there. Everyone, this goes out to everyone who's a lover of the Gilia genus. Gilia tenuiflora is a different species. It's not the same subspecies necessarily, but it's endemic to California anyway. The Monterey is the subspecies of this wider ranging plant. Then we have Naenea, a Hawaiian species. I apologize, I'm not making fun of the pronunciation, I just don't know how to say it. It's another Hawaiian plant. They're found on Kauai, Oahu, Molokai, Lanai, Maui, and Hawaii. So it's part of the Silver Swords Alliance, so a group of plants. They're not necessarily closely related, but have similar ecological roles and forms. And like many plants in Hawaii, it's endangered. We have the three-forked springtail, which is, spring snail rather, which is a snail that lives in, I presume, the three-forked spring. Let's go ahead and double check that. Whoop, hang on. I am going back to the page. And it is found in the Three Forks, Arizona, in this one little area. So multiple springs, multiple water bodies. Gentner's fritillary, so this will be a butterfly. Our second butterfly of the day. What? This is not a butterfly. This is a beautiful flower, though. Look at that. Wow. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, so it's found around this area of the western United States, mostly in Oregon. What a cool flower. Let's see if there's any information about it. It was discovered by an 18-year-old in 1942. Very cool. Um, it can hybridize. It's threatened by. Oh, let's see. There's a city that has a festival dedicated to it. That's very cool. Um, People like this plant. There's no more than 1,200 plants in total. Wow. Let's pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Okay. Next on our Jazz NPR list is the Ohawai, another Hawaiian classic. You can see it's got a long tubular base to its flower, a purple center, and then white side petals. What a flower. What a big, they got these big leaves. So plants that live in wet tropical areas often have very large leaves that they grow very quickly because they need to, they move water through them very quick, and the size of the leaf is kind of proportional to how quick the water moves through the plant. And then you can see these are the fruits. All right, now we're at the Osterhout milkvetch. Osterhout, and also known as the Kremling milkvetch. Shout out to Kremling. And I thought that was a fruit. It's the guy's hand. We've got this shape, this flower, and let's read about it. It's a herbaceous, non-woody plant belonging to the pea family. It reproduces their seeds made viable through outcrossing and self-pollination. Interesting. Doesn't reproduce very much. Relies on photosynthesis. But it has relationships with underground fungi where it trades things. It trades sugars for nitrogen. Higgins eye pearly mussel. The Higgins eye pearly mussel. So usually they name these after what something looks like, what it looks like. So I can only imagine what Higgins' eye looked like and how it got to be that way. But Higgins eye pearly mussel is endemic to the upper Mississippi River and drainages in some of its tributaries. It's threatened by invasive species, the introduced zebra mussel. That's a pretty pattern. The Micronesian megapode. So that's a bird from Micronesia. Megapodes are cool birds. They bury their eggs in decaying plant matter, and they use that to the heat from it decomposing to heat the eggs instead of sitting on it. But actually, this one, interestingly enough, it incubates its eggs using volcanic heat. So they bury them in the ground where the ground is warm from the volcano, and where they live in Micronesia. They're the only birds known to use a volcano to heat their eggs. That's pretty metal. All right. Y'all can see this, right? Yeah. Okay. Species number 1077, the Holy Ghost Ipomosis. Interesting. I wonder why it's called the Holy Ghost. It's not like cross-shaped or anything. Very cool though. Pretty flower. It looks like a lot of dense purple flowers on the stem. It's endemic to New Mexico, only in one canyon in New Mexico, and it was only described in the 80s. It's only known from a 2-mile stretch of the Holy Ghost Canyon in Miguel County, New Mexico. That'll be why it's endangered, because small range equals higher vulnerability. It most often grows on steep west-facing limestone slopes next to a road and one canyon in the Santa Fe National Forest. Very cool. Well, I mean, I'd rather have a bigger range, but it's an interesting plant. Kauai cave wolf spider. Okay, so this eats the we had a species earlier for which this is the main predator. We had a cave arthropod earlier, and it mentioned that the cave wolf spider was its main predator. And here it is. Here's the cave wolf spider from Kauai. This is a double island resident, so it lives in the island of Kauai, and then within the island of Kauai, it lives in the metaphorical island of a cave. Volcanoes make a lot of caves, and you get these interesting ecosystems made up of usually mostly invertebrates inside them. Okay, they think that they came from other islands and went into the caves. Interesting. So most spiders disperse by putting up a thread in the air and flying away when they're babies, but these have lost that ability. Probably because they live in a cage, similar to how things lose their vision. I bet those are two little parasites on it, which is pretty gross. Okay. No comment, but I bet the parasites are endangered too. No common name. Oh, here it is. Maui flat sedge. So this is a sedge. It's a spiky plant. It lives in Maui. This is actually a flower that you're looking at here. Dwarf wedge mussel. The dwarf wedge mussel. I wonder if we can get a picture of a living one. Okay, here we go. It's a little wedge shaped. Yeah. Where's it live? Where's it from? Let's go see. It's from the northeastern United States and down to Virginia. Stebbing's morning glory. Stebbing's morning glory. It's a morning glory. It's from California. Maui parrotbill. Let's see what that is. The Maui parrotbill. Oh, it's a bird. Cool. Oh, and it's got, look at that. He's like a nerd. He's got that huge mouth. I don't know why that would be nerdy, but it just struck me that way. What a cool animal. Okay, so I wonder what that's an adaptation to eat, because the bills on birds are usually shaped in a specific way for the specific thing that they eat. So it's only found in this narrow band, probably hiding from mosquitoes that carry malaria, that are invasive there. It's a honey creeper. Most honey creepers are endangered because of malaria-carrying mosquitoes. There are only a few hundred of them. Why does it have a beak like that? Let's see. It's hooked in dark gray. It eats insects. So it uses a large beak and powerful jaw muscles to remove bark. So it peels bark with that hooked beak. That's really cool, and eats the bugs underneath it. So instead of hammering like a woodpecker, it peels. It can also open fruit that way, and moth. It likes moth and beetle larvae. Cool. Okay, Salt Creek tiger beetle. Here's the Salt Creek tiger beetle. This is from Salt Creek in Nebraska, and it's only found right around Lincoln, Nebraska. Actually, I already knew about this guy because I spent about 2 weeks in Lincoln once, and they had signs for them all around the place. Interesting thing about tiger beetles, I don't know about this species specifically, but most of them, or some of them, when they're very visual predators, and they catch their prey by running, but because of some oddities of their system, when they run, they actually go blind. So they have to run really fast because they can't see, and they have to just remember where the prey was, and then stop if they need to look again. I don't know if that's technically true for this species, but it's true across other tiger beetles. Smoky Mad Tom. This is a fish. It's from the Appalachian Mountains, the southern Appalachians, specifically. So we got any more pictures of this guy? Cool. So I don't know if they're always like that. They might have a breeding coloration that would be brighter colored. They don't know a whole lot. We don't know a whole lot about them, because they live in highly turbid rivers on purpose, so we can't see them. That's not that we haven't looked; it's that we can't see them in the creek they live in, Abrams Creek in Great Smoky Mountain National Park. Uh, um, let's see. We accidentally we made a dam, and we killed all the fish in the river to try to improve the trout fishery. Um, so we accidentally killed the Smoky Mad Tom too. It was thought to be extinct from that until they were found in Sitico Creek as well, and then they're being moved to Abrams Creek to be reintroduced now. Uh, Man, we really gotta. So we do so much to spite ourselves. All right, mini flowered Navarita. The mini flowered Navaridia. Um, 19 observations, Southern California. It's interesting. It kind of reminds me of the few flowered plant we had earlier. This is a subspecies that's protected. It's got these purple flowers. Not a lot of information on INAT about them, but that's okay. It just means that there's not a Wikipedia article. Okay, let's look at the Gila chub. The Gila chub. This is on Nature Serve, or from Nature Serve. Let's see. Not a whole lot of information about them, but they're from Gila, Gila intermedia, so it's like a middle thing. I don't really know a lot about these, obviously, but they're a chub species. You can see they got that kind of little gut there, and they obviously they swim in schools or small groups. Let's see, how else can I describe the photo that we're all looking at together? I'm going to go ahead and clear out some of these old ones so that we can have room for new species without crashing my computer, as it does 2 streams at once. By the way, y'all can stream this on YouTube too. You don't have to watch on Facebook. We're on both places. There's a link in the Facebook description where you could go over to YouTube if you want to watch there. I'm going to give my voice a break for a second and read any comments that have come. And we're back with today's rundown of all 1,229 federally listed endangered species in the United States. The idea of this live stream is to draw attention to the Endangered Species Act because the federal government is considering removing the habitat requirements in what they consider for endangered species, when most species are endangered because of habitat. So we should probably not do that. You can help prevent this by going to the link in the description and leaving a comment telling the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that it shouldn't change how it enforces these rules, and by donating, if you have the money, to the Center for Biological Diversity, no affiliation. They just do good work related to legal issues and the Endangered Species Act, also linked in the description here. We're on to organism number 1067. Let's see if it loads. It is a trillium, which is a type of plant. 1067. 1067. Persistent wake robin. What a great name. What a great name. Trilliums are often a southeastern thing in the U.S. Let me see. Limited range in northeastern Georgia and northwest South Carolina. What a great name for this plant. Oh, it's got that little streak of pink in its hair too. That's cool. Okay. We're going to go to the next species, which is a Perlin beard tongue. The Perlin beard tongue is a purple-blue flower, very large for the plant it's on. I guess this is a picture of the seeds growing, and then we get the flower here. Let's learn about it. It is It was discovered in the 80s from when they were looking for a different plant that we've already talked about. Um, they're only found in Middle Park, which is an area of it's a certain kind of badlands. So badlands are like they've got like uneven topography, so it's bad for farming and moving through. Very pretty though, often, and usually they have kind of scrubby or desert-like vegetation. It's a perennial herb. Let's see, it has fruit. It can self-fertilize, but prefers not to. Many bees pollinate the flowers. Cool. All right, next species. Calliope silver spot. This is the butterfly here. Um, very pretty butterfly. It's from, wow, just that one little part of California, right around San Francisco. Interesting. The Bay Area seems very biodiverse. It's interesting. This is a subspecies. Okay, now we got the haha. The haha is what Native Hawaiians refer to this entire genus Cyanea as. It's according to some sources I was reading earlier. This is Cyanea monroy. Most Cyanea trees with few branches or none. The fruit is a fleshy berry. Several theories. So gross ad. There's the evolution of large prickles. Defense against herbivory by flightless ducks that used to live on the Hawaiian Islands. Interesting. So usually plants don't waste their energy on stuff unless there's a reason. So why would they evolve these thorns if there was nothing there, to keep away? Maybe there's an extinct animal that used to be there. This is a great book, by the way. This ad that popped up, they're really starting to target me for these endangered species tabs. Okay, next we have Cytinus holly. Cintinus holly. It's a holly plant. They have these little white flowers. Ilex obcordata. So it is a real holly plant. It's only found Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Big leaves, round, not a lot of thorns, little flowers. I guess the leaves aren't that big, but they're big for some thornless hollies. Okay. Next, we've got tan riffle shell. The tan riffle shell. Oh, it does have a riffly shell. Look at that. And it's tan. Where is it? It's in the Appalachian Mountains. What do you know? Ovate club shell. Ovate, club shaped. I could play cards with that thing. It is also in the Appalachian Mountains, Southern Appalachians. Was listed extinct by the IUCN in 2012, but U.S. Fish and Wildlife says it's not. In 2008, populations were known in the Sipsey River. And there's a healthy reproducing population in Wilson Creek. Interesting. Also, an eDNA study, I guess is what this is. They caught water and they looked for DNA in it, and they found they found that the DNA of this organism is still out in the water column, implying that it's not extinct. Also, hard to find though. A lot of mussels are hard to find because of their lifestyle. Okay, Mariana common moorhen. So it's from the Mariana Islands, I imagine. Let me see. Yep, North Mariana Island and Guam. Let's take a little look. It's a moorhen, so it's got that face mask. This looks very cute. She looks like she wants to go share some cookies with you. You're probably like her grandkid that she hasn't seen in a while. Critically imperiled. Hopefully we can work that out for them. A lot of island species, man. Ala Wainui, another Hawaiian species, only from Kauai. Interesting plant. It's got these strange inflorescences and narrow leaves. Okay, one observation on INAT. Ophilone tiger beetle. Wow, they're so pretty. I say that and then I flip to this, which is also beautiful but kind of terrifying. This is like point of view, you're a bug point of view that you're a bug and this is the last thing you ever see. Here's some breeding. Here's some more breeding. Very pretty insect. Looks like the male's a little smaller than the female and holds on with his mandibles. Interesting. Endemic to California. Named and described in 1993. Hey, me too. It is endemic to the Santa Cruz County, California. Southernmost habitat of tiger beetles and its group. 2-year or 1-year life cycle. Let's see here. Buries its eggs. The larvae feed on prey that pass by the burrow until it forms a pupa and finally emerges as an adult. Interesting. So it's like a sand trap animal. Why is it endangered? Habitat fragmentation and destruction because of urban development. So let's go right into the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and tell them that the Ohlone tiger beetle would not approve of their proposed changes, and you don't want to cross them because look at that face. That's the kind of face that'll make you an offer you can't refuse. Okay, we got the fragile tree snail. Me too, buddy. Look at him. He's got those blotches, the kind of leopard pattern on it. It is a tropical air-breathing land snail, fragile tree snail, endemic to Guam and Rota Islands. Well, there we go. So we got the Mariana Islands here. And it's interesting. Some things make it all the way up and down these, and some only get here. Some are on one or another island. But this tree snail somehow, probably on a branch or something, floated across at some point to Rota or to Guam, wherever it came from, and went to. Oh. Okay, we've got 1056. 1056, we have this flower. Interesting flower. I say that a lot for flowers, but they are interesting. They're all interesting. They all tell you something weird about nature, and the more you look into it, the more you find. It's a mint. It's endemic to Hawaii. Surprise, surprise. It's from the Kailua Valley of Kauai, as many others are. Popolo kumai, which I say not to diminish them, but just it's a pattern that you'll notice as we go through this live stream. Thorny popolo, another Hawaiian plant. It's on the Big Island. It has these big white flowers. It's why is it rare? Let's see. It's on Maui, Lanai, and Hawaii. Threatened by feral ungulates such as pigs, goats, and mouflon. So it's introduced species are the problem for this guy. Whoa, their leaves have red thorns on them. Wow, that's so weird. Look at that. That's really strange. It's got way more thorns on the leaves than the stem. Interesting. That's a really high investment in a leaf. Usually plants don't do that. San Rafael cactus. Okay, it's another little pincushiony cactus with a big pink flower this time. The flowers vary a lot in color, it seems, between species. And it's from Utah. Cool. In that basin area. Very pretty. Small. About. San Rafael swell in Emery County in a certain range of high elevations. Only 6,000 individuals. Not by human activities. That's broad, but I don't know. I wonder if overcollecting actually might be a problem for this one because it's so attractive. Let's see. And small and easy to transport, probably. Okay, we got an interesting plant here. Big leaves. Hairy melicope. It's a Hawaiian species. Known in Hawaiian as Alani. It's endemic to Kauai. Grows in wet forests and bogs. About 900 individuals total. Okay. Then we've got the Perdido Key beach mouse. Oh, look at this little guy. This is a researcher holding this one, I think. But, well, I don't know, actually. That's weird. But, that's not the normal way we would hold that. But, cute guy. I like the soft photo, too, actually. It's found right around Perdido Key. Okay, so the reason why these observations are showing out in the ocean is because it's a protected species. The location's obscured, but the place it actually lives is in this stretch here. And these are important because they help stabilize the beach because they they disperse the seeds from the sea oats. They'll like eat some of them and bury some, and the ones they bury grow more and faster and more reliably. And the sea oats are what hold the dunes together and build the dunes bigger. So that this little mouse is actually responsible in a lot of fairly direct ways for the giant, you know, sand dunes that it lives in. Pretty cool. Two species and one geological feature system. Okay, we got a no common name coming up. It's the Wahoo pilokia. It does have a common name. It is. Let me see something for a second. Okay, we're back. It is. Let's learn more about the Oahu pilokia. Grows in wet montane forests. 50 individuals found in Hawaii. That's a weird looking fruit. It's got those 4 points on it and the white flower. Interesting. Kind of citrusy, really. Okay, we're at species number 150, which means we're going to go back into NPR mode. The Molokai white hibiscus. Today on NPR, we're talking about the Molokai white hibiscus. The Molokai white hibiscus has large flowers with these. The pollen is up here, and the flower petals are down there, quite separated. It's found in Hawaii, and for some reason, in Central Asia. Is this a... Did someone plant this? Someone must have planted this. Yeah. Okay, then. Now we've got the fish, the Clear Creek gambusia. Gambusia is a word for minnows. Let's see, Clear Creek gambusia. Let's see where Clear Creek is. Oh, there's a bunch of them in this tank. It's only found in Menard County, Texas. Shrunk due to construction of dams, which allowed western mosquito fish to displace them, as the construction of the dams resulted in greater variation in water temperatures, which the western mosquito fish could tolerate better than the Clear Creek gambusia. The last remaining population is protected. Okay. So invasive species and habitat changes for the dam. Let's see. Oop. Next up, we got the Hawaiian creeper. Okay, this one is another honey creeper, but you'll notice it doesn't have the big curved beak that the last creeper we had, so it probably isn't peeling bark. Let's see how it gets its food. The Hawaiian creeper climbs up and down trees. It probes bark instead of peeling it. And then it also sips nectar when available. So it just sticks its beak in. It doesn't peel the bark off like that other one. Okay, now we got the Oahu pilokia. We already did this one. Oh, it's a different subspecies, but this is the same picture. So there's a lot of subspecies of a lot of these endangered species as well that are protected. The winged maple leaf, that's interesting. It doesn't really look like a maple leaf to me. Maybe after it's been in the leaf litter for a while. It's a hickory nutshell. It does look like a hickory nutshell. Freshwater mussel species from Unidae, endemic to Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arkansas, and Missouri. It's critically endangered. Its habitat is medium to large streams and rivers, and found either in gravel or sandy bottoms. It needs to be in moving water, between 0.4 and 2 meters. The water must be free of pollutants and clean. Well, maybe that's the problem. So this is a brooding female, you can see, and this is they'll stick out their fishing lures and try to get things to bite their gills. This might be the fishing lure for this one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which part they want to get bit, but that's how they work. Okay, Nesogenes rotensis. Nesogenes rutensis is it's rhoda, which is in the Mariana Islands over in the western or eastern, the far Pacific, far from the U.S. The western Pacific, I suppose. So far west that it's east. Then we've got this plant with no common name, the Kalalua shiidae. It's endemic to Hawaii from the Kalalua Valley, where many endangered plants are. That's what it looks like. Small flowers, a shrub up to 75 centimeters tall, so pretty small. Grows on basalt cliffs and slopes of that valley. Feral goats are a big threat. You'll find on these islands, especially, that invasive species of mammal are like a huge problem for plants. Okay, Gila top minnow. Here's the Gila top minnow. Me, me, me. Don't make fun of him. Okay, anyway, Phoenix to Sonora. We're losing it in here. That's them. About. It what used to be common. Let's see, why isn't it common now? Headwater springs. Okay, so limited habitat. They need cold. They can survive in cold water. To almost boiling water, or to halfway to boiling water. That's cool. So tepid water. Endangered due to predation and competition with introduced mosquito fish. Ding, ding, ding. Longspur mint. Long-spurred mint. Wow, I love the speckles on those flowers, don't y'all? It's endemic to Florida. I love Florida. Little tiny seeds. Let's see what kind of habitat does this live in. Marion County, Sumter County. May have been totally extirpated from Sumter. Only a few plants total known, period. Florida scrub habitat is a upland species which people like to build houses on, but it's full of rare plants of great medicinal and chemical value. So we should probably not destroy the rest of it, even just from a self-interested perspective. But this is a very pretty plant. Guani mayani. Guani mayani is a smooth fruit chew stick, or Mayans guania. It's endemic to Hawaii, where it's only known from Oahu and Kauai. Small number of individuals. Grows up to 7 feet in height. Lives up in the mountains. Introduced plant species competing with it are the big problem. Also feral goats and pigs, also a problem. Okay, is that the fruit? No, it's just another leaf. 1040. 1040, we have the akiki. The akiki is a bird species. Let's see. It's a honey creeper. It's endemic to Kauai, hiding from mosquitoes that are invasive and carry malaria up in the high elevations. What's its unusual bill? Okay, so it has a pokey bill. Interesting species. Oh, a lot of these honey creepers, like, they can climb rather than just flit around by flying alone. So they like climb upside down and right side up and do all these interesting things. The bill tips cross over, not as bent as crossbills, but they use them like scissors to cut open buds in search of insects to eat. Cool. It also feeds on nectar from some native trees. Okay, so a lot of these honey creepers, they'll have diffused based on what they eat, and that means their beaks get different specializations. Flowering plant in the Euphorbiaceae, Depp's broom spurge, Oahu sandmat, endemic to Oahu. Here's a good look at it. Opposite leaves, they got that shape. There's a lot of sandmats seem like they have this kind of leaf shape, and it's always an opposite arrangement. I'm learning today. Santa Cruz Island, what's the common name? Santa Cruz Island bush mallow. I always want them to be like a marshmallow. 2 meters, so about 6 feet tall. Slender branches, palmate leaves, rose-colored flowers. Endemic variety it's from Santa Cruz, California. Very cool. Duobadia latifolia, flowering plant, Asteraceae, by the common name Kohalapehu. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for how I said that. It's endemic to Hawaii, where it is known only from the west side of the island of Kauai. Like other Dubautia, this plant is known as Naenae. Um, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Um, eventually get kind of like a broken record talking for this long. Okay. Interesting. So they have it looks like maybe flower buds at the junction between the leaf and the plant. I'm not sure. It's an interesting way that this grows. Not a lot of plants don't grow in this exact formation. Okay, let's see here. Roanoke log perch. That'll be a fish. Whoa, that's a pretty fish. Look at that. He's got kind of a funny expression. Um, wow, interesting. I wonder if their mouths are adapted kind of similar to birds and like they represent specializations. Um, what a good. That's such a great photo. The adult Roanoke log perch, vertically elongated with blotches on the side. Yeah, we see that. I love the fins on perches too, and all these little river species. Conical snout to turn over gravel and expose invertebrates. That see that is the mouth is specialized. That's really neat. It's kind of like the version of the little hookbill earlier, the parrotbill honey creeper that we looked at earlier. In an ecosystem, the Roanoke log perch is an indication of a river lake is very low turbidity. So that means that they don't like water with a lot of dust and garbage in it. They need it to be clear. They like clear rocky streams. Um, oh, Joel Sartori's photo arc is really good. Y'all should check that out. Okay, I'm going to go through and X out of these species and check the comments and then work from there. Yeah, Chris, they are really metal. I just got to check that comment from 12 minutes ago. Did you say so? I didn't see your comment, Chris, when I said that. So they must be because I think we both said that they were metal. That they're crazy. It's been double blind tested. Okay, let's see. What do we got on YouTube? Yeah, we moving again. Okay. Whew. All right, we're gonna go to the next one, which is well, let me double check that everything's working now. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, what if I hung out upside down for a little while? I don't have to be in that one part of the screen. Whee! I'm going to hang down here like a bat. In solidarity with the many bats that are on this list coming up, I'm going to hang down from the ceiling for a little while. Okay, here we go. Wait, can I do this? So I can only do that. I don't know why I'd only do it on Facebook, but YouTubers, you'll just have to imagine. Or vice versa. Facebookers, you'll have to imagine, I guess. Okay, next species, Philostagia bracteata. Philostagia bracteata. That's another mint family. I bet you money it's in Hawaii. It is. It's in Maui. There's a lot of endangered mints in Hawaii. Piping plover. So piping plovers are these cute little guys. They are. Hang on, you can't see what I'm talking about. Let me put this in the correct window. Piping plovers. They are another shorebird species. The reason that they're endangered is because certain is because their nesting habits require them to use narrow bands of habitat in specific areas on beaches or on similar formations. So even though they have a big range, they're vulnerable. If something goes wrong in those little narrow areas, then they're in trouble because you can have a whole colony fail for an entire season, or you know, you can only do that so many times for a species that only lives a couple years. So that's a big vulnerability, and especially with us eliminating a lot of the beaches as good habitat and increasing the populations of cats and other predators and putting things on the beach that like chairs and stuff that big birds can like owls can perch on and look for their babies. It can add up to be a significant problem. But I just want to show you what the babies look like. They're little puff balls. I would eat that if I was a hawk in a second. I would gobble that thing up in one little bite. That was me kissing it. They're so cute. Okay, sorry. Um, Moving on. Very serious, very professional. Higuro de Sierra. The Higuro de Sierra is a calabash in English, a species of plant in the family Bignoniaceae. It has perennial evergreen shrub endemic to Puerto Rico. It is threatened by habitat loss. It can grow up to 6 meters tall. That's about 18 to 20 feet high, and produces a yellow-white bell-shaped flower that ripens with dark green fruits. It's got kind of magnolia-looking leaves, which is interesting. It's in the family Bignoniaceae. What family is that? Trumpet vine. So it's not related very closely to magnolias. Cool. It lives in Puerto Rico. Dwarf bear poppy. The dwarf bear poppy is, wow, that's a very creative and good photo. Whoa, I love these photos. These are so good. Interesting. Okay, it's sage green leaves. It's a perennial flower, so the whole plant lives for longer than 2 years. It's not a seasonal thing. It produces flowers in April and May during its second growing season. And then just a few flowers per plant, and then a lot more later in its life. And then seeds can be produced between the second and fourth growing seasons during periods of high rainfall. So it has a short lifespan, rarely lives over 3 years, and a relatively slow reproductive rate for a plant, and it's highly dependent on the weather cooperating. So that's probably why it's endangered. Let's see here. Also habitat. Population size. So most of the individuals are actually in the form of dormant seeds in the seed bank, which is interesting. And a large area hasn't been searched for it. A lot of this stuff we could just learn more about. It's in Utah. In the past, it faced threats from off-road vehicles, so habitat degradation. Napa bluegrass. Okay. Bluegrasses are like tall grass species that usually have their let's see, private unprotected lands and depends on water from hot springs. Interesting. In Napa County, California. Hot springs are cool. I mean, that's such a crazy habitat type. When your species lives on a volcano and it's specifically adapted to that, that's crazy. Okay. Alani. Ligates palea, another name, also from Hawaii, also from Oahu. It's got those very Hawaiian looking leaves, sort of succulent, thick margins. Another haha, so it's in this Cyanea genus. It's got this rough, ragged looking leaves, these kind of tubular splitting flowers, and it grows up on a long stalk. That's interesting. The flowers are in a little ball underneath the leaves. That's cool. And then it's kind of like a kind of palm-ish, in that the fruit is underneath these kind of frond-like leaves. Club shell. The club shell is a mussel. It is from the midwestern United States and the west of the Appalachian Mountains. So probably like the Ohio River system. Let me see. In trouble from zebra mussels, as many are in that river system, that broader Mississippi watershed. Um, Also endangered from pollution from agriculture, industrial waste, mining of streams for gravel and sand, impoundments, and proliferation of zebra mussels. Okay. Yeah, Ohio, Cumberland, Tennessee rivers, and the Lake Erie drainages. Now it's in these places. Oops. Yellow cheek darter. That's another pretty one. So we have some really pretty fish here in the southeastern U.S. Um, Whoa, it's not the southeast. It's in Arkansas. Cool. Okay, so the Ozarks are kind of like a secret Appalachian Mountains. Like they have a lot of very like parallel species. Like they both have their own kind of hellbender, for example. Um, and they're kind of like the other Appalachians, like their little brother that gets forgotten about, but has its own amazing stuff. Wow, look at that. Very cool. Yellow cheek darter. Okay, so what can we learn about them? It's a ray fin fish. Okay, so anyway, it's a cool species. Look at that thing. Like I love the red. And it looks like it's maybe a breeding coloration because they don't all have that. Jaguar. The jaguar. Okay, so jaguars way back in the day, like thousands of years ago, used to live all across the eastern U.S. I'm not sure what pushed them back exactly during that time, but they they kind of dip into the continental U.S. In New Mexico every now and then because there's some in northern Mexico. Uh, what a cool animal, right? I mean, it's kind of amazing that we get these in the U.S. You don't actually have to be a species found in the U.S. in order to be um, on the endangered species list. We have some that we protect. We have their list so we can regulate their trade within the country and things like that. For example, I think we're going to probably run into some elephants eventually, which are definitely not native here. But jaguars did actually a long time ago live across a big swath of the U.S. Before it was the U.S. and they still occasionally come in the southwestern U.S. What a cool animal! Look at that little video there. And you could live alongside these guys for a long time and never ever see them, just see tracks because they're super good at hiding themselves. Okay. Santa Barbara Island Live Forever. That sounds cool. That's a promising name. It's very pretty. Wow, look at that concentric shape. It's endemic to Santa Barbara Island. The Channel Islands in California has a lot of endemic species there. It's why is it called Live Forever? Let's see that. The plant is named after Blanche Trask, because that's the Latin name, who took photographs and collections. Okay, but that doesn't explain why its common name is Live Forever. Why plant called Live Forever? Sempervivium is a genus. I don't know if this is the same thing. Uh, it keeps its leaves in the winter, so and it's very resistant to difficult growth conditions. Okay, cool. That's a good reason. Lesser prairie chicken. This one, it's a wide-ranging species. There used to be an eastern version of this in like New Jersey, but it went extinct. These guys, they do this crazy dance where they hop up and down, and the males inflate these pouches and they boom. They make these booming noises. You should look it up. It sounds really cool. That's their mating display, but they're at risk from habitat fragmentation out west, and they got a big range, but they could, they could lose it. They could Fragmentation is such that the habitat can still exist, but it's broken up so the animals can't get to each other very easily anymore, and then they start getting isolated populations and falling apart that way. So it's important to connect all of these populations with habitat corridors. Let's get another look at let's get another look at the prairie chicken. Very cool. Virginia fringed mountain snail. The Virginia fringed mountain snail is a very small swirled snail. This is a dead one, obviously, because it's got this hole in it. That is all the information I have on them. They're from Virginia, and they live in the mountains. And they're listed as endangered. I would have to read the report. Maybe we can get a report here. Okay, so this is a report about a bunch of different species. Summary, let's see what we got. Okay, well, it's being monitored. That's all we got from that. Okay, we got ankyline shrimps. So a sextet of Hawaiian ankyline shrimps. Let's get the scientific name. So this is a blog post by some scientists, but let's see if we can find Procaris hawaiiani in there. Okay, bottom, the shrimp Procaris hawaiiani. Here we go. Interesting little guys. Freckly. Okay, so let's see. Do we got any other information specific about them without having to read the whole article? Which I recommend, by the way. I just don't have time while we're doing this live stream. Pinkish in color, can grow to more than an inch long. Clusters in two clusters of pools in Maui and one in Hawaii. So it lives in these kind of tide pool type places that are like these lava fields at the edge of the islands. Those are really fun to tide pool in, by the way. Anthony's river snail. Anthony's river snail. It's kind of chunky. Let's see. It lives in the southern and western Appalachian mountains, as many snails, fish, crayfish, and mussels do. Very cool. This person took a lot of good photos of it. And this is it walking around. Cape Sable seaside sparrow. Let's see. It lives in Cape Sable, the southern end of Florida. This is the southernmost point in the continental United States. You can see it's even further south than Texas. It just lives down here around Cape Sable. And here's the one singing. And these are bands that researchers put on their legs to keep track of who's who. It doesn't hurt the birds at all, but it allows us to better understand their populations and individual lifespans and do all kinds of studies that we couldn't do if we just had to look at them and try to eyeball it like that. There's no way you're going to be able to tell them apart. Pima pineapple cactus, back to a plant. Well, it does look kind of like a pineapple, doesn't it? It looks like it's got a red flower up there. It's a grows solitarily with an ovoid shape. Okay. Not in clusters, not a very social cactus. Golden yellow, pale green or opaque yellow flowers. Where's it found? It's found in Arizona. Humped tree snail. Well, that's a mean name for this. It looks pretty normal to me. It doesn't look like it's got a weird bump on it or anything. Look at that guy. He's going along his business. And it's found on some really far-flung Pacific islands. The Marianas here. And Tuvalu all the way over there, which is wild to me. I don't know how that happened. Or Mochilalo. I have no idea how that happened. That's really interesting. Either they're more widespread through there, or they got spread by humans, or some freak event happened where a log went off here and just drifted around and wound up landing there, and the snail survived the whole time. Yes, it's crazy. A lot of animals get to these islands on kind of like Life of Pi type scenarios where they're just barely eking out a living on some floating raft until they can hit land if they get lucky. Orcut spine flower. Orcut spine flower indeed looks a bit spiny. It's green. I guess this is the flower, so this would be maybe pollinated by something nocturnal, so the colors are less important. And it's in San Diego. Um, it's an annual herb. Grows. I bet you it grows in like a scrubby habitat. Let's see. Requires open habitat near the coast, like sandstone bluffs and openings in maritime chaparral. So yes, it's like a scrubby Mediterranean habitat. There's 3,000 acres of its habitat remaining. Habitat destruction is the main threat. So just to reiterate, the reason we're doing this live stream today is that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA are considering eliminating habitat as a consideration of a thing that could be caused harm to an endangered species. So right now, when they're thinking about what are the harms that we can do to this endangered species that we should protect them from, habitat loss and degradation is the most important one. But they're considering eliminating that consideration, which is obviously a terrible idea for all of our native endangered species and for all of the humans who are connected to them in an inseparable bond of common life on this planet. So we should obviously not do that. And here's what we can do right now, and we can only do it for this weekend to try to prevent this problem. Is we can go to the link in the description of this video. The link is to the federal U.S. federal government's comment form. They have to ask for comments before they do these kind of changes, and if they get enough of them, it will probably influence them not to do this dumb thing. So if you follow the link in the description of this video, you will find a place where you can write a comment and you can request the government not change its policy in a way that will, in this way of disregarding habitat that will lead to widespread destruction. Something like over 100 million acres would be impacted by this decision eventually. And the or I mean, I guess if you hate endangered species, you could tell them you want to keep it. But I mean, you do want to keep the change, but I think we should probably not do that. But at any rate, that's why we're doing this today. And if you want to, if you have some money and you want to donate it, a good place to donate it would be the Center for Biological Diversity. We're not affiliated with them; they just do good work in regards to the legal structure of the Endangered Species Act. And you can find a link to their website in the description as well. And finally, it's cheesy, but the one of the best ways you can help right now and the easiest ways is to react, like, and share this post because Facebook especially will nuke posts that have links in the description unless there's a lot of engagement. So that's one thing you can do to help spread this that doesn't require you to follow any link or do basically anything. Those three things. I will be here basically all day going through these. We are on species number 1016 out of 1229. So I'm going to check the comments for a moment and then we're going to keep going. Yeah, Chris, I do. I also think plovers are so cute, and that's really cool that they found jaguars on the game cams in areas where you've been. It's always really cool to find out that we crossed paths with something like that. Okay, and we're gonna come back, and the next one is snail. No common name. Okay, here's the common name. Let's get this up. We've got the Tutuila tree snail. The Tutuila tree snail is here's the cladogram for what it's related to. Where's it from? It's from an island. It's from American Samoa. American Samoa is such a cool shaped island, isn't it? It's kind of like Panama, but without North and South America connected to it. Um, Tree snails. It's a really pretty one. I like this kind of blotchy pattern across it, and they're like blotchy lines almost. Interesting. Almost it kind of looks like the island of American Samoa. Interesting. Okay. Then we've got species number 1015, Palolo Valley Sirtandra. The Palolo Valley Sirtandra is a species of plant. Is it from Hawaii? I bet it's from Hawaii. No, where's it from? Where we got it? Unclear. Okay. A plant of mystery. But it's listed as endangered. It looks pretty Hawaiian to me. Okay, next species, the Pismo clarkii. Pismo Clarkia speciosa, subspecies immaculata. That's a very pretty flower. Purple, white, dark purple. Very cool. Okay, let's learn a little bit about it. It is from California. Alabama pearl shell. The Alabama pearl shell is a type of mussel from the state of Alabama, as many are. Alabama is maybe the biodiversity hotspot of mussels in the world because of all their creeks and rivers they got partly. And let's see what we got here. Okay, it's Western Alabama, and about it. Let's see here. What's we got? It's got pearls. It makes pearl. It's in the freshwater pearl mussel family anyway. It only lives in the Conecuh Escambia River drainages. It's threatened by habitat loss and declining declining water quality. Um, classic. We should protect the habitat. Lulu, Pritchardia bakeri. It's it's an interesting picture. I guess it's a vertical wall that this palm is growing out of. Is that the only one? Okay, there are a few of them. Um, Species of plant, 10 observations on INAT. It's a palm. Interesting. Pilo. Okay, what do we got here? We got Kudua laxiflora. Kudua laxiflora is a rare species of flowering plant in the coffee family known as man's bluet and Hawaiian pilo. It's endemic to Hawaii, where it's on Molokai, Lanai, and Maui. Is known to exist for. It's got a global population over 100. It's a bush threatened by non-native plant species. Okay, next up we have species number 1010, the Comal Springs dryopid beetle. Oh, it's weird. It looks like it doesn't have a head almost. That's good. I guess its head's just that end piece there, but it's like kind of bent down. Where does this live? It lives in Texas. And it's only known from two springs. Is it aquatic or is it just around the spring? It lives underground. Its eyes are just kind of left over. It's the only known aquatic species in its family. Yeah, it lives in the water. Cool. It doesn't swim. It just maybe it lives in air pockets in the caves. We don't really know. Uh, wow, we need some cave divers to check that out and figure it out for us. It lives in one spring fed by the Edwards Aquifer and another that we don't know where the water comes from. Wow. Okay, so this is an indicator of the quality of that aquifer. That's its connection to us. Key Largo cottonmouth. So it's from Key Largo, Florida. They're cute guys, aren't they? Um, let's see what they do. They do some interesting stuff. Let's look at them a little more for a second. Okay, We got a view of him. Um, Lives on Key Largo, which is a big island at the top of the Florida Keys. Lost up to 50% of its habitat from urbanization. They also have like a landfill on Key Largo, which seems like a dumb thing to do on an island, but we're here. And it By dumb I just mean unwise, kind of like a waste of a cool place. But here it is on some leaf litter. Let's see, only found in North Key Largo. These guys make interesting nests. They make kind of piles of leaves as nests and inside logs, tree hollows, and tree covers. It's a wood rat that makes the piles. So these guys make little nests inside logs. They're very cute. Okay, nocturnal omnivores. Pacific Hawaiian damselfly. Ooh, that's flashy. That's like a sports car damselfly. Very pretty. They naiad. So they have aquatic larvae, like all species in their order, and they let's see. They have the regular damselfly life cycle where they're predatory aquatic larvae, and then they become a predatory adult, flying in the air. Um, they think has low dispersal rates. It eats yeah, catch stuff with its legs. Eats midges as an adult. They're very territorial and guard specific areas. The males are for feeding, breeding competition. Let's see. They can't travel long distances, which is interesting for a flying animal. Okay. Another haha, another cyanea. You see the flowers on this one have turned into fruits now, which are long and thin like the flowers were as well. Critically endangered, 75 to 80 individuals. Grazing by deer, rats, and invertebrates is the main problem. So invasive species of animals eat them, and invasive species of plants outcompete them. Common issue in that area, in the world, really. Okay, this species, Cordylanthus tunis, subspecies capillaris, branches at intervals. Each branch is a cluster of 1 to several flowers. Each pocket-sized flower is 1 to 2 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide. Fuzzy marine lobes. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. Blah blah blah. Cool. Okay, now we got Short's bladderpod. Short's bladderpod is a yellow plant. Where does it live? It's a mustard plant. It lives in Indiana, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Must be on like the border there because there's only 2,000 plants total. Lots of habitat threats, looks like, and a lot of invasive species competition. Okay, we are on plant number 1004, elfin tree fern. That's mystical sounding. Let's see here. Ooh, pretty. Yeah, I see. I love the little balls that they make when they're rolling out. So this is actually, so they have little, they don't really have seeds, they have little spores that go out and they float in the air. And they come off of these round things are the clusters of spores that they come off on the bottom of the leaves. And they float away and land in new places from there. What a cool little plant. Okay, so it's a tree fern. Does that mean it... At first I thought that meant it was a tree, but maybe that means it grows on trees. Let's see. Oh, no, it is. Okay, erect trunk may be 1.3 meters tall. So it's like a short tree. It's like 4.5 feet tall. It's in Puerto Rico. They misnamed it. They mixed up its name with a different thing by accident, and it stuck because it was too late to change it. Interesting little story there. 1003, no common name. Melicopa arimii. Melicopa arimii is a shrub or shrubby tree growing 1 to 3 meters tall. Leafy branches, the apex. It's a Hawaiian tree. It has seeds that look like this. Okay, well, that's what we got. 1002. The plicate rock snail. These are plicate rock snails. They are from the United States in the state of Alabama, home of many, many, many kinds of snails. Interesting. It's got the little spikes on some of these drawings. Reason for decline: 90% of its historic range it's declined from in the Mobile Basin's large rivers. Primarily due to extensive construction of dams and subsequent inundation of the snail's shoal habitats by the impounded waters. The snail has disappeared from all portions of its historic habitats that have been impounded by dams. Yeah, the dams fundamentally change the nature of rivers in ways that are really hard to get around. Footland yellow-legged frog. So this will probably be related to the yellow-legged frog we had earlier. Rana boylei, and indeed it is. It's in the same genus, I think. And here it is. I like the stripes on its legs. It's another western species from the Cascade Range in California. It's on the federal species. Let's see here. So some of the populations are more endangered than others. Some of the populations are protected as endangered, and some are just species of concern. Interesting things in the mating habits. They have mating ceremonies that begin in the spring when adult frogs congregate on sandy or rocky bars to mate. Let's see. They avoid rapid waters. They will move when they mate based on their conditions, that the water can't flow too fast. They have a chemical defense, so they're to protect itself from fungal infections. Oh, cool. So it actually is able to defend itself against chytrid fungus, which is a threat that's killed off many entire species of amphibians. So it's very exciting that this one is able to defend itself. But we're and companies are actually interested in the antifungal properties of their secretions too, which is cool. Okay, so they have issues with pollution from pesticides, a dam which has messed up their breeding areas, and it looks like that's most of it. Oh. Okay, let's see. What are we on? Number 1000. Number 1000 is the desert pupfish, which is a banger of an endangered species. These blue guys, they live in these really isolated pools out west. Indicator species of the quality of the aquifer. If the pool goes down too much, they'll start having trouble. But they are found. Okay, so these ones are broader range than like the devil's hole pupfish. That's their relative in a tinier spot. These guys, these desert pupfish, will live in the Salton Sea, which is an artificial. That's a crazy environmental disaster. The Colorado River Delta, the Baja California, and in Sonora, Mexico. Historically, the desert pupfish was in drainage basins of Gila, Santa Cruz, San Pedro, and Salt in Lower Colorado. But like the Lower Colorado, for instance, sometimes goes dry now. So because of taking too much water out for human uses, so that can be a problem. Their range stretched from Arizona to the Gulf of Colorado and Sonora, but now they're a bit reduced. You can see where they are now here. Okay. Motor patterns. So they have a lot of characteristic movements. Interesting. Wow, I could spend all day learning about these guys. Hey, little mama, let me whisper in your ear. Okay. So that was 1000. So that means that it is time for me to go get a little snack, and I will be back in a few minutes. And we're back. Let's see. Where do I want to be now? Maybe I'll be really tiny. I'll be really tiny and I'll be over here. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, in solidarity with the cave amphipods and little bugs that we've had so far, I'm going to be really tiny. I'm going to be in the corner right here. Right there. Yeah, this is me. I'm talking. I'm really tiny. Let's see if I can get it to update in both of them. There we go. Cool. Okay, so let's see what we have next. We're on number 999, which is a plant. It's a clover Tidestrom's lupine. Uh, let's see here. Tidestrom's lupine is a species of clover. Let me double check that our streams are working before I keep going. Hang on. Okay, so YouTube, Tidestrom's lupine. Yeah, okay, I think it's working. And then this one. Why are we video details? Let's see. Let's go to it and see. Yeah, it's working. All right, we're good. We're in business. All right. Tidestrom's lupine is a pretty flower. These lupines, they have these big compound inflorescences, or I don't know if they're actually compound, but they're big multi-flower inflorescences, and they go in these vertical kind of pillar shapes. They let's see here. Construction of golf courses on the Monterey Peninsula caused the extirpation of 2 known occurrences and boardwalks on a different beach to prevent the trampling. Were built to prevent the trampling of the delicate dune habitat there. So, in the one case, building the golf courses was bad for the flower, and the other case, building the boardwalks was considerate. Kind of opposite sides of humanity there, and they're purple or blue with a white, yellow, or purplish patch on the banner, and then they have like legume pods for seeds. All right, we're on 998. The Eureka phlox, but spelled funny. Okay, we're gonna XXXX all the way down until we're made some new room here. The Eureka phlox, Phlox hirsuta, so without hair. Phloxes have flowers that are shaped like this kind of starburst picture pattern. Is from Eureka, California, where it's named. It's the official city flower of Eureka, California, after which it is named. It's from the serpentine. Serpentine soils are soils that are made out of a certain kind of mineral called serpentine that has some odd properties, and has some endemic plants that live on just those outcroppings. Soils of Siskiyou County, California. It grows to a height of up to 6 inches. It was discovered in 1876 by this guy, Edward Lee Green, or at least described by him. He was the first botanist at UC Berkeley. Let's see here. Rocky Hilltops is where it lives. Cool. It is endangered by land use plans that threaten their locations, as well as other factors stemming from increased urbanization. So habitat loss and degradation. 997. San Mateo woolly sunflower. The San Mateo woolly sunflower is a perennial herb with a sharply limited range, endemic only to the southern state of California. The flowering plant of the family Asteraceae has been listed as an endangered species by the U.S. government as well as the state of California. So this is the San Mateo woolly sunflower. The Mount Urbum June beetle. I love these little compound antenna that some beetles have. So each of these little panels pops out, and it can become its own independent, surface area. And then they can close that and keep the rest out, or they can fold that in, fold this together, fold this in, fold this back. It just unwinds. It's like it's very cute and cool. And if I was gonna make an alien animal or any kind of fictional animal, I would take that as a, see here, just fold it up, that motion of it unfolding and folding as a note to consider. This is in particular the Mount Herman June beetle is from Santa Cruz County, California, only on this one stretch of area under 1,500 acres, so very limited range, 2 centimeters long, little teeny beetle. It lives in ponderosa pine forest and chaparral, which is kind of like a Mediterranean climate. All right, 995. The Florida perforate cladonia. So this is a lichen that grows on the ground in Florida. It's a very rare in Florida. It's endemic to the state of Florida in the United States, where it's known from 16 populations in 4 widely separated areas of the state. It's always really interesting when you get organisms that have small ranges, but they're widely spread from each other. Like this cladonia, for example, um, it's found in scrub habitat, but the populations are on Eglin Air Force Base, which is in the far side of the Panhandle, and then it's also found on in the peninsula of Florida, but not in between. So it implies the range used to be much bigger and it shrunk down, but it implies that something happened, like there's a story, where this thing over thousands or millions of years. How did it get to be where it is? There are trees. We're gonna find the Torreya tree later. That their nearest relative, they live in the Florida Panhandle, and their nearest relative is in like Japan. Uh, Bizarre. Let's see. Threats to the species include development for its habitat. Development in Florida, the biggest thing ever is always development. Natural processes such as hurricanes and fires are necessary for maintaining habitat such as Florida scrub, but these events do kill lichen by burning it, crushing it to small pieces, wiping it away in stone surges, or burying it in sand. Tough life. Hurricane Opal destroyed at least 2 known occurrences with lichen in 1995. Sometimes people try to go rescue it and unbury it after a hurricane because it's got such small populations and not very many of them. Um, uh, so really, the issue here is not enough habitat. If it had more habitat, then it could stand to have a disaster happen in some part of it. But because they're limited in their habitat and they're not very close together in their habitats, they can't get to each other very easily. And if anything happens to one population, that's a significant blow to the whole species. Kinwood marsh checker bloom. The Kinwood marsh checker bloom is this purple flower. Let's see where it's from. It's from Southern California. Excellent. Let's take a look at the Kinwood marsh checker bloom. Okay, let's see here. We got the Powashik skipperling. That's a little tiny skipper butterfly. Wow, look at the little guy. They are found throughout the Midwestern United States. Let's look at some pictures. Adorable. Lovely. About. They're dark colored brown on the upper side and with an orange along the costa. Okay, so this is their pattern. Um, they forage for about 2 weeks as adults, or they exist in adult form for about 2 weeks, and then they lay their eggs and die, I suppose. They used to be common on prairies before 2005, but suffered a population crash over 10 years. Um, it's marked as critically endangered, which is interesting. Um, Threatened by degradation and modification of prairie habitat by overgrazing, invasive species, and conversion of cropland. But why did they specifically crash from 2005 to 2015? That's a really wild timeline that they didn't do it before that if they were going to radically crash. Um, I don't know. Interesting. Well, if you do know, leave a comment. Okay, the Rhoda bridled white eye. So this is a bird found on the island of Rhoda. They have their beak. Looks like the top bill is a little smaller than the bottom one. Let's see if that's true and if there's a reason. Forages in flocks, roosts in flocks. Well, we don't have the knowledge in this article, but it's critically endangered and endemic to rhoda in the North Mariana Islands, where it occurs mainly in mature wet limestone forests. Let's take another look at them. Okay, we're going to go to the El Segundo blue butterfly. The El Segundo blue butterfly is an endemic species of butterfly to small dune ecosystems of Southern California. That used to be a community called Palisades Del Rey, close to the LAX airport. Um, let's see. It's an early endangered species from the 70s. Only 3 colonies in existence in 2013. Smallest colony is only a few square yards on a local beach. Wow, that's crazy. Discovered living and breeding in the Bologna wetlands, and its range now extends south to the Palos Verde Peninsula, and some have been located in Santa Barbara County. That's good. Um, Lays its eggs in seacliff buckwheat as a host plant. So some local cities are replacing their plants that they grow with with the buckwheat, so that to benefit this butterfly. Good job, Redondo Beach. Let's see if we can get a picture of the wings other than just the underside. Yeah, there we go. You can see the blue on the upper side of the wings. Okay, let's go look. Okay, now we got number 990, the dwarf napaka. The dwarf napaka was first described in 1842 by Thomas Nuttall. Nuttall was like a big botanist back then. He described a ton of stuff. Um, let's see here. It exists only in Maui and 2 offshore islets. Historically, it could be found on 6 islands. The total population is less than 300 plants, making it an endangered species. Yes, I would say so. Those are some interesting flowers. It's not usual in nature that you see something that's asymmetrical. Like, usually flowers are radially symmetrical, so symmetrical all the way around. And these look like they're only halfway. Like a lot of them. I would think that something had eaten it if I didn't see so many the same. So that's a very interesting style. I wonder what they're trying to attract with that. Here we have the Mariana Crow. The Mariana Crow, I assume we're going to find out, is from the Mariana Islands. That one's got a leg band. He's some big babies. Okay, let's see. It is indeed, it's from Guam and Rota. It is a rare bird which has steadily declined in numbers since the 1960s. On Guam, there are no remaining Mariana crows. The bird has been decimated by the brown tree snake. The brown tree snake, of course, is this beautiful snake, which has eaten several bird species on Guam out of existence, and has also pushed the Mariana crow out of the island of Mariana. The island of Rota has fewer than 200 individuals. That's the other place where it lives. So dire straits for the Mariana crow. Definitely some progress needs to be made there. Has a variety of vocalizations that they use to talk to each other. Let's see, a lot of alarm calls. They're probably really smart because they're crows. Yeah. They can take care of their young for 5 to 18 months, and juveniles may take as long as 3 years before entering the adult breeding cycle. That's interesting. That's a really long time. They're very versatile in what they can eat. Basically anything they can They can eat plants or animals. Okay, black-capped petrel. The black-capped petrel. Here's a picture of them. Very cool. Let's see. They are found in the Atlantic region. They are large complaint to who named them gadfly petrels. What an insulting name. Let's see. It's one of the most endangered seabirds in the North Atlantic, along with the Bermuda petrel. Only 2,000 to 4,000 individuals. David Wingate discovered 11 breeding colonies in Hawaii in the 60s. It's quite a while ago now. Habitat loss, introduced predators, and direct harvesting by humans. Human predation appears to have become more limited in scope than in historic times, due in part to the species' current scarcity. Deforestation from wildfires and human use have likely decreased the amount of suitable nesting habitat available to the black-capped petrel. This is especially true in Haiti, which has suffered a loss of forest cover in recent years. Yeah. Okay, so guess what? It's habitat destruction again. Um, let's see. Let's go to the next species, number 987, the diamond darter. The diamond darter is this little fish, which has some good little camouflage patterns for the rocky habitat, sandy rocky habitat it lives in. You'd see it really blends in this picture. Let's learn about him. It's a species of ray-finned fish. It's named for the sparkling light it reflects during nighttime collections. Cool. First described in 2008 and only the second known member of its genus, which also includes the crystal darter. Let's see. Lives in the Elk River in Charleston, West Virginia, in the Cumberland, Elk, Green, and Muskegum rivers, in the Ohio River Basin. Because of river alterations, problems with water quality, the diamond darter's range has become greatly diminished. As of 2008, the fish is only known to still live in the Elk River, West Virginia. The effects of the 2014 Elk River chemical spill are still unknown. So a lot of these river species in the central U.S., Midwest, and the Appalachian Mountains, they're at risk because of a lot of the dams that were built in the 20th century. Really did a number on them, and now they're kind of eking by on kind of a fragmented habitat. Um, who is this? Puerto Rican broad-winged hawk. I wonder where this guy is from. They occur in elfin woodland, Sierra Palm, Camatillo Granadillo, and Tamanuco forest types in the Rio Bajo Commonwealth Forest. 125 individuals island-wide. Let's take a little look. Okay, so they've seen him around in Puerto Rico. The Pilochialaulii, another Hawaiian plant. They are in the citrus family. That's cool. Interesting. You can kind of see it in the leaf discoloration. Endemic to Hawaii, where only about 100 individuals live on Kauai. It's a shrub about 3 meters tall. Moist habitat threatened by pigs and invasive species. Peck's cave amphipod. Okay, these are another little reduced cave dweller. No eyes, it looks like. You can see it well here. Or maybe some little eye spots, and that's it. Let's learn about them. Their life history is unknown, but most amphipods live for about a year. Although some cave species live a lot longer because their metabolisms are so slow. Not of amphipods necessarily, but of any animal. Let's see here. Like the alm salamanders in Europe can live they can go 7 years without moving. Only 4 individuals have ever been found in one cave and 2 in another since listing. They're a rare species from a limited range in these little aquifers, which are endangered because they're somewhat overpumped. And also, there can be issues with stormwater runoff and siltation in water bodies from nearby development. Clara Hunt's milk vetch. Ooh, that's a pretty pattern. Look at that dark purple and the white grading in like that. That's really cool. It's invasive species, urban development, and vineyards on its habitat. That's interesting. I wonder if there's a way to coexist with that. Grazing, trampling, alterations of the water regime, recreation, road and airport maintenance activities. Okay, it's in California. Yeah, this is basically a description of everything people do in California. Amaranthus brownii. Amaranthus brownii is an annual herb in the family Amaranthaceae. The plant was found only on the small island of Niihau. Was found only was an annual herb, was found only on the small island of Niihau in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. Not liking the sound of that. Looks like the status is listed on Wikipedia as extinct. Let's see. So people think that this is Hawaii, but Hawaii actually goes way out here. It's got a lot of smaller islands that stretch over a huge distance. Nihoa Island. So what happened to this thing? Uh, so it was only found on a quarter mile on the island of Nihoa. Um, probably always rare and restricted to that island, but let's see why it's extinct. They tried to grow it in captivity. Huh. Interesting. It doesn't really say why, but um, okay. They think maybe Native Hawaiians living back in the day may have altered the habitats in some ways, or invasive plant species and hybridization with other species in its genus might have harmed it as a distinct species. Alternatively, at the same time, and alternately, conversely rather, inbreeding is a serious threat. Looks like invasive species, the grasshoppers, other plants. Those are the big things. Um, grasshoppers. In 2004 alone, an estimated 400,000 graybird grasshoppers destroyed almost 90% of the vegetation on Nihoa. Oh my god, that's insane. So if it's extinct, that might be why. It seems like it's still listed. A lot of the time, they'll leave things listed for a long time after they think they're probably extinct, just in case. So maybe like a lot of these Hawaiian plants, we'll find like some surviving population eventually, but it's not looking good for the Amaranthus brownie eye. Uh, Pomatogan clistocarpus. Let me see if that's got a common name. Little aguja pondweed, little creek pondweed. Um, it's found the southwest region. It's found in Texas. It's an aquatic plant. This probably doesn't do it justice. I bet it's really pretty. It probably has little tiny flowers that it makes. A lot of aquatic plants have like little white flowers. Okay, let's see here. We've got Brooksville bellflower. The Brooksville bellflower is found on the Brooksville Ridge, which is like this ridge here, if you want to call it that, in Florida. Definitely the threat's going to be habitat destruction because Tampa and Orlando are growing together here, and they're trying to build up this way too. Um, it's a pretty little flower. Okay. Warm Springs pupfish. All right. Okay, he's a chubby little guy. He They live in this little area around Warm Springs in Nevada, southern Nevada. Let's see what the about section says. Subspecies of rayfin fishes with 5 observations. So not a lot of information on INAT about them. But there are a lot of pupfish all across the southwest in these kind of isolated aquifers and springs and bodies of water. Konosaga log perch. Okay, well, he's got that mouth that the fish earlier had that was used for flipping over rocks to expose insects. What a nice pattern. But so I bet that's what this guy uses it for too. Let's see if we can. Only found on 11 miles of the Konosaga River, Acusa River tributary in northern Georgia and southern Tennessee. Feeds on a variety of invertebrates. Let's see. Found by flipping over stones. Yep. Okay, so you got it. Let's go with the slender pillated mustard. Slender piloted thelipodium. It's got these long, dark flowers. Okay, Sugarloaf Mountain. That's the Southern California. And let's look in the about section. It's only found in the San Bernardino Mountains of Southern California. Okay, another endangered species hotspot, threatened by destruction of its very limited mountain meadow habitat, which is being claimed for development and degraded by recreation, grazing, and introduced weedy plants. Habitat destruction. The Kauai catchfly. Okay, so it's found on Hawaii. What? Interesting. Let's see. It's endemic to Hawaii. Oh, it's been extirpated from Kauai and Lanai. Okay, so it used to be on Kauai and it's not there anymore. Uh, bring it back, bring it back. Most known populations on Hawaii have about 10,000 individuals. 4 populations on Oahu, fewer than 1,000 on Molokai. Unnatural fires and invasive plant species, and feral pigs and goats. Those are the main threats. Riparian brush rabbit. There we go. A little borb. Well, that would be if it was a bird. A little orb. It's in Baja California's peninsula, up into the Columbia River in Oregon. It's got a pretty big range. Habitat and ecology. It requires dense bramble clumps or other thick brushy habitat, and they'll have an extensive network of runways and trails inside them. The species uses burrows occasionally made by other species, but doesn't dig their own. Its home range is very small. Okay, so the individual rabbits have a 22,000 square foot home range, so pretty small for an animal. Let's see. Forage alone or in small groups, sunning in mid-morning, but otherwise secretive and wary. They thump the ground with their back feet when startled. Okay. Well, you got a good look at them now. Lobelia Oahu. Oahu lobelia. Cool. The curly flower petals are interesting. That's neat. It lives on these cliff sides, I guess. It grows almost exclusively on high exposed main ridge on the high exposed main ridge of the mountains, where its habitat is wet shrublands on windy slopes up to the ridge lines of the cloud zone. Is threatened by habitat degradation and predation. The flower is over a meter long. Cool. Or the inflorescence, rather. Only on the island of Oahu on the Koalau range. And only one known individual on the Waianae range. San Diego Mesa mint. The San Diego Mesa mint is a mint. They've got this distinctive shape that mints often have, the purple edge and speckles on their flowers. Apparently, it smells really good, and it has let's see. It's pollinated by several bee species, including domesticated honeybees and a few natives, and bee flies. Appalachian monkey face flower. Oh no, it's not a flower. Sometimes they are. This is a Appalachian monkey face pearly mussel. My bad. Uh, like other unionid mussels, they use fish. Okay, so they have a fishing lure with their eggs inside it. The fish bites the lure, and the babies the larvae live in the fish's gills until they're ready, and then they fall off and turn into adult mussels without seriously hurting the fish. All right, number 971. 971, the Vinehill clarkii. Vinehill clarkii is endemic to Sonoma County, California, where it's known only one remaining natural occurrence near Vine Hill. A second natural population located on private land was extirpated when the owners plowed up the soil crust. Well, that stinks. California Native Plant Society has a third population established from cuttings that it's tending in a reserve. Grows to half a meter in maximum height. The leaves are lance-shaped at about 2 centimeters long. Okay. I see you. I see you, Vinehill clarkii. Clarkia. Pretty. Okay, another haha, so another Cyanea, Hawaiian bellflower, endemic to Oahu. About 300 left. It makes a purple to red berry that ripens to orange. There's like about 100 of them in the world, maybe 200, between 1 and 200 in the world. Feral pigs, feral goats, exotic plants, military exercises, and vandalism are the main threats to Ridgelandia. Lee County cave isopod. So it's a little roly-poly. It's lost most of its coloration because it lives in a cave. Lives in the Lee County cave. It's endemic to Virginia in that one cave system. It's threatened by, it says, a number of processes. I'm not sure what those are, but I would imagine anything that affects the water level or anything that involves pollution or runoff into the cave system. Its name, Ustagaloon, is from a Cherokee word meaning cave or hole under rock. That's cool. Ustagaloon. It's not usual. It's unusual for them to use something other than Latin, so it's always cool when that happens. Ustagaloon. Yeah, okay, so it's faced threats. Excuse me. It's faced threats from pollution from sawmill sawdust. The population eventually reestablished itself after the abatement of the pollution. So that's cool. That makes sense. It lives under rocks and gravel in caves. Okay. Gonna X out of these. And go check the comments. Okay. Looks like I'm frozen again. Hey guys, you get to see my green screen for a minute. You go over there too, to Hawaii, to Hawaii, to YouTube. Let me go ahead and put on a chroma key filter so you don't have to see that. Okay. Okay, there we go. I think that's good. And then for this section, I'll sit. Well, I worry about sitting over here because this is where a lot of the photos often are. But we'll go over to. I'll be. I'll be a mirror image of myself. Actually, this is actually corrected. This is how I see myself. Um, it's flipped for y'all, but let me not do that though. Oops. GZZ. Okay, I'll go back to my little corner over here, but I'll be bigger now. Yeah, I was messing around with it, Brian, because it froze again. Okay, so we're on to the next one. We're on to number 968, the Jemez Mountain Salamander. Ooh, okay, so this is a vertebrate. It's a salamander. You can see its coloration here. How's the stream going? Oh, it's working. Okay, so it is long and thin. Let's learn more about it. It's from New Mexico. It's threatened by habitat loss. Map. It's found in these mountains in New Mexico. The Valles Caldera National Preserve. Interesting. So it's only in these volcanic areas. It's cool. Okay, Phantom Trionia. Phantom Trionia are these, or Phantom Spring Snail, also called, are these little snails here that are well camouflaged. South Texas range, probably in a spring. Let's see. Small species of freshwater snail, endemic to the U.S. Wow, not a lot of information there. Okay. Rhoda blue damselfly, another species from the island of Rhoda. And it is, in fact, a blue colored damselfly. Slender rush pea. The slender rush pea is, it's got this little red orange faded out flower. It's definitely a pea plant because you can see from the shape of the leaves, the leaflets from South Texas. It has a woody taproot. It may grow in colonies. Let's see. Its natural habitat is coastal shortgrass prairie, dominated by native grasses such as buffalo grass, Texas wintergrass, and Texas grima. Some other things are there naturally. Has a patchy distribution, occupying just 15% of its former range where the habitat is still good. Most of its habitat has been converted to agriculture use as croplands and pastures, and the plant is competing with invasives like the Kleberg bluestem. All right, number 964. Trematolobia singularis. Trematolobia singularis, the lava slope false lobelia, is a rare species of flowering plant in the bellflower family. It's endemic to Hawaii, where it's known only from the Koalua range on the island of Oahu. It's threatened by the degradation of its habitat. It's a federally listed endangered species of the United States. It's a shrub. Well, let's just take a look at it. So a lot of Hawaiian plants have this long, thin flower that splits off wildly at the end, which is pretty interesting. You see what I mean? And it's kind of sticking out there from a cliff. 4 populations, 133 mature adults and 50 juveniles. Threats to this plant include feral pigs, rats, slugs, and human disturbance. So invasive species. and also competing with Coaster's curse, as many other plants are. Cooley's meadow rue. It's got these kind of starburst, like wild asterisk-looking flowers. Native to the southeastern U.S., including North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, is threatened by habitat destruction and degradation. But I repeat myself. It's an Atlantic coastal plain species, as many species are. Fire suppression is bad for this thing. It needs fire for its life cycle to work well. And it can't grow in tree farms, which cover a lot of its range now. Number 962, the soft-leafed paintbrush. The soft-leaf paintbrush is this plant. Which is very pretty. It lives in the Channel Islands of California, only currently known from Santa Rosa Island. Apparently, it used to live on San Miguel as well, but they maybe only found it there once. Its habitat is coastal sage scrub around the windy sand dunes and bluffs. 2 known occurrences of the plant remaining on Santa Rosa Island. It's become rare due to habitat destruction and the presence of feral ungulates such as cattle, elk, and deer. Okay. California tiger salamander, species 961. This, I think we saw this one earlier. Interesting. It's interesting that it's listed twice. So what this is that some species have multiple populations listed. When I arrange Pritchardii, the Pritchardia coalea, or lolu palm, is a species of palm tree that is endemic on the western part of the island of Oahu in Hawaii. It grows near springs in the dry forests on the Waianae Ridge and elevations up to 2,500 feet. This slow-growing species reaches a height of 25 feet with a trunk diameter of 1 foot. Government Canyon Bat Cave Spider. What a name. Government Canyon Bat Cave spiders are endemic to Texas and 2 caves in Bexar County. I bet one of them is named like the Government Canyon Cave. Let's see here. They only make a few eggs at a time, which is interesting. Wow, they bothered to write all this in. Development growth rate, no information currently available. Age and size at sexual maturity, no information currently available. Reproductive cycle, no information currently available. Timing of reproduction, no information currently available on size and number of offspring or sex ratio of offspring. Offspring quality and quantity, no information currently available. We do know the age of dispersal. It lives sedentary lives mainly in webs for their whole life, except for males who may sometimes leave upon maturity. They do not disperse far and are only known for 2 caves. Annual dormancy, no information currently available. Age-specific mortality rates, no information currently available. Sometimes the unknowns are known. (958) Ko'oku'olua. Alau. It's a Biden's. It's another beggar tick. It's called Weebke's beggar tick in English, which is, again, not as pretty as the Hawaiian name. A species of flowering plant in the family of Asteraceae. Perennial herb, grows a maximum height of 1 meter. It has compound leaves divided in leaflets and bears clusters of flower heads with yellow ray florets. Its natural habitat types include lowland moist forests and moist shrubland. It's threatened by habitat loss due to the spread of invasive species, brush fires, overgrazing, and human construction activity. Carson wandering skipper. The Carson wandering skipper is this small butterfly. And that's about all we can get on it. Well, hang on a minute. Let's go ahead and look at the map. So it's found in Northern California. So at least we know that. Around Honey Lake. Interesting. Daphnophis helleriana. Helleriana. Daphnophis helleriana is a rare species of flowering plant endemic to Puerto Rico, where there are only 4 populations as of 1992. Grows up to about 18 feet. It's only been spottily kept track of since we discovered it in early 1900s. Quarrying of limestone in the hills where the plant occurs threatens the ecosystem, so that's habitat destruction. Again, I wonder what that fruit tastes like. Hawaiian picture wing fly. It's another Hawaiian fruit fly. So Hawaii is the world capital of fruit fly diversity because probably because Hawaii is so isolated that whatever makes it there winds up expanding to fill the niches of things that are normally taken up by other organisms. So you get a lot more diversity of whatever happens to get there. And also because the islands, mountains, and variety of habitats amongst them probably creates a lot of unique niches for them to fill. Here's the Alani, which is a Melicope hierarchia, which is there are 54 endemic species of this genus in Hawaii, so it radiated out in the islands, kind of like the fruit flies. Let's see. This tree species is probably older than the current tall islands in the Hawaiian Islands. It's probably, it might have evolved. It currently lives on, let's see here. Which island does it live on now? So it lives on Hawaii. But where in Hawaii? That's my question. Okay, so I think what this is saying is that it lives on the big islands, like at least one of them, ranging from, the big island in Hawaii all the way over to like Kauai or somewhere like that. It's on one of those range of islands, but it's actually the species has been growing as its own thing, separate from any other species for longer than those islands have existed. So it must have jumped there from one of the other islands, which is now smaller because of aging. So that's pretty interesting that island hops over time in the course of its evolution. The Sierra Nevada bighorn sheep. Look at him. Okay. There's a bunch of good photos of these guys. They live in these little groups like this. They're in the Sierra Nevada mountains of Southern California. In 2016, a genetic study confirmed that they're a separate species. Cool. They like to live together. Their behavior changes depending on the season. Females typically remain in the same band in which they were born, and males older than 2 years of age remain apart and live solo most of the year. During the fall and winter, the groups come together and concentrate in suitable winter habitat. During this time, the males compete with behaviors like horn clashes for the females. Breeding takes place in late fall, and lambing occurs late April to early July on safe, precipitous, rocky slopes. That would only be safe if you were a bighorn sheep or a mountain goat. Human activity, particularly hunting and habitat disturbance, has been observed to impact the behavior of the sheep, causing them to become more wary and altering their movement patterns. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's because, for example, predatory behavior can guide where herbivores eat and cause ecosystems to be more functional that way by preventing overgrazing. But so it's not necessarily a reason for them to be endangered. But let's see why they are endangered. Okay, centuries of unregulated hunting, which is different from hunting that occurs now. Disease outbreaks and mountain lion predation took a heavy toll on them. The mountain lion predation probably would have been natural, but in conjunction with the other two things. And habitat loss, habitat again, it's habitat loss. led to regular factors still being a problem. In the 70s, there were only 250 animals left, but they probably have gone up since then a little bit. In the 90s, they went down to 125. Whoa. Okay. And since then, the conditions have been particularly favorable for population growth, going up to 250 in 2002 and 600 in 2016. Hey, that's great. The recovery program continues to monitor population growth, habitat use, and cause-specific mortality of Sierra bighorn, and carry out augmentations and translocations in an effort to achieve recovery goals. So they're moving them around so that they can maintain all the different populations that might have trouble getting to each other otherwise, either because of gaps in the mountains that they don't feel like crossing, or because of roads and human fragmentation. They move them in helicopters. That's wild. Okay. Next, we have the Na'e. One day I'll get a Hawaiian speaker on here to pronounce all these for you. It's part of the Silver Sword Alliance. It's only known from the Ohikiolo Ridge and the Kiau Valley and Wanao Mountains of Oahu. It's an endangered species. At the time of listing, there were less than 100 individuals left. Now the current estimate is around 1,200, so that's great. For management, they're doing all kinds of things to track them. Let's see. Only about 198 acres of critical habitat. That's the other thing about these habitat considerations. Most of these species only live on a really small area, and a lot of them live in the same small area. So arguments that protecting their habitat is really impeding human well-being is really that's a very poor argument. We can live alongside these species. We don't need to take up every inch of the earth. We can do smart things so that we can live next to them without pushing them out of existence. Here's another plant, the Ojai, another Hawaiian plant. It's found all through the Hawaiian Islands, it looks like. It's got these red flowers. It is a pea plant, which I knew already before reading it because of the long compound leaves with these little oval leaflets. Highly polymorphic, which means it can be a lot of different colors and shapes. The reddish orange flowers are relatively hairless. It can also have salmon or orange colored flowers and very hairy leaflets. That's a cool variety. I wonder if it's nature or nurture. Walker's manioc. Walker's manioc is this plant. It's in the spurge family in North America. It grows to a couple feet tall. Smells like hydrogen cyanide. Roots are carrot-shaped and tuberous. Don't eat that, though. Lives in the lower Rio Grande Valley of Texas in the United States and Tamaulipas in Mexico. It generally grows under the branches of larger shrubs and trees and inhabits xeric, so dry and well-drained slopes and uplands in the thorny shrublands. Let's see. It has a specific type of soil that it likes. Huh. It's related to cassava. Interesting. Maybe you could eat them. So crosses between this plant and its close relative cassava has resulted in more durable, harvestable cassava plants. Cool. Ironic that I said don't eat that. Melicope reflexa. It's another Hawaiian melicope known as Alani in Hawaiian. Let's take a look. So here's some other melicopes. Here's this one. Anihe. Lipoceta lobata subspecies Leptophila. Not a lot of information. Let's see where it is. And it's found on Oahu. Here's a haha, another one. It's got these long leaves, the little flyaways at the end. So this is actually an article about a bunch of different ha-has, but very cool. Dwarf iliau. Dwarf iliau. Let's zoom out. So that's on Kauai, about. Not formally described until the 70s. Fewer than 300 of them exist. Perennial shrub. Inhabits dry, nearly vertical rock outcroppings in the western part of the islands. Primary threat to this species is browsing by feral goats, typical terrain it lives on. Wow, they got a lot of really steep mountains there. It dies after flowering. Very cool. Another Hawaiian yellow-faced bee. This one's Kuakia. Let's scroll down to the specific species. No photo available. Let's see, what do we know about these guys? We don't know anything about them. We just know they exist. They're in the Waianae range of Oahu. There are only 3 records of the species, each a single individual, one from 1997, one from 2009, and one from 2014. Incredible. So they're finding each other because there's no way those are the same individual, but we don't know how to find them. It's amazing how many mysteries there are out there like that. There's stuff everywhere that's just like, well, we think it's here, and we go here, but we can't find it. We don't know where it went. So habitat loss and degradation, competition, predation, and random events, these are the things we worry about. But we really don't know anything about this species except for where we found it before and the threats to everything in that area in general. Wow. Here we have the Kuahi lakahi, which is this plant. This is the flower. It's an unusual looking flower. It's a plantain plant. It's in the plantain family. So like a banana. Lives on steep cliffs near waterfalls. About 100 of them total. Here we have Leol's pentachita, excuse me, or Pentachita leonii, endemic to Southern California. I'm starting to notice like patterns with how they look based on where they are. I'm like, that looks like a California one, both because it's this kind of yellow flower with sort of condensed leaves, and because the background is so brown. Okay, we are on number 942, and I'm gonna go look at the comments. I see an hour ago, Beth said, right now there's no greater threat to wildlife and the environment as a whole than this administration. Thank you for drawing attention to this. Thanks, Beth. I think that the biggest threat right now is not just the administration, it's the thought that we can't do anything about it. And I think that we need to do more. We don't need to do crazy things necessarily, but I think if everyone's just a little bit brave right now, then we will be able to fix the problem. We'll be able to peacefully and successfully um, recover from this situation. Thanks, Christina. I appreciate your your outrage. I'm gonna angry react in solidarity with it, and you too, Judicial. You can be angry at me for mispronouncing your name too. Alrighty, let's keep going. We've got next we have the white warty back, which is a type of mussel. The white warty back is it does have little bumps on its back. I guess that's why it's called that. Um, it's from what river system? The Ohio, Cumberland, Tennessee river systems. Let's see. So if a viable population is discovered, so they don't even know where or if this thing still exists right now, it'll be reintroduced to the French Broad River and the Holston River in Tennessee. There's currently no live individuals that exist in laboratories or propagation facilities. So this thing might be extinct, but there's a good chance that it's still out there, and we're still holding out hope and looking for it, though no individuals have been found since 1997. Dark pig toe. The dark pig toe. It's similar. It's in another mussel. It's in the Black Warrior River in Alabama. Um, the dark pig toe is a species of freshwater mussel in the family Unionidae, the river mussels. Uh, in the Black Warrior River. Okay, next. Number 940. Greens Tuctoria. Oh, that's sparse. It's a type of grass from California. Um, it's, let's see here, lives in vernal pools, so temporary pools and puddles, and open grasslands in the Sacramento and San Joaquin valleys. Threatened by destruction of its already rare vernal pool habitat, processes causing the habitat destruction include urban development, overgrazing, and trampling by livestock, alterations in hydrology, and introduced species. Chupacalos. The chupacalos are a rare species of tree in the family Calanaceae, endemic to Puerto Rico, where there are only 3 tiny populations remaining. 2 individual plants in El Yunque, and 8 to 10 plants remain in the Rio Abajo State Forest. The tree is a federally listed endangered species of the United States. The evergreen tree grows 10 feet tall, 20 centimeters in diameter. The wood is hard and white in color and smooth at the edges. Flowers occur singly on the leaf axils. That's the gooch. The flower is 2 centimeters wide and has 12 petals. The fruit ripens purple black and is about 2 centimeters wide. This tree is rare and limited in distribution because of deforestation and habitat modification in the forests of Puerto Rico. There we go. Fluted kidney shell. This is a little fluted. Look at that. You see the fluting. And it's from these mountains, as are so many. They use gills, like all the other, mussels in their family. They use the gills, fins, or skin of host fish for nutrients during their larval growth stage, and then which they trick the fish into biting, thinking it's a meal. And then after that, they fall off and go through some other stages to become the adult mussel. This has got a nice checkerboard pattern on it. Look at that. It kind of zigzag, actually. Philostagio waimea. It's another Hawaiian species. Let's learn about it. It's a mint. It's on Kauai. Yep. Look at those dark colored berries. That's kind of cool. We're on species 936. Rimys tetromalopium. Grows on a dry part of the island's steep walled gulches and valleys in Hawaii. Maui and Lanai. Okay. Black-spored quillwort. The black-spored quillwort is reaching out of the water for you here, isn't it? Kind of monster-like. Okay, not so bad there. Oh, they're really small. Cool. Okay, let's see. It's found in 3 disjunct populations. One in South Carolina, one in Atlanta, like right around Atlanta, which is wild, and then one around Franklin, Georgia, right on the Georgia-Alabama border. Only grows in small temporary pools on granite outcrops, specifically, often with only 2 centimeters of soil. Number of sites has dropped since its discovery due to habitat destruction from quarrying, trash dumping, and trampling. New leaves quickly sprout after fall and winter rains, but during the dry summer months, these typically shrivel. Oh, you can see the views just drop in May when the leaves shrivel and then start picking up again in September, October. Peak, boom. No one sees any for months. Interesting. Oceanic Hawaiian damselfly. All right. Indian knob mountain bomb. So this is a California species. It makes these purple flowers. It looks like it's a tree of some kind. About rare species of flowering plant in the borage family. Indian knob mountain bomb. It's endemic to San Luis Obispo County, California, where it's known from about 6 occurrences in the Irish Hills. Grows to 4 meters tall. Has shreddy bark. So 4 meters is like 12 feet. It has shreddy bark on its larger branches and stem, and they get stick. The smaller twigs are covered in some sticky substance. Has narrow leaves, probably because it lives in a dry, scrubby habitat. Not a lot of them in the world. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has recommended the species be downlisted to threatened status because a lot of its main threat was habitat destruction, but enough of the plants are located on protected land now that this isn't considered a major threat. So that's a success story. And note that the whole story is a story of habitat. Hairy rattleweed. Cobwebby wild indigo. I love that name. It's called rattleweed because of this and related species. They make really rattly seeds when these flowers are done. They make seed pods and they rattle. There's a similar species that is actually named Crotalaria because that means like rattlesnake plant because of their rattly seed pods. Oh, it's from Georgia. Almost all of the species in native habitat was destroyed and replaced with pine tree plantations. That's why it's endangered. And it needs fire to reproduce, probably. Man, if someone could figure out how to get a lot of this stuff to live on pine plantations in the southeast, you'd be set. We would be in good business for this stuff. These things would be much better off. Okay, let's see what else we got. We got the razorback sucker, which is number 931. Oh, okay, he's a vertebrate. He's got this big hump on his back. I guess that's where the razorback word comes from. You can see it there. Let's see. It's a suckerfish found in rivers and lakes in the southwestern United States and formerly northwestern Mexico. Gets to be about 3 feet long. River damming, habitat loss, commercial fishing have caused great declines in its population. It's now restricted to the Colorado River upstream of the Grand Canyon and to 4 reservoirs: Lake Mead, Lake Mojave, Lake Havasu, and Lake Powell. It usually moves from deep water to suitable spawning grounds to breed, and research into its habits and breeding locations is ongoing. It has been a federally protected fish since 1991 and is rated as critically endangered by the IUCN. So the Colorado River Basin is all kinds of messed up because it doesn't have enough water for the agriculture that's pulling off of it. So it leads to a lot of problems with water shortages and a lot of dams on that river as well. So it's a mess. It's gonna take a lot of work to recover some of these species in these places. 930, the Benton County cave crayfish. The Benton County cave crayfish is a rare species of cave-dwelling crayfish known from Benton County Cave in Arkansas. It is... Sorry, that's not the name of the cave. That's the place that it's in. It's in Bear Hollow Cave, Logan Cave, and Old Pendergrass Cave in Benton County. Additionally, one specimen was found in Brush Creek in Washington County, having been flushed from the hyperheic zone. I assume that means the cave zone. Yeah, from the pore space under the stream bed by flooding. It eats things that wash into the cave. That's it, and bat guano. That's its what it's adapted for. So small range, small population. That's why it's endangered. Texas Aenia. That's this plant. It's a shrub. It's only about 5% of its natural habitat. The Texas ebony anisua plant community remains in this area, and the rest has been fenced and fragmented by roads, canals, and ditches plowed for agricultural use or compacted by herds of cattle. Introduced plant species such as guinea grass have taken hold. So it is in danger from habitat destruction and introduced species. Doesn't say anything about its pollinators here, but that kind of flower without visible, like a colorful petals or anything, often is for something nocturnal. 928. The Oahu Aiahiho. Alu. Hang on, I'm just going to say it really slowly. Oahu Alauahio. Alauahio. I love that. It's also known as the Oahu creeper. It's a small finch-like honey creeper from Oahu, critically endangered. They're all critically endangered because of malaria from mosquitoes. It's possible that this bird is extinct. Oh, wow, it wasn't just the disease. Shortly before the last one to be seen was seen, a large part of the valley was destroyed by Interstate Hawaii 3. Because U.S. Senator Daniel Inouye added a rider to exempt the freeway from environmental laws such as the Endangered Species Act, which would have otherwise protected the bird's habitat but blocked highway construction. So habitat was the consideration that if this thing went extinct, it got killed by, because they didn't consider habitat. It's a shame. 927. The Carner blue. Here's a good picture of some on milkweed. The Carner blue is an endangered species of small blue butterfly from the Great Lakes area, states, small areas of New Jersey, New York, and New Hampshire. Okay. So it lives mostly on wild blue lupine for its caterpillars. It was first identified and described by the novelist Vladimir Nabokov. That's wild. What a weird story. Okay, number 926. Holmgreen milk vetch. It's a very small plant. This will be what the fruit looks like. It's native to a tiny section of desert scrub woodland in the border between Utah and Arizona and the far northern Mojave Desert. Dixie Valley toad. This is the Dixie Valley toad. Quite a handsome little fella, if you ask me. It's in the family Bufonidae, so it's a toad. Let's see. Only lives in a small complex of vegetated spring-fed marshlands in the Dixie Valley, one of the hottest and most geothermally active systems in the region. The surrounding areas are largely arid land with few aquatic resources, so it's on an island of water and a sea of desert. It's considered locally abundant within that little area, but it's vulnerable to things that happen to that area because it's got nowhere else. And some people are worried that the construction of a geothermal plant nearby might degrade the marshland and dry up the springs that it lives in. So there's some controversy around this. In April 2022, Fish and Wildlife designated the Dixie Valley toad an endangered species on a temporary emergency basis. And the developer Ormat Technologies agreed in August to temporarily cease construction and later asked that the judge allow it to scale back its plans by 80%. A permanent decision to list the species was published and took effect in 2022. I guess because of that conflict specifically. 924, Cumberland darter. This is the Cumberland darter. It's probably from the Appalachian Mountains because of its name. Used to live on. It currently lives in 13 streams feeding the Cumberland River, but it was extirpated from many other areas it previously inhabited, probably due to all the dams and habitat conversion in the region. So there's its range there in Kentucky, Virginia, North Carolina, a little tiny bit of North Carolina, and a little teeny bit of Tennessee. Okay, 923, the Shenandoah salamander. I love their stripe. Let's see. This is a Plethodon Shenandoah, so it's a longless salamander. It just breathes through its skin. That's why it's got such a long, ribbed body. And the Appalachian Mountains are the salamander capital of the world. This one in particular lives in Virginia. It's slender and moderate size. Very small range of land with just 3 mountain peaks. Due to the small habitat range, interspecies competition, and climate change, that's why it's considered vulnerable. It eats mites, flies, small beetles, springtails. It eats salamander stuff. It's pushed up into its habitat by competition with redback salamanders, which dominate the better habitat. So this lives in the worse areas available. Threatened by invasive species, by the salamander version of chytrid and a fungal infection, and by vague anthropogenic factors. So that would probably be pollution. Yeah, so acid rain was one concern, and still is, I guess, climate change. Okay. We've got 922. The Hawaii hala pepe. See this? It's interesting that they have these long stems and then just little pom-poms at the end. A lot of Hawaiian plants seem to be that way, especially I think the Dracaena genus might be the thing that does that. It lives in dry forests on all old lava flows at elevations of 300 to 800 meters on the leeward side of the Big Island. 300 to 400 individuals remaining. It's an endangered species. The flowers of this plant were used in leis and in the wood and carvings, so it's culturally significant too. Okay. Oh no, have y'all not been able to see any of these? Dang. I gotta check more often. Okay, well, sorry about that. We'll fix that problem really quick. And also, I'm frozen. Oh no, I'm unfrozen now. Okay. Ah, man, that's so frustrating that that happens sometimes. Okay, well, we'll show you the next species. The next species we've got is the Grotto sculpin. And let's... Okay, can y'all see that? Can y'all see the Grotto sculpin? The username you wanted. Thank you. I appreciate your appreciation. Uh, although I also do wish I had your username. That's very clever. It's black now. Well, hmm. Let me see what I can do about that. Properties. How's that? Yay! Okay. So we have the Grotto sculpin. You didn't miss anything. Don't worry about all those other species you didn't get to see, especially the salamanders. Whatever. Don't worry about it. The Grotto sculpin is a species of freshwater rayfin fish belonging to the sculpin family. It's only in the Boys Brew drainage in southeastern Missouri. It gets a couple inches long. It's a cave fish. It lives in underground streams and then it resurges. Let's see here. It's one of the only 3 cave adapted sculpins that exists. This is Sicio lanceolaridius. It is... okay, where do you think this is from? What's your bet for where this is from? I'm going to bet that it is from Hawaii. Let's see. Oh no, I don't think it is. Wait, yep. I got it. Okay, so Kauai. I meant the state of Hawaii. There it is. All right. Well, this plant is from the state of Hawaii. It's from Kauai, uh, as are many other endangered species of plants. Okay, next we have Terlingua Creek's cat's eye. Interesting that it's called cat's eye. I guess the flowers it resembles a cat's eye to people. It's like a little. Wow, what a weird looking plant. It's just kind of. It's crazy how you get these places that are like lunar landscapes and then they're filled with just the weirdest, most like scraggly, toughest plants that you can imagine. So this will be in the southwestern U.S., down in Texas, South Texas. Let's look what they about. It's only found within a 10-kilometer radius. There are about 5,000 plants. This is why it's endangered. Uh, it's often coated in a sooty black fungus. I wonder what the fungus is doing to or for the plant, if anything at all. Maybe it just likes the structure. Or maybe the plant is a little cooler than the surroundings because it evaporates water off of it, so the fungus benefits from that. I don't know. They're threatened by off-road vehicles and the mining of bentonite and grazing in the area. They're limited to a really specific substrate. Aristida chaceae. Okay, Aristida is a grass genus. It's on it's on Puerto Rico, and it's a perennial grass, so it dies every year and comes back or regrows. In the deep soils of Cabo Rojo, it tends to be more. No, sorry, never. So it never dies. It stays around year round. Sorry, that's annual. And it lives in the deep soils of Cabo Rojo, and tends to be more robust than those growing in poor. Okay, so they prefers deeper soils. Lives in grassland habitat and in Cabo Rojo and in the mountains, it lives in acidic clay soils with rocky outcrops. It's threatened by development, uh, as are many other species there. Slender Campyloma. It's a snail. It's a small snail. Let's see where this is from. I bet Alabama. Yep, Alabama. That's where it's from. Limestone County. That's the most snaily place I can think of. Okay, let's check the comments, see if everything's working all right. Yeah, we got it. Grotto. That's right, Heather. Alani, the wild pilea. The wild pilea is a tree only known from the Kipahulu Valley in Haleakea National Park on Maui. It's threatened by the degradation of its habitat due to the presence of feral pigs and introduced species of plants. It is also threatened by habitat loss. Federally threatened. I mean, federally endangered. Okay. Olulu. Interesting. It's got that interesting shape where it's got the stalk with nothing and then the giant, very broad leaves at the top. What an interesting plant. That so many of these have structure that so many of these Hawaiian plants have. Um, it's in mesic shrublands and dry forests about 1,500 feet above sea level and rocky ledges with little soil and steep sea cliffs. Where does it live? What island? Kauai and Niihau. Okay, it's been extinct in the wild since at least 2020, 2019. So now it only lives in captivity for now. Wawa Iole. This is the nodding club moss. It's endemic to wet forests and cliffside shrublands on the islands of Oahu and Kauai. It hangs off of trees. That's very cool. No common name. Philostagia pilosa. Um, where is it found? Okay, so it's another endangerment from probably from Hawaii. Let's see if we can find it on this list. Interesting. Sometimes you get debates. Oh, I spelled it wrong. That's what the problem is. There we go. It doesn't have a Wikipedia article either, but it's from Hawaii. Black Warrior Water Dog. I bet it's from the Black Warrior River. That's a great name, though. Black Warrior Water Dog. So you can see its external gills folded up here in this researcher's hands and spread out here underwater. It's a type of salamander. It's from probably the Black Warrior River drainage in Alabama is what I bet this is. Um, let's see the about section. Found in the Appalachian headwaters of the Black Warrior River drainage basin in Alabama. Totally. Um, let's adjust this a little. Okay, so let's see what we got here. It's threatened by habitat fragmentation and pollution, and it's been listed as endangered. The quality of the water has declined due to industrial mining, agricultural, and urban pollution. So a lot of pollution are causing problems, and also dams. Those are the main issues for it. So the protection of this water dog protects 420 river miles of critical habitat from activities that could be bad for the salamander, which are also activities that are mostly bad for us. So that's an important thing to consider. The haha, or St. John's Rolandia, it's another cyanea. That's why it's called a haha. It's found in the Koalau Mountains. There's about 70 left in the Koalau Mountains, and it lives in the windy cloud zone. Cool. I want to go there. The Hawaiian bog orchid. The Hawaiian bog orchid is endemic to Hawaii. When it was listed, there were only 35 individuals left on Kauai, Maui, and Molokai, and it has been extirpated from Oahu. But now there by but now there are 26 plants. There's only one remaining on Kauai and Maui, and none have been observed recent. Neither have been observed recently, as of 2009. Coster's curse and a lot of other invasives, but Coster's curse feral pigs raise their heads again. They're trying to propagate it in nurseries, but having trouble doing it. They can germinate the seeds, but only in darkness, and it only grows in the presence of a mycorrhizal fungus. Without that symbiotic relationship, the plant will not grow successfully. That's crazy. It has to have the fungus. So when they plant cultivated plants, they have to plant them next to established plants to make sure that they can get access to the fungus that they need to survive. It's so crazy how many plants need a fungus to work with them. 909, Big Ben Gambusia. The Big Ben Gambusia is this fish. It is a live bear, gives birth to live young, eats aquatic invertebrates, and it lives in the Rio Grande. And the only known remaining population is protected in a pond in Big Bend National Park. Broadleafed aia. It can be found in dry mesic forests at elevations of 460 to 1,500 feet on Maui, Lanai, Oahu, and Kauai. It's threatened by habitat loss. Native Hawaiians use the soft greenish wood to make pale, which is gunwales, for wa'a, outrigger canoes, and aho, thatching sticks. The reddish yellow berries are sometimes eaten, while the bark and leaves were used for some medicinal purposes that aren't listed here. Interesting. So this is actually a really significant plant culturally to the Hawaiian people. Used it to get around, used it for some food, used it for medicine. It's a good plant. 907. Euphorbia remii Kauaiensis, so it's a Kauaian euphorb tree. Um, let's see if we can find out anything else about it. It's a sand mat. It's the common name. Remy sand mat. Kauai spurge. The Kauai spurge is a species of flowering plant in the croton family, endemic to Kauai. Like other spurges in Hawaii, it's known as a koko, dry mesic and mixed mesic forests. Big fruits. Fresno kangaroo rat. The Fresno kangaroo rat or San Joaquin kangaroo rat is a species of rodent endemic to areas around the San Joaquin Valley of California. Habitat destruction due to agricultural development and urbanization has put this species at risk. He's very nervous about it. The smallest kangaroo rat in its genus, with a head and body length around 4 inches. The tail is tipped with a large tuft of fur and it's longer than the head and body combined. They do not run but use their powerful hind limbs to jump as in the manner of a kangaroo, using their tails for balance as they proceed in bounds. The small front legs are used for manipulating food. The fur in upper parts of the species is yellowish and that of the underparts is white. 904. The blowout beard tongue. The blowout beard tongue is a species of flowering plants in the genus Penstemon in the family Plantagenaceae. The warm season perennial is native to 9 counties in the Nebraska Sandhills and a single location in Carbon County, Wyoming. The plant has a milky blue color and a waxy cuticle. Okay, we could just look at it to find that out. This is kind of more purple than blue, really. Here it is in its habitat. Stark and beautiful, the expanse of the plains. Sandhills of western Nebraska, and then they found a little bit in Wyoming. Needs sandy places with very little vegetation. Otherwise, it's easily outcompeted by other plants, so it's adapted to that narrow area that it doesn't have to compete as much in. The most serious insect problem is the larva of the purulid moth, which kills them. Plant competition, climate change, land management practices, and reduction of fire are all big threats. They're trying to promote blowouts, which is the sand piles that they live in some areas too, to try to promote the species. (903) The shiny leaf yellow loosestrife. The shiny leaf yellow loosestrife is a rare species of flowering plant in the family Primulaceae, known by the common name shiny leaf yellow loosestrife. It's a Hawaiian species from Kauai. You see it there. 902 Blue mask darter. Ooh. You kind of see the blue mask in that one. And here it is a little closer. A lot of these things will have breeding colorations that they get named for, but they don't always have them, and the females wouldn't have them. So they can be a lot less or a lot more colorful depending on the sex and time of year. So they're threatened by the Great Falls Dam. They're from the Appalachian Mountains. Hawaiian picture wing fly. It's another Hawaiian fruit fly, of which Hawaii is the epicenter in the world for diversity. The Kauai nehi. This is another Hawaiian plant in the Lipoceta genus. Let's see, about it's in Kauai. It grows on slopes and gulches and forested habitat. 7 populations, fewer than 1,100 individuals. It's a sprawling perennial herb and has fern-like foliage. Cool. 902, Malacothrix indicora. It's on the Santa Cruz Islands, okay, over in California. The Santa Cruz Islands are these rocky, jagged, cliff-strewn islands that have a lot of endemic species on them off the coast of San Diego. So there you have it. Or is it San Diego or is it LA? Let me see. They are Santa Cruz Islands. Let's see. Off the coast of LA rather than the coast of San Diego, which is further north or further south rather. Oh, that was $8.99. Okay, well, it's break time for me. I'm going to put up the away message. I'll be back in a second. But first, let me see if y'all have any comments, any new comments for me to answer. Ladies and gentlemen, fishes and frogs, I'm here to tell you that it is time for the lightning round. For the next 100 species, we're going to try to do them in under 30 seconds each, and 10 seconds if we can talk fast enough. So let's see how well we do. That would mean, let's see how that works out. Let's see. So 100 times what's 50 minutes. Let's see how many would 115 seconds each be. That would be 25 minutes. Let's see if we can do 100. Right now it's 358. 358. Let's do by 423. Let's see how far we can get. If we can get through to 798 by 423, we will have succeeded at the lightning round. Starting now, go. Okay, so we have the haha, which means it's a Cyanea species. It's from Hawaii. It's on Kauai, likely on Kauai, and it's found with numerous other species that are also referred to as haha that are called this. They have an interesting stem where it's bare all the way up and it has like a pom-pom on the top. Next species, the Nipomo mesa lupine. That's going to be a pretty flower, and it is, wow, it's a lot hairier than I expected. A lot of these are taller. This one looks like it kind of almost trails on the ground, and it has a shorter stack of flowers than many others in that genus tend to, and it's from Southern California. Then we have the Etowah darter. The Etowah darter, if it'll ever load, is a colorful fish. It's got these nice red rings around its fins. That might be a breeding coloration. Many fish from the Appalachian Mountains, similar to the Etowah darter, have that in the males. Then we have the white iriset. The white iriset, if this will ever load, white iriset. Okay, it's like a little tiny white flower on the end of this regular sized green plant. It's found mostly on the eastern side of the Appalachian Mountains. It has fewer than 10 populations in 4 counties. It's a perennial herb producing a clump of branching stems. And perennial is interesting because that's firmly in the temperate zone up in the Piedmont of North Carolina right there. Okay, next up we have the paw rump pool fish. Paw rump pool fish. It kind of looks like the rainbow fish from that kid's book in this picture. But it lives north of Las Vegas and very far away up here in the Great Basin National Park as well. And we're going to go to the next one, which is the Akageohoi, which is a crested honey creeper. What's its beak look like? Wow, that's a flamboyant looking bird. It's got this nice little mustache above its beak, and the red dots at the end of its feathers. Very cool. I wonder what it eats and what it uses that beard. What that beard do? No, what does it use that beak for? Is what I'm trying to say. It looks like it eats nectar. So and then if there aren't a lot of blossoms, it'll eat insects, fruit. It's aggressive and drives away other nectarivores. So bill design and facial hair purpose inconclusive. Western lily, that's a very pretty lily. It's downward facing. It has these curled back leaves. It's a classic lily shape, bright colors, and it is found, where is it found? California and Oregon. It grows in coastal prairie habitats, swamps, and stagnant bogs with sundews present. All right. And then we've got Philistagia velutina, which is a Hawaiian mint, as many Philistagias are. It's endemic to Hawaii from the island of Hawaii on the slopes of Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea. Next we have Casey's June beetle. Casey's June beetle, here it is. Casey found it, probably. And it's it's a distinct species, of course. Conduct the species presence. Listed as endangered. But the city of Palm Springs, California is taking efforts to conserve the species and prevent its extinction. Oh, because it's only found right around there. Okay. Next, Selene perlmani. That's this white flower with a tubular base. Where is it from? It is from Hawaii. Then we've got the Socorro spring snail. The Socorro spring snail is from a lot of these. These are Earth.com things. I think they're made automatically, so it's hard to find any information in writing on them. But sometimes they have good pictures. Okay, the Socorro spring snail. It is from a thermal spring in New Mexico. It lives in hot springs, but it's vulnerable. It only has a small range. Let's see here. It was. It's from. It's extinct in the type locality, but there are other places where it still is. Type locality is where they first found it. So it's extirpated from the type locality. Hartwig's golden sunburst. This is a Southern California species, and it is it's threatened by residential development. Okay, black club shell. The black club shell is a mussel. It's found in the Unionidae family, which is the river mussels. They all use fishing lures to get fish to bite their eggs. Then the eggs parasitize the fish for a little while, and then drop off. Don't hurt the fish really. They just take a little bit. They drop off at some point in the river. That's how they get upriver, and then they grow into mussels themselves through a series of other further steps. This lives in the Tombigbee River in Alabama and Mississippi. That is the black club shell. Then we've got the Kadua St. Johnii. Let's see this one. St. John's Kadua is a rare species in the coffee family, known as the Napali Beach Star Violet, and endemic to Hawaii, only on the Napali coast of Kauai. It's a succulent perennial herb with a square stem that trails along the ground. Then we have the Indiana bat. The Indiana bat. Hang on a second. That's better. Now we can see eye to eye. The Indiana. That's better. Now we can see eye to eye on YouTube also. The Indiana bat is a medium-sized mouse-eared bat from native to North America. It's primarily southern and midwestern, gray-black or chestnut. It lives in the summer throughout the eastern United States and then clusters together and hibernates in only a few caves in the winter. Their population is declining fast because of a lot of things, but in particular, white nose syndrome, a disease that is especially bad for hibernating mass social bats. So bats that hibernate all together are, they're close together, so diseases can spread. This particular disease, what it does is it wakes them up during hibernation and then they starve. It's a big threat to a lot of bats. Okay, then we have Mosine fosbergii. Mosine fosbergii is in the Koolau Range colloquid. Is from the Hawaiian Islands, and let's see which islands. It's from Oahu and Kauai. Then we have the Lanai sandalwood. Lanai sandalwood. This is a particular subspecies of it from Lanai. It is. So a lot of these reports come in like mass, like combinations that are kind of hard to parse quickly. Then we have Hawaiian bluegrass, another Hawaiian species. It's these tiny flowers that grass often has. And then this is on Kauai and the neighboring island there, which is Pu'ai. And this little spit of land, Kuula. Okay. Philostegia warana. That's on Kauai, Pu'ai, and Kuula. This plant has blackberries. It's a mint. It's got those thick little hairy flowers. California dandelion. The California dandelion is found, big surprise, in Southern California. Here are some pictures of it. It grows in the San Bernardino Mountains, an incredibly biodiverse area full of rare plants, apparently. And it's threatened by interbreeding with other species that aren't the same as it, so eventually it could get genetically swamped. Schiidae ligadii. Let's see where this thing is. Yep, it's in Hawaii. Pygmy fringe tree. Whoop, whoop, whoop. The pygmy fringe tree is it has these kind of fringy flowers and is very small. It's from Florida and mostly in Central Florida, along the Lake Wales Ridge there, which is an area of former islands where things evolved separately when sea level was higher, and they're still pretty separate. Wedge-leaved button snake root. That is a cool name. Look at those spiky three-lobed leaves. From Central Florida, also from the Lake Wales Ridge. We're going to see a pattern that the Lake Wales Ridge has a lot of endemic plants on it. Kauai sand mat. It's a sand mat tree from Kauai, or shrub from Kauai. The Florida panther. This one's a banger. So Florida panthers are an interesting species. They're a population of the North American panther that found itself cut off. They used to have a wider range that went up, around the southeast, but over time that shrank until we thought they were actually extinct until they rediscovered in the 1970s in Big Cypress National Forest. And then since then, intense conservation efforts have led to them successfully expanding north of the Caloosahatchee. Previously, it was just males occasionally streaming out and going as far as Georgia, but no females. And recently, females started being seen north of the Caloosahatchee River, right around here. So the main threat to these guys is roads, getting hit by roads, and habitat fragmentation. And they have areas where they could survive all through their former range, but it's getting there that's the real problem. Also, I believe they're the state animal of Florida. Okay, we got the Haiuale, which is another Hawaiian plant. It hybridizes with other similar plants a lot. Um, well, that genus has over 600 species around the Pacific Rim. And this individual plant is from Hawaii, whereas the genus can be found throughout the Pacific. The genus is like the group of species above species. Oahu Eliopaio, it's a little bird from Oahu. Let's learn about them for a minute. Monarch flycatcher, found on the island of Oahu. Avian malaria and fowlpox are widespread in the population, though it seems like they're surviving now, and they have issues with predation of their eggs by rats. So the issue is primarily invasive species. That's the main issue for this bird, as it is for many Hawaiian animals and plants. Okay, then we've got Thelipteris inabonensis. It's a fern. It is from an area. It's from the southeastern U.S. It's from Puerto Rico. That's where it's from. Okay, a Puerto Rican fern, Thelipteris inabonensis. There you go. I'm going to X out of these tabs really quick so we don't overwhelm the computer. And I'm going to double check the comments section to make sure nothing's missing. Oh, I'm still in bat mode. Hang on a second. Let me flip over. Whoop. Okay. It's been a while since I was talking about a bat. Whoop. Okay, there we go. Thank you for telling me that. Yes, Heather. I went down to Australia for a little bit there. Now I'm back though, unfortunately. Um, all right, we are on to our next species, which is number 870, the Okeechobee gourd. The Okeechobee gourd is a small uh, gourd in the family, in the cucumber family, native to Mexico and the United States. The subspecies we're talking about is endemic to Florida. It's only found in Florida around Lake Okeechobee. Once abundant, the state and federal listing is for an endangered species uh, because of, uh, I would imagine, widespread habitat destruction in that area. It is often found growing on abandoned alligators' nests and pond apple groves near Lake Okeechobee. Okay, so what happened is, let me show you this map. You see all of those farms there? That's where the pond apple groves used to be. So that is the main problem for the species that lived there. Not that we don't need farms, but there's got to be a way that we can mesh the two together. Um, Short's goldenrod, Solidago shortii. So this is a goldenrod species named after, I presume, someone named Short. It lives in only in Blue Licks Battlefield State Park and around it in Kentucky and the Harrison Crawford State Forest in Indiana. It was listed as endangered in 1985. It's a perennial. It has a rhizome. It lives in shallow clay soils with full sun or partial shade. Uh, Pastures, rock ledges, limestones, and cedar glades. It's honestly a pretty big range. Openings in woods and forests. So it likes and power line rights of way. It likes full sun. Um, they have tried to plant it in other places, but they didn't have very great luck. Um, like it looks like some, just random events cause problems. Okay, now we're going to 868 prostrate milkweed. 868, the prostrate milkweed is commonly known as, it's a perennial plant. It's from Star Hidalgo and Zapata counties of South Texas, and it's one of the rarest species of milkweed. It's got those little flowers that milkweed has, that little bunches of tiny fleshy flowers. Okay, now we're doing the another yellow-faced bee. This one is assimilated masked bee. Um, it's relatively large compared to the other species in its genus. It has a smoky wing appearance. It's got these yellow dots on it, which are interesting. I think that's just the pollen, maybe. Um, it was the first bee listed under the Endangered Species Act, and it's from Hawaii with only 5 known populations. Okay, then we have the lulu. The lulu is this palm tree, a very tall palm tree. Let's see. It's from the southeastern part of Hawaii near Kona. What a crazy species. Look at that. Okay, it's got these big fronds, that fruit. Look how tall this thing is. It doesn't even fit on the screen. Look at those little tiny people at the bottom. All right, next we've got nanai, the nene, which is another Hawaiian species. Hawaii is so beautiful. Um, it's a rare species. It's in Asteraceae, so it's in the sunflower family, which is interesting. Um, and there's only one population known with 26 plants total. So that's a dangerous spot to be in. All right, next we've got Willowy monardella. It's this purple flowered plant, small herb-looking shrub, threatened by urbanization, hydrological alterations, road improvements, vehicles, and invasive species. Next, we've got Myrtle's silver spot butterfly. Myrtle's silver spot butterfly has this nice pattern that a couple other species so far have had as well. It's a subspecies, and it's found in, surprise, surprise, California, except this one's in central California rather than southern. All right, next is the sand lace. Sand lace is this plant with these white flowers. It's a small, it has linear leaves in tight bunches. It's found on the Lake Wales Ridge in Florida, where, like I said, a lot of endangered plants are going to be found because there are a lot of plants that are only found there. And there's a lot of development there. Schweinitz's sunflower. Schweinitz's sunflower is found in North and South Carolina. Let's see what the about says. It was discovered by botanists Jane Torrey and Asa Gray. Those guys are like, that's like Michael Jordan and LeBron of plants. And in Salem, North Carolina, blah, blah, blah. Sunflower was in the Piedmont region of North and South Carolina. Listed as endangered in 99. Currently, all populations are monitored. Okay. Cushionberry milk vetch. The Cushionberry milk vetch is this purple flower here. It's low to the ground. It's probably in the west. It's in California, and it likes this dry, rocky habitat. It's got this beautiful purple and blue flowers. Ouachita rock pocketbook. The Ouachita rock pocketbook is a mussel. I bet you money that. Oh no! Okay, well I would have lost money because it's found here. Let's learn about it. It is in Arkansas. It was named for the state of Arkansas. Oh well, okay. And it's let's see here, 4 small isolated populations. Only one on the Kiamichi River is viable, uh, and not a lot of other information about it in its article here. Then we have barren silver spot, another similar looking butterfly from southern south, like in between those other 2 species. I wonder if this is a ring species, like if it's a bunch of related species that interbreed with each other but can't interbreed with everyone in the ring. I don't know that, but they just look similar. They might just be related, or it might be convergent evolution. We got Palo de Jasmine. Palo de Jasmine is a Puerto Rican plant species. It has these big fruits on it. And let's see if we get any information about it. It's an evergreen tree that can reach 65 feet in height. Almost everything in the tropics is evergreen because the seasons are different. It's recognized by star-shaped hairs on twigs. It's very rare, and it's in the Luquillo and Cayey Mountains and El Yunque National Forest and Carita State Forest. All right. Next up, we have 856, the slenderhorn spiny flower. The slenderhorn spiny flower is this flower with this wild pattern on it, these lines in the middle and that succulent center. And it's interesting. It looks like it's got some yellow aspects of it. No, that's a different plant. Okay, so that's it. It's a small annual plant that forming a patch of spreading basal leaves a few centimeters in diameter. So it's just a very small plant that lives in silt floodplains and washes in the transverse mountains of Southern California. Next, we have the Guadalupe fescue. The Guadalupe fescue is this small sedge. It is, oh no, grass rather, not sedge. It's a rhizomatous perennial grass forming clumps of stems up to 80 centimeters tall. The inflorescence is about 16 centimeters tall. It's in Big Bend National Park in Texas, another hotspot of biodiversity and endangered species. San Diego button celery. The San Diego button celery is the common name of the California Eringo and Jepson's button celery and is a species of flowering plant in the family Apiaceae. I wonder if it's got something to do with bees, because apia in the name. It doesn't seem like that is elaborated on here, and here's what it looks like. Purple bean. This is a purple bean. It's a mussel. It's found in the Appalachian Mountains and Alabama, as you would expect from everything else on this list. Okay, no common name. Chiidae halicalensis. That's a Hawaiian species for sure. Look at that name. And look at these flowers. Interesting. Okay, it's a shrub growing a couple feet tall. Inflorescence is a cluster of flowers with green sepals and no petals. Yeah, no kidding. Known from 2 locations in Haleakala National Park. It's named for the volcano Haleakala. It is threatened with the presence of feral goats in its habitat, but most of these have been excluded, so that is a sign of progress. Choctawhatchee beach mouse. This is an example of a set of species that go around the coast of Florida. There's the Perdido beach mouse here, the Choctawhatchee there. They go around, and there's others in other spots on the coast. These guys are important for maintaining the sand dunes because they bury the sea oat seeds when they don't eat all of the ones that they collect, and then the sea oats are the plant that holds the sand dunes together. So that little mouse is important in keeping the sand dunes, the big sand dunes, in place. Cook's holly. Cook's holly is a Puerto Rican species of holly holly. You can see it has these classic holly leaves. It's not super thorny, but it's a little spiky, just a little spiky. Okay, now we got Biden's Campulotheca, which is the viper tick. That's a mean name for that. It's also called the Kokolao, or a longer version of that in the Hawaiian language. Its natural habitat in lowland moist forests. This is it. It has these interesting flowers that are a little different than the others we've been looking at in Hawaii. If I can get to them, I can't. Oh well. There you go. Then we have the Chupadera spring snail, another snail probably found in just one little spring. Let's look up. Here's some more images of it. Let's see what we can get about it. Chupadera spring snail. The Chupadera spring snail, it's endemic to Willow Spring, the south end of the Chupadera Mountains, about 5 miles west of Bosque de Apache National Wildlife Refuge in New Mexico, United States. Okay. Then we have the greenleaf Sertandra. The greenleaf Sertandra is found on Oahu. This is what it looks like. It's kind of a vining plant, almost. Rare species in the African violet family. It's in Hawaii. 9 small populations remaining. 69 plants. Nice. Let's get that higher though. Maybe 420. The plant is a shrub in the cloud zone of the wet, windy habitat. Okay. Next we've got another haha. It's a split leaf cyanea. You can see why it's called split leaf. They live in Hawaii. They're the Hawaiians named the haha genus. I mean the cyanea genus haha, or since they found it first, I guess Westerners named the haha genus cyanea. Scott Valley spine flower. Ooh, what a cool flower! Look at those flower clusters. They're so dense with these little spiky flowers. I bet this is a California thing, and of course it is. Not a lot of about information, but we're in a hurry. Actually, okay, so we went about half as fast as we wanted to for that lightning round. We got through 66 species out of the 100, so that means we went 2/3 as fast as we wanted to. That's not bad. So we did them in about 30 seconds each. Let's keep up that pace for a little while. The Pacific sheath-tailed bat is next. Pacific sheath-tailed bat. Let's get some better information about you. Here's one hanging, though. Oh, wait. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Whoop. Uh-huh. Bat time. Oh, man, I think it was frozen again for that whole lightning round, wasn't it? Okay, well, we got another bat, so we have unstuck the background. Let us switch to bat here. This is Imbalanura semiconductor. Let's get a better one. Let's get some information about it. About, not a lot of information. Where is it from? What does it do? Pacific sheath-tailed bat. Let me double check that y'all can see this because that's been a problem. Yeah, okay, so let me get out of your way. It's from Mariana, the Mariana Islands. It's a subspecies of a Pacific sheath-tailed bat. Eats bugs. Tropical, small, about 1.8 inches long arm, an 8 or 9-inch wingspan with a big thumb. Cool. Okay, next species is the Hawaiian petrel. The Hawaiian petrel. Let me make sure that you can see everything now. Yes. Okay. The Hawaiian petrel. Let me move myself on this screen though. Okay. Out of bat mode. Whoop. The Hawaiian petrel is another Hawaiian species. You can see it here, and here, and here. Oh, that's a tight shot. Um, they obviously they live in Hawaii, and they have this wide-ranging Pacific area that they can be found in. They're named for an old version of the Hawaiian Islands name that British people used to call them for some reason, the Sandwich Islands. They they eat mostly squid. That's pretty cool. And it nests in burrows and rock crevices. And it's an endangered species. Okay. Sneed pincushion cactus. The sneed pincushion cactus is another kind of pincushion cactus. Let's take a look at them. They seem like they grow together sometimes, but often separate. They grow together. And they got those red flowers. And they're in the southwest New Mexico through a little bit of Mexico, Arizona, and Texas. All right. Next up, we have beautiful goatsia. I'll be the judge of that. Yeah, it is beautiful. That looks like a tasty fruit. Okay, they're from Puerto Rico, and they're endemic to Puerto Rico, so they came only from there naturally, and it only lives on the northwest corner of the island because of deforestation, so habitat destruction. Salt marsh harvest mouse. The salt marsh harvest mouse lives in salt marshes. Obviously, you can see the salt marsh plants around it. And oh, he's climbing a reed. That's cool. These are some great photos. Okay, so where does this thing live? San Francisco Bay Area salt marshes in California. Okay. I'm going to take a break for a second to check the comments a little better. Wow, you can watch me very meta watching myself. Whoop, double checking that it's working. And now it's going to switch to looking at your comments. Thanks, Heather. And widely played. Okay. Well, that's good. We're going to go to the next step, which will be... Why is this playing audio? Okay. We're going to go to the next one on the list, which will be white-necked crow. The white-necked crow is a Caribbean corvid species from the island of Hispaniola. Also used to go to Puerto Rico and St. Croix in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but it's been extirpated from both islands due to forest clearing and hunting for meat. So habitat destruction mostly, also overhunting. It has an unusual voice for a corvid that sounds more like a parrot with liquid bubbling sounds, squawking, babbling, mixed with sweet and harsh notes, sometimes more like a common raven. Interesting. It's been known to imitate the crows of roosters as well as other sounds. There you go. The white-necked crow. Then we have Lobelia coluensis, another Hawaiian species. They are an unbranched woody shrub, 1 to 3.5 feet in height, with lance-shaped regular leaves. And Where? It's just in Hawaii somewhere. Okay. We got another haha, another Cyanea. They got that cool structure again. This one is in the Bellflower family. Still, it's on Molokai. A lot of the others that we've seen so far have been on Kauai. This one's on Molokai. Right there. Okay. Next, we have the Texas hornshell. The Texas hornshell is a mussel. There it is right there. He's pointing. And it's from Texas, South Texas. Then we have the sand flax. The sand flax is a yellow flower from South Florida. It looks like it's a pine rockland species based on where it's from, which is an extremely threatened habitat because of all of the development along it. Okay, a cocoa. We got a cocoa here. Those are some interesting fleshy flower petals. It's from Kauai, Puai, and Kaula. Okay. And then we got another. We're going to go with Santalum involutum. Santalum involutum is also a Hawaiian species from those 3 islands, as the same as the last one. Species of plant. Not a lot of information on it here. And there you have it. It's in an arid area of the Hawaiian Islands, as you can see from the background. Foothill yellow-legged frog, another yellow-legged frog that is a species that is probably endangered for similar reasons, but from a different region, and so it's got some different genetics. Here's some eggs. Here's the frog itself. They've got some color variation in there. That's yellowy, orangey, and that's just straight red. Range and habitat. Coast ranges in Oregon to LA County. Chemical defense, so it can defend itself against. It's similar to the other yellow-legged frogs, basically. It gets eaten by diving beetles, water bugs, garter snakes, rough-skinned newts, bullfrogs, and western toads. It's a big prey item, apparently. Sonoma spine flower. The Sonoma spine flower is a pretty flower with these big bunches at the end of several looks like branching stalks. It reaches a couple feet tall. It is excuse me, from Sonoma County, limited to Point Reyes, where there's only one natural population at Abbott's Lagoon, and one that's been reintroduced by humans at Bull Point. So glad the California Native Plant Society is so on it. They've factored into a couple of these so far. Gray bat. You know what time it is. Flipping upside down, upside down, upside down. Whoop. Okay, here we go. We got gray bats, which he kind of Squidward. He's got kind of Squidward vibes and little tiny hands. Okay, so he's a microbat endemic to North America. 95% of gray bats now only hibernate in 15 caves. That's a vulnerability because of the choke point. They were placed on the list when there were about 2 million bats, but then the number dropped to 1.6 million. They did conservation efforts and succeeded, got it up to 3.4 million. I wonder if white nose is a problem for this one. They migrate, which is interesting. They go to winter caves. Threats. Fragmentation, impoundments of waterways, cave commercialization, natural flooding, pesticides, water pollution, siltation, and local deforestation. So kind of habitat destruction seems like the main thing. It doesn't mention white nose syndrome, which is interesting and good. Oh, no. In contrast to most other species in the genus Myotis, gray bats appear largely unaffected by white nose. That's awesome. That is great to hear. Okay, so it's a matter of regulating human behavior, not figuring out how to solve an intractable pandemic. Okay, so This is our next species. It is shale barren rock cress. It's in the mustard family. Mustard. It's found in West Virginia and Western Virginia, not to be confused, and the Shenandoah Valley, where there are 62 populations. It's endemic to shale barrens, a type of habitat characterized by steep slopes of bare shale and exposed rocky habitat types subject to many hot and dry conditions. We got another Hawaiian species, the lulu, or the Kamalo pritchardia. Um, it's a small palm, it looks like, unless it gets taller than that, and that's a little one. Okay, so it's a palm. Um, it's a fan palm, endemic to Hawaii, found in dry forests on the leeward side of Molokai. The specific epithet refers to the manager of the Molokai Ranch at the time of its discovery. Only 2 individuals exist in the wild, and both are at 2,000 feet. It reaches a height of 13 to 16 feet and a trunk diameter. That counts as a tree to me. Okay. Next up, we've got Safford's leaf flower. Safford's leaf flower has very little information on this, but where is it? Let's see what that can tell us. It's from Guam. Okay, so let's look at it. Interesting. It's called a leaf flower. Let's see if there's any obvious reason for that. I can't tell. It does look kind of flowery, especially in this picture. Especially in this picture. But I'm not sure. Interesting. Okay. Next, we got the crenulate lead plant. The crenulate lead plant is found in Miami on the Pine Rock and again, Pine Rocklands, and again, let me point out where it lives. This is obviously all extremely developed, but as a result of that, we can choose how we want it to be, and we could choose to let the crenulate lead plant have a good foothold in its native habitat if we want. Okay, we got native yellow hibiscus. Native yellow hibiscus. That's a flamboyant yellow Hawaiian species found throughout all of the Hawaiian Islands, even those islands that most people forget about most of the time. So that's very cool. All right, next we've got Alani, Melicope baluai, which is a small tree, otherwise called a shrub. It has new growth with yellowish brown hairs and waxy scales. The tree later becomes parts later become hairless. Leaves are opposite, leathery, ovate, inversely ovate, and elliptical. Okay. Then we got Alani, another Alani, Melicope zauberkneri. Not a lot of information on them available here. And it's another Hawaiian plant species with that interesting 4-point fruit. Then we have key deer. Key deer are from the Florida Keys. They are a small deer species. They're following a law. What's that law? Bergman's rule. That's what it's called. A lot of large mammals follow this rule where if they have a range, so white-tailed deer, which key deer are a subspecies of, range from like all the way down in South America, all the way up, way up north to like the line with Canada, actually not that far. And throughout that range, the ones up north will be huge, and the ones in the tropical areas will be small. This is a way of regulating heat and internal body temperature. So an extreme version of that is the key deer, a subspecies that lives in the Florida Keys that gotten to be about the size of like a small to medium-sized dog. They're very cute. Okay, and then we got Stenogyne purpurea. It's purple flower. Let's see where its range is. It's, of course, from Kauai and the neighboring islands. Then we have autumn buttercup. Let's see, it's a buttercup and form. Ranunculus aestivalis, one of the state's rarest and most restricted plants. What state? Only exists in Garfield County next to the Sevier River in Utah. It's restricted to the moist microhabitat in an otherwise dry open ecosystem. So it's a wet-loving plant in a desert state. That's why it's in a small range. Kusa moccasin shell. Again, a metaphorical island. Here's where the dampness is. Not a lot around it. Nowhere to go if something goes wrong. So those are the things that we most have to look out for. Kusa moccasin shell lives in the. It's a shellfish. Lives in the rivers of the southern Appalachian Mountains. It is endangered, as many others are, there in the center of mussel biodiversity on Earth. Okay, then we've got the Pacific loosestrife. It's an interesting piling of leaves there with the flowers at the top. And once again, Kauai, Puai, and Kuaulu, Kaula. Akiapualoa, it's got this long, curved beak. I wonder if that's for peeling bark like the other one was, like the parrot bill was. It feeds on insects within the branches of trees and nectar. Flowers shaped. Okay, so it's for a flower. There are flowers that make their flowers in the shape of the bill, and then the bird uses those. Let me flip myself over. I'm not doing a bat right now, but probably I'll come up on one now that I've just caught that. Whoop. Okay, then we're on 816, the Alabama cave shrimp. The Alabama cave shrimp. Ooh, these are some pretty photos. Cave divers are really good photographers a lot of the time. Alabama cave shrimp is in the family Adiidae, only in the caves of the state of Alabama, which has a lot of caves. It's only known from 5 caves, all in Madison County, Alabama. Shelta Cave is the species type locality, so that's where they found it first. But viable populations have been confirmed in Bobcat Cave and the complex comprising Herring Cave, Glover Cave, and Brazelton Cave. It occurs in cave pools with silty bottoms. Predators include southern crayfish, Tennessee cave salamanders, various crayfish species, bullfrogs, and raccoons. Cool. All right. Again, that is number 816. I'm going to go and check the comments. And you guys get to check them with me now. He's going deeper. Give him a chance. All right, next we got the Carolina Mad Tom. Whoa, hang on, let me get rid of some of these tabs. Next, we have the Carolina Mad Tom. Here's a drawing of him. It's an endangered fish. Small, chunky body with a distinct color pattern. Can't tell from that drawing, but maybe we can view more. No observations. Okay, let's search it. Okay, yeah, I see it. I see the pattern. I'm kind of blue over here. All right, let's go back to him. Described by Jordan and Meek. The only Mad Tom endemic to North Carolina. It's kind of cool. It occurs in riffles, runs, and pools in medium to large streams and rivers. Oh, North Carolina's got a bunch of those. Prefers the moderate gradient in both the Piedmont and coastal plain physiographic regions. Like silt-free, stable gravel and cobble bottom habitat, and it must have cover for nest sites, including under rocks, bark, relic, mussel shells, and even cans and bottles. Cool, that's adaptable. Here's one hiding underneath an old mussel shell. Wide-leafed waria. Is it frozen again? On a no, there we go. Okay, cool. Wide-leafed waria. It's a plant. It's got this kind of flower cluster. Rare flower in the mustard family. Mustard. It's endemic to Florida in the United States and limited to a few counties in the central part of the peninsula. So this is another. Well, that's a little north of the Lake Wales Ridge, but it's a central Florida species, and that is a heavily developed area. That place is going crazy if it hasn't already been built on. So that would explain why this species is under threat. Look at all of this new development going in right now in this area. That's its range. And then up here they're building the villages. So that's a significant problem for this species. Okay, the IA, Xanthoxylum hawaiiensis. It's a tree. Also known as the Hawaiian prickly ash. Okay. And it's from a variety of islands in Hawaii. Okay. Palo Colorado. This is from Puerto Rico. It is a species of plant endemic to Puerto Rico. Habitat loss is the threat. Listed as an endangered species since 1992. And then we've got Pamacani. So this is a species. It's a violet. So it's a violet. And it's from Hawaii. Colorado pike minnow. The Colorado pike minnow is pretty big for something with minnow in its name. He's handsome though. It's also known formerly. Okay, I see. It's the largest of the cyprinid fish in North America and one of the largest in the world, with reports of individuals up to 6 feet long and weighing over 100 pounds. What are cyprinid fish? Cyprinid fish are like carps and minnows, so it's like the biggest minnow on Earth. Okay, Hawaiian picture wing fly. This is another example of Hawaii's incredible diversity of fruit flies. Okay, next is the a honey creeper. This is endemic to the Hawaiian Islands. Yeah. Used to be on a bunch of islands, but then declined, so it might be extinct now. We don't know how their breeding behavior was, but they had whistles that were pretty. It had a fruit eating bill. So it was mostly a fruit eater. Okay. Shiny Raid Pocketbook. The Shiny Raid Pocketbook is an endangered species of freshwater mussel. It's another Union A. It's got these nice radiating stripes out from the center of it. Kind of unevenly spaced, which is interesting. I wonder if they're all the same or if it varies with individuals. And there you go. That's their range. Golden sedge. The golden sedge. It's the little spiky fruits. It's found in the Cape Fear River watershed in North Carolina. It's a great name for a place, Cape Fear. The Cape Fear River sounds excellent. Peninsula by a bighorn sheep. Let's see what peninsula this is from. All over the place. Okay, desert bighorn sheep. Why did it say peninsula there? Okay. So, uh, desert bighorn sheep. We'll just look through a little gallery of these guys. Very cool. Philostagia mollis. Let's see what this is. Philostagia mollis. It looks like another. I don't know. Let's see. About. It's a mint and it's Hawaiian. I don't even know why I doubted myself. It's another Hawaiian mint. They're on Maui and Oahu between this elevation. Xanthoxylum depetalum variety tomatosum. Okay, I'm not going to be able to read this very well because it's on earth.com, but we'll see. It's known by the Hawaiian name Kawa and Hei, and it's endemic to the Hawaiian archipelago where it grows on three or four of the islands. Cool. Distinguished by the patterns of hair on its leaves. Another haha, Cyanea copelandii, subspecies copelandii. Another haha, Cyanea truncata. It's got those pretty long, weird flowers. It's cool. From the northwest Hawaiian Islands. Another no common name, what seems to be the most common name of all, Shiade laui, and it is on the central Hawaiian Islands. A little flag behind it. This species actually has a symbiotic relationship with little plastic flags and is rarely seen without them. This is Ho'ole. White curly flowers. Interesting. I wonder if it's trying to snap the bee in them so that like it rubs against it as it's coming out. Or the pollinator of whatever kind. It's Hawaiian. It's got some nice nuts, it looks like. Yeah, interesting. Tooth cave pseudoscorpion. The tooth cave pseudoscorpion is a small cave-dwelling arachnid of the family Neobasiidae. The species was originally okay. Well, I don't care what taxonomists arguing back and forth. This is what it looks like. It's a fake scorpion. It doesn't have the tail, so it's in the pseudoscorpion group. But look at those long pinchers. He's an interesting looking guy. It's crazy what light does to an organism and what no light does to an organism. They all get weird when they don't have any light around. And I guess that means that our normal is just in a world where sight is a thing that can happen. And sight is shaping us all into these odd shapes that are totally different from what we would look like otherwise. Here's another Hawaiian fruit fly. Whoa, this one's got really long leaves. Look at that. I mean, leaves. Wow, I've been talking about plants too much. Wings. Really long wings. Santa Cruz Island rock cress. Another Santa Cruz Island species. Another rock-dwelling Santa Cruz Island species known from San Clemente Island and one population on Catalina Island in the Channel Islands of California. Okay. And we have passed, we're on 795 now, which means it's time for me to take my little water break. Yeah, sight and deadly UV. That's right. And we are back. Video capture. Here we go. All right, let's see. Let's make sure that this is streaming correctly. Just gonna wait until Peter's mountain mallow shows up on the screen. There it is. All right, time for Peter's mountain mallow, a critically imperiled species in the mallow family from the Virginia. It's only known from Peters Mountain in Giles County. A single occurrence. Well, there's only one of them. There's only one place where they're found now. One of the rarest native plants in the United States. I mean, how could it not be with that few occurrences? It's an herb, lives year round, and it's only in one place in the Peters Mountains in Western Virginia. In the 90s, there were only 3 or 4 individuals growing out of nooks in a sandstone outcrop. Conservation efforts. Let's see, have they? What have they done? The population is so small that remaining individuals are inbred. Yeah. Okay, so they're trying to increase the plant's numbers and improve genetic diversity. They're trying to make more of this plant. That's their goal. Okay, next, San Clement Island woodland star. San Clement Island woodland star. I bet you it's from a place called St. Clement Island. It's one of the Channel Islands in California, of course. Another one of the little hot spots for these guys. Someone should make a map with little pins for where all the endangered species are like centered. And I bet it would be in mostly just a couple places. Okay, triple-ribbed milk vetch. Triple-ribbed milk vetch or triple-ribbed milk vetch. It's a California San Bernardino mountain species. Another one of the hot spots. And you can see where and how it likes to live. It's a legume, so a bean. San Jacinto County crown scale. Also, by the way, thanks, Heather. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The San Jacinto Valley crown scale is it's here. This is what it is, and let's learn more about it. It's we can learn nothing more about it. It's from Southern California. Okay, next, the Ohe. The Ohe is it's a Hawaiian species. Let's see. Not a lot of information on INAT about it, but it can be found on these. It is found on these Hawaiian islands, and maybe it can be found across the chain, and in some other places. Interestingly, okay. Next species, Presidio clarkii. Presidio clarkia. It's in San Francisco Bay Area species. It's this purple flower. It's found on serpentine, that weird rock soils around San Diego and Oakland. All three, it's known from only 2 populations at the Presidio of San Francisco and 3 occurrences in Oakland. So that'll be why it's endangered, because these are highly developed areas and it has very narrow soil requirements. Apalachicola rosemary. Apalachicola rosemary, a species that I have seen before many times actually, is found in the Apalachicola in Liberty County, Florida, and it's known from about 10 populations. It's limited to the sandhills of northern Liberty County and the Florida Panhandle, where it grows in oaks and longleaf pines. Well, actually, I've seen a related species, not this one. It's been reported in Santa Rosa County as well, but those turned out to be imposters. Several of the remaining populations are within the bounds of Torreyes State Park, which is a great state park in Florida. Okay. Leatherback sea turtle, the big boys. These guys live in the global oceans. They are unusual. They're the only sea turtles without like a hard shell. They just have this leather thing. They're also the largest reptiles that aren't crocodilians. They can weigh over 1,000 pounds. One of the biggest turtles, the biggest turtle to exist in our time, although there have been some bigger ones in the deep past. They are so cool. Here's one with a person next to it. They can even get bigger than this. Noel's amphipod. Tiny! It's on the opposite end of the spectrum. Formerly found in 3 sites in New Mexico, but only in 1 now in the Bitter Lake National Wildlife Refuge. Small aquatic invertebrates, freshwater, brownish green color, kidney-shaped eyes. Wow, could we describe them a little more flatteringly, please? Hair-like structures. Anyway, can't win them all, at least PR-wise. They complete a full life cycle in 1 year, and they reach sexual maturity within 2 months of being born or hatching. Breeding times range. They eat basically anything they can find. Okay. Uvilo. It's a Luquillo mountain stopper. Cool. That's an interesting looking fruit. Kind of apple-like. I wonder if it tastes that way. It's endemic to Puerto Rico. Specimens of the tree were found in 1939. It's an evergreen tree, as they all are down there pretty much. Dark red berry between 2 and 3 centimeters in length. Doesn't say anything about the taste, tactfully. Benergenes halotano. That's a common name. That is a common name. Okay. No information. Where is it? It's in Guam. Okay. Florida semaphore cactus. I wonder where this is. It's from Pine Rocklands in South Florida. That's where it is. It's got a pretty little flower. And again, its whole range is a city. But wouldn't this thing make a great ornamental plant? Look at that beautiful flower. Okay. And then we've got Lompoc Yerba Santa, my favorite Santa. And it's from Southern California. Texas wild rice. Texas wild rice is a beautiful species of swishing aquatic plant. It lives in these clear, spring-fed streams in Texas. You can see it here, north of, in between San Antonio and Austin. It's only found in the upper San Marcos River of Hays County, threatened by loss and degradation of habitat. Oh, Hawaii. Pear Clemontia. Pear Clermontia. It's a Pear Clermontia. Ding, 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 ding. Hawaiian. Acuña's cactus, but that's it's from the Southwest. It's like it's like all the other little round cacti out there, but it's got, the interesting thing about these, the two things that are, just from glancing at them in the photos, that are especially different right off the bat, are that they have different levels of overlap with their thorns, and that they have very different colorations in their flowers. So I wonder if they're targeting different pollinators with different colors, like certain pollinators are maybe more tuned into certain colors. Who knows? Someone does, just not me yet. Poa siphonoglossa. That is a Hawaiian grass. You can see it here, growing on a hillside. Very cool. Next, it's a grasshopper, Zyanti grandwing grasshopper. It's from Central California on the coast. It's endemic to a small portion of the Santa Cruz Islands. Why is it endemic? What is it? This shallow sea once covered California's Central Valley. Going all the way back. It's a sandhill species. Interesting. Doesn't really explain it. I wonder if it's a specialist on certain plants. Northeastern bulrush. Scirpus antiochatus is a rare species of flowering plant in the sedge family, known as the barbed bristle bulrush. plant grows in a number of types of wetlands of variable water depths, including beaver ponds that are shallow and deep. Beavers do so much for so many organisms. Sinkhole ponds usually fill with water in the spring. Interesting. Where's it from? The northeastern U.S. Okay. False spike. That's a type of mussel. It's from Texas. There you have it. Rock cliff isodendron. It's from the western Hawaiian Islands. See if we can get any pictures. Oh, there we go. Key tree cactus. A key tree cactus. It's probably the way you say it. Does it have to grow on a tree like that? Okay, it grows mostly in islands. That makes sense. It's native to the Florida Keys in the U.S. and it's also in Cuba and the Bahamas. It's been erroneously reported in other places. It can become a tree up to 33 feet tall. The flower smells like garlic, and at night it contains a sweet nectar. Interesting. Okay. We got Texas golden glade cress. Texas golden glade cress. It's only found in this little area here and around Sabine National Forest. Okay, Hale Pepe. Let's see, we've got yellow flowers, interesting shape, Hawaiian name, Wanaya Range. So it lives on Oahu in the dry coastal mesic and mixed mesic forests between 790 and 2,400 feet, threatened by habitat loss. Haze Cave amphipod. It's endemic to the District of Columbia. This thing only lives in Washington, D.C. That's crazy. That is one of 3 amphipods that are only found in D.C. The species has been called DC's most famous endemic. Well, that's just because it doesn't have that many endemics. But, yeah, interesting. It's threatened by the degradation of its urban habitat and their heavy metals, pollution, flooding, might mess up the microhabitat it lives in. Construction nearby may damage the creek. So it's just in this one creek. Rock Creek Park protects the creeks and its springs. Different agencies monitor. Yeah, I mean, it's right there. It's at the Capitol. Okay, Round Mountain Bluette. This species, let's see where this is from. Okay, this is the species, not the subspecies. It's got a pretty wide range. The Roan Mountain Bluette is listed as endangered and only occurs in the southern Appalachians, Tennessee, and North Carolina. Okay, next, Lulu. It's a palm tree, fairly short palm tree. It is in the moist forests of Kauai, below 2,000 feet. It's a fast-growing species that reaches a height of 80 feet with a diameter of 1 foot. Its leaves are 3 feet in length. 1998, there were only 30 left in the wild along a single trail in Kauai. That's why it's federally listed. Cyanea coalensis. Okay, another Cyanea. Olive Ridley sea turtle. Okay, so we had Kemp's Ridleys earlier today, and those are mostly, they're an Atlantic species. Olive Ridleys are a South Atlantic and also global species that you can find on this range map here. They're similar to the Kemp's Ridleys in size and in shape. But they don't all nest on that one beach in Mexico that Kemp's Ridleys pretty much all nest on, which is an interesting thing about them. But these guys have a much wider range. But it's interesting that it overlaps with them at all, though. Okay. Hahanui. The hahanui is a prickly Hawaiian plant in the Cyanea genus. It's Cyanea horrida because it's so prickly, I imagine. Yeah, I guess so. That seems a bit harsh. Rainforest and subalpine alpine forests, altitudes of 1520 to 2,000 meters. Okay. Kauai geranium. Geranium kauaiensis is a rare species of geranium, endemic to Hawaii, only from the island of Kauai. Palila, it's another honey creeper. This one's got a really stubby beak, so what's it doing with that? Let's see. Distribution status, conservation, ecology, and behavior. Okay, so it eats immature seeds. Oh, so it's got this short, hard, strong beak for eating seeds, for crunching seeds. Cool. Okay, mountain yellow-legged frog. It's another yellow-legged frog. From this one is the mountain yellow-legged frog, or the southern mountain yellow-legged frog. It's in the San Jacinto Mountains. It's in Southern California. Uh, it has two population segments, which are both independently listed as endangered. Um, let's see here. Doesn't have a vocal sac, so it's not that loud, I guess. It's got a raspy, rising call at the end. It can call underwater. That's really interesting. I wonder if that's why it doesn't have the sac, because sound travels better underwater than above water. So I wonder if they figured out that there was just a quieter space that they didn't have to work as hard in. Huh. Puai ohi. This is a Kauai thrush, a rare species of songbird in the thrush family. Someone took some great photos of this thing. Okay. The Alani, or pale melicope, is a species of tree and rutaceae. It's endemic in the Hawaiian Islands. It's threatened by habitat loss. It's a federally listed endangered species in the United States. Like other Hawaiian melicope, it's known as Alani. Today, the plant is limited to the island of Kauai, having been extirpated from Oahu. Nealon prairie pennycress. It looks like a rock-dwelling species to me. It's in Humboldt County, California, vulnerable by habitat loss to development. Ocholocny, Ocholocny moccasin shell. Um, the Ocholocny medicine shell probably lives in the Ocholocny River. Let's see. I don't think they have any observation. Yeah, it's in that drainage. The Ocholocny comes out over here, right here. So it's above the dam. There's a dam here where it becomes the Ocholocny, and then it goes out. So that's it. What's next? Magnificent ram's horn. It is magnificent. It's kind of gross. It curls in there. Um, it's a species of small freshwater air-breathing snail, endemic to the United States. Yeah, but where? So they're trying to help it. They got this like a pool that they've set up for it, but where is it from? Green Swamp. Okay, so this is a Myrtle Beach, Georgetown. So this is a Carolinian species. I see. Okay, next. St. Francis's satyr butterfly. It's got a lot of little eye spots on it. Be spooky if I was another animal. Oop. I guess that's the pupa. Very cool. Okay, and now I'm going to X out of these old tabs. Whew. All right, let's see here. We'll line up the next group. We're on to 756, the Texas snowbells. So we've got snowbell, which is a type of flower. It's from Central Texas. Okay, then we've got Hayuwale, single flower Sertandra from the Central Hawaiian Islands. We've got San Bruno elfin butterfly. You know, my own work has been involved in fundraising to help for a different elfin, the frosted elfin butterfly. That's just something that the Wild Green mods have done a lot for. And there's a red caterpillar. That's pretty cool. Okay, next. Bunched arrowhead. Bunched arrowhead is a plant. It looks like it lives in creeks in the Appalachian Mountains. I could have told you that from the way this creek looked because they're kind of distinctive and beautiful. Interesting kind of way that this thing grows. Okay, next. Oyster mussel. I wonder what this is going to be. It's a mussel, and it's from the Western Appalachian Mountains, like you do. San Diego ambrosia. That's this plant. It's from Southern California and a little bit of Mexico, apparently. What is there to know about it? It's a dry upper floodplain plant. It likes vernal pools. There's like a lot of vernal pool ecosystem dependent organisms in Southern California. Is something I'm learning from this. Okay, Kioele. That's the next thing. The Kioele is another plant with these kind of 4-point fleshy flowers, endemic to Hawaii, from the island of Hawaii, and one individual remaining in Maui. Crazy. Okay. Short-nosed sucker. The short-nosed sucker is here. It is from southern Oregon and northern California in the United States. The species and related ones were a major source of food for local tribes and still considered to be sacred animals. Well, I hope we get it to the point where they can eat it again without worrying about its sustainability. Okay. The another haha, Cyanea hamidiflora. It's another bellflower endemic to Hawaii. It's the one that we're talking about is the more abundant of the two, and it has only 250 individuals. The rarer one only has 3 or 4. It's incredible. Okay, Strauss's swallowtail butterfly. So the people that were helping fund for the frosted elfin were the same people who did the work to recover and do a captive breeding program for the Strauss's swallowtail butterfly, which is a rare butterfly that lives in South Florida in where is now Miami and the Keys. So, yeah, everything is connected. Santa Cruz long-toed salamander. Oh, look at that thing. That's so cool. Very cute. Very cool. I like the red speckles on its back and the shape of its body. Um, let's see. Valencia Lagoon, small seasonal lagoon with cattails. So there's a story about this thing getting rediscovered, is what that means. The modern discovery site is interesting. Federally endangered. Cool. Limited range species. Very pretty. Alani Melicopa mucronata. It grows on steep west or north facing slopes in the dry to mesic forest. It prefers rich soil with plenty of leaf litter and terrestrial moss cover. It's on Molokai. Heinz emerald dragonfly. Heinz emerald dragonfly lives up to its name, kind of. It's kind of a black dragonfly mostly. Where is it? Illinois, Michigan, Missouri, Ontario, and Wisconsin. Okay. Next up, we have Kudua hapuensis. Map. Where is it? I just started zooming in on Hawaii. Okay, we're going to figure this out. It's a genus in the blackberries. Basically, almost all of them are only found in the Hawaiian Islands, so I think it's a safe bet. Okay, we got another haha, Honolulu cyanea. I bet this one is from Oahu, and it is. Okay, and then we got Spring Creek bladder pod. A lot of these kind of aquatic, southeastern U.S. Low nutrient soils plants have names like bladder pods and warts and farts and whatever you can think of. But this one is a mustard family plant endemic to Tennessee in Wilson County, Tennessee. So it makes sense. Okay, then we got Festuca hawaiiensis, another Hawaiian grass species from the Big Island this time. Then we've got Solano grass, which is Crampton's tuctoria. Is this a real grass? Yeah, it looks like it to me. Let's see, where's it from? Southern California. And then we got Alani. Whoop. Got a one-eye range melicope. Okay. Bet that's from the one-eye range. And there it is. Okay. The oval pigtoe, another mussel. Oval pigtoes are from where else? Alabama and Georgia. Okay, Texas blind salamander. It's from... Whoa, these things are so cool. Look how weird that is. That's strange. Okay, there we are. Eldorado bedstraw. It's from California. Then we have another haha, Cyanea hamidiflora, and interesting. Okay, this one's subspecies Carsonii. That's just the page for the whole species. Then we've got Psychotria malaspinae. So this is in the coffee family, the coffee genus. Some of these species, like Psychotria nervosa, grows in Florida and has drugs inside it, according to classes I took in college. Do not eat that. It's they got these distinctive shiny leaves and kind of fleshy flowers. Okay, this is another Hawaiian herb. I mean a Hawaiian mint. Philostagia knudsenii. A loach minnow. Sounds like a description as much as a name. There he is. His little red spots. And that's found in this complicated watershed area of New Mexico and New Mexico, Arizona, and Mexico. Okay, Nae. Another Hawaiian species. Nainae. Nainae. That's what it's called. It's a Hawaiian species of flowering plant. Fin-rayed pigtoe. The fin-rayed pigtoe is another mussel, and we got to figure out where it's from. That's kind of the bare minimum around here. Fin-rayed pigtoe is from the Clinch River, which is in Virginia. That explains that. Virginia in Tennessee seems like the place where all the mussels are. Okay, here we got Diamond Trionia. Let's see this. Ooh, it's taking a while to load. It's not loading anything. Okay, we're going to search the name. Okay, so it's a snail. You can see the images of it here. And it's found, it's the transpeak, well, is that what it is? Diamond Trionia. Let's go look. It's a small freshwater snail endemic to the Diamond Y Spring Preserve in West Texas. I don't know if it's endemic to this specific preserve, but it's only found in the U.S. In this system, Ciénaga system in the southwest. There's alkaline, freshwater, spongy, wet meadows, and shallow gradient saturated. So interesting. It's an interesting habitat type. So a lot of stuff out west. That's a big area. Abronia macrocarpa. It's this pretty purple flower. Let's see where it's from. This little tri-county area of Texas, which is got a lot of big cities around it. And then we got the Puerto Rican boa. This is a good one. Cool. A lot of these Caribbean islands have their own boa species because they could disperse between them, but not often enough to keep the gene flow, so they wind up turning into their own independent things. Nani Waya Ale Ale. Well, it's a little washed out in this photo, but you can see the picture there. Obviously, another Hawaiian species. It's from Kauai and Oahu. And then we've got 724, Maui Tetramolopium. That's got to be on Maui, right? Interesting little plant. I guess these are the seeds collected in the late 1800s, not seen again for many decades, like many plants in Hawaii. Currently known from a population with fewer than 500 individuals. Okay. Sonoida mud turtle. Here we are. Oh, he looks kind of like a musk turtle. Kinosternon, well, that's why. Kinosternon, it's in the same genus. Sonoriensis, subspecies longifimorale. Okay. And you can see it lives in this border area between Arizona and Mexico. No common name beetle. Radian exilis. Okay, this is a beetle. Beetles come in a lot of shapes that you don't think of as beetle-y. And this is one of them. It lives in a cave. It seems like caves make beetles into these long, kind of ant-like shapes sometimes for some reason. Pretty interesting. Okay. Then we've got the Santa Cruz Island fringe pod. Whoa, I like these flowers a lot. Look at that. I like that, the gradient between the purple, the green, and the yellow. That's really cool. And they're a weird shape. Okay, so they're obviously Southern California. World sunflower. The world sunflower is in the Helianthus, so it's in the sunflower genus too. It's a real sunflower. It's from the southern Appalachians over to this kind of inner mountain area here around western Tennessee and Mississippi. Mexican wolf. The Mexican wolf, obviously, it's kind of throughout the Southwest and into Mexico. It's a subspecies of Canis lupus, the gray wolf, Bailey. It's a subspecies. Let's read about them for a second. Their ancestors were likely among the first gray wolves to enter North America after the extinction of the Beringian wolf. Interesting. Once held in high regard in pre-Columbian Mexico. It's the most endangered gray wolf species in North America. It was released back in the wild. No, they captured all the wild lobos. That's the common name. For the Endangered Species Act. And then prevented them from going extinct that way. There were only a few at that time. They did a captive breeding program and released them back out and starting in 1998. And now, as of 2025, there's at least 286 wild Mexican wolves in the U.S. and 45 in Mexico, and 380 in captive breeding programs, up to 11, up from the 11 released in 1988, but up from like around 10 that were taken into captivity. That is a success story. Very cool. Okay, 718. San Francisco Lysingia. Interesting looking like cluster of yellow and red flowers. Obviously from San Francisco and that little area there. It's got problems with introduced species and I imagine some development too. Mostly introduced species, it says. Okay. Kudua degeneri. Kudua degeneri. It's a coffee plant. The Waianae range. It's endemic to Oahu. Only about 370 individuals total. Topeka shiner. The Topeka shiner is it's this fish. It's got a neat blue stripe in the middle of it. I like that. It used to be broadly distributed in the Mississippi River Basin, but it because of interesting. Probably because we messed up the river system there, or like modified it heavily. Let's see. That's probably why it's endangered. It's endangered primarily because of water quality need. It relies on clear water to survive. Because a lot of streams are siltier now. It's led to an infilling of oxbow lakes from agricultural runoff. It's led to problems, but they've restored some oxbow lakes too, which has helped them. And U.S. Fish and Wildlife recommended we downlist them from to threatened in 2021. So that's pretty good. A lot of the time, all you have to do apparently is just dig out the sediment that's filling in oxbow lakes or connect a river to it again to wash it out a little. So pretty cool. Another Hawaiian picture wing fly. We know you're fruit flies. You're not fooling us. But this one has some bigger overlapping wings, a little different from the last one. And again, Hawaii is the world center of fruit fly biodiversity, which is pretty cool. And here's the plains coqui. It's a yellow frog, probably from Puerto Rico. Yeah, very cool. Discovered in 2005. Wow, recently. It's only found in the old naval base in Puerto Rico. In Sabana Seca and Toa Baja, Puerto Rico. What's a palestrine wetland? It lives in wetlands that are inland and contain ocean-derived salts that are below a certain level. It's an interesting place. Okay, next, Florida salt marsh vole. I had a professor in undergrad who actually rediscovered these. This is probably his photo. But they're an endemic vole to the coastal Florida salt marsh. Not a lot is known about them because they're hard to study. But let's see. Probably lives near the Wakasasa, but we're not sure. Definitely not over here, but it's like this region is where they might live. There's a lot of stuff in this little curve here too. This is an interesting place. I've spent a lot of time there. Okay, then we've got Shide diffusa, which is a central Hawaiian plant. We've got Aku Aku, which is it's another Cyanea, so it's like the ha-has, probably also called a ha-ha. Um, Also very rare, excuse me. It's only found on the island of Hawaii where there's under 100 plants. Yeah, there it is, also known as haha. Remaining. Tipton kangaroo rat. Tipton kangaroo rat is this cute little thing. It's found in Southern California. We're on 709 remaining. This is the Barnaby Reed mustard. The Barnaby Reed mustard grows in Utah, and it is a species of flowering plant in the mustard family. It's threatened in habitat destruction and degradation, so we should probably keep considering that when we're thinking about endangered species. And then we've got the kukulau, which is another kind of beggar tick, sea cliff beggar ticks, short-lived perennial herb, leaves. It's from Hawaii. It's on this region of Hawaii. It won't let me zoom out on these. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's just you just can't do it with a mouse wheel. It's on the Big Island, and then Biden's Hill Brandiana. Okay, that's it. One of the first things I saw when I went to Hawaii myself was an invasive species of Biden's called Biden's alba that's common in the southeastern U.S. and it's native here, but it was invasive there. I was like, whoa, this is weird. Okay, Chiidae hookeri is a rare species of flowering plant in the family Caryophyllaceae, known by the common name hooker Chiidae or sprawling Chiidae. Endemic to Hawaii, where it's known only from the island of Oahu, threatened by degradation and destruction of its habitat. No more than 330 individuals. It's crazy how limited a lot of these things are. It's like this whole island's ecosystem just balances right on the edge right now. La Graciosa thistle. That's certainly a thistle. Don't step on that thing. And where is it? Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County. It's in Southern California. Picos gambusia, 705. The Picos gambusia, ooh, it's got kind of a pretty blue sheen to it. And this one's a little red. Interesting. I like it. It's in the Picos area. It's a small live-bearing fish. It's a minnow. Endemic to the Picos River Basin in Mexico and Texas. It lives in stenothermal springs, marshes affected by spring flow, and irrigation canals fed by spring water. Populations can be found in gypsum sinkholes and sedge-covered marshes. Shallow, clear, vegetated areas of springs. Cool. Kindle Warm Springs dace. The Kindle Warm Springs dace is a speckled minnow, subspecies of the speckled dace endemic to Kindle Warm Springs in Wyoming, the only fish to inhabit the temperate fresh waters. Boop. 703, the copa, another Hawaiian species. Coffee family species found in Hawaii. Nashville crayfish. This one's good at singing. Oh, that's kind of an interesting pattern on its back there. It's got like a shield shape on its back. Orange and black coloration. Very little is known about its life history. Most of the research has been done about reproductive strategies. It's been on males. A male crayfish switched between two forms, the reproductive form and the non-reproductive form. Interesting. Due to the lack of research, the rest of the life histories are assumptions based on other crayfish. Common problem. Okay, no common name. Chiidae verticulata. All right, there we go. It's the Nihoa carnation. It's an endangered species from the island of Nihoa in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, where it was discovered in 1923 on the Tanager expedition. I am gonna favorite that to read about it later. Uh, Thanks, guys. All right, next. We're at 700. The pale lilliput. It's a mussel. I wonder why it's called lilliput. Like, is it named after the Gulliver's Travels thing, or maybe vice versa? Maybe the Gulliver's Travels thing, people are named at, or place is named after clams. Uh, it's a small clam from the Western Appalachian Mountains. The southern and western Appalachian Mountains around Huntsville. Okay, with that, I'm going to take another short break because that was number 700. But first, let's see if we have any comments. Hmm. see, there we go. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right. Next up, we have Wickstromia villosa, a tropical species of plant in the Thymoleaceae family, endemic to Maui and Hawaii. It's from the montane rainforests on the windward sides of the Haleakala volcano in East Maui and the ridges of Wailuku Valley on West Maui. Next, we have the kaulu. The kaulu is this plant. It's also Hawaiian. Let's see. Don't have a lot of information about them, unfortunately. Then we have Caseria helene, which is found on these Western Hawaiian, main group Hawaiian islands, and has this very dense inflorescence. It's a pretty short little herb too. Okay, and then we got the southern club shell. Southern club shell is a type of mussel found in the southeastern United States, especially the very bottom of the Appalachian Mountains and the river systems that come out of them. Okay, and then we got the bone cave harvestman, which is a type of daddy longleg that lives in a cave called Bone Cave in Texas. And this is what they look like. Why is this to the side like that? Okay. Oh, I see. That's fine. Okay, and then we have the Owens pupfish. The Owens pupfish is a small pupfish. It's probably a western species. Yep, it is. It's one of the many pupfish that live out west in the lakes, springs, and rivers and water bodies that speckle the desert out there. Here's some pictures of them together. It's limited to Owens Valley. The Hell Creek crayfish, cave crayfish rather, as you can tell by how it's clear and white colored like many cave species. It doesn't have eyes either. Let's see, not a whole lot of information about it because we don't really know very much about it. Cape Sable thorowort. And this is an interesting plant. It's got that little kind of hair, kind of Einstein-y looking flower. It's from Cape Sable, so the bottom of Florida, down here in the southern Everglades and the Keys. Burke's Goldfields. Burke's Goldfields are these flowers. They are slowly loading. They're from Southern California, endemic to Southern California. Pacific sheath-tailed bat. Time to turn over. Let's go. Whee! Got to blend in with the locals. The Pacific shield-tailed bat is hang on a second. Let me get a good look at him for you. There you go. Can you see that, Val? What? Okay, there you go. You see his little little pointy nose. It's a subspecies of bat from sack-winged bats from American Samoa, Fiji, Guam, Micronesia, Palau, Samoa, Tonga, and Vanuatu. That's where the group is from. Inhabits natural caves. There are approximately 500 individuals in the world of this species. Where does this subspecies live in particular? Probably American Samoa, since that's the only American territory listed on the range of its genus. Okay, Maury Bay kangaroo rat. Wow, he's rounder than the other kangaroo rats. He's found in warm and semi-desert areas in central California. Right. Oh, well, that's kind of central, southern-ish. Yeah. Okay. And then Neosho mucket. A lot of mussels are called muckets for some reason. It's the Neosho mucket. This is mostly around the Cherokee Nation and Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and Kansas. Cushenberry oxytheca. This plant is kind of an interesting plant. Wow, it's really small. It's from Southern California. Lulu. This is a type of palm tree from Hawaii. They have a lot of endemic palms in Hawaii. Palms that are only found there. Madla cave mudwater. What? Mesh weaver. Madla's cave mesh weaver. So it must make cobwebs. It's in a cave. It's a spider. No eyes. Let's see. It has okay, so there's a thing called a troglomorphy index. So that's like how much does it live in a cave. And this thing is pretty troglomorphic. It's a cave dwelling animal. Species that spends its entire time underground, a troglobite. Cool. Okay, and then the light-footed rail. Let's see where this thing is from. Southern California. All right. Next we got the scrub plum. Zigzag branches. Endemic to Florida. The peninsula, the area that's developing very quickly down there. Then we've got no common name. Short-lived, low-growing perennial vine in the mint family in Hawaii. Yeah, that checks out. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. I don't think it's probably very good, but I just want to bite this thing. It looks like a boba. Okay. Alani. It's another Hawaiian species. From Kauai and its neighbors. The hole. It's an extinct species of flowering plant, so they're just holding on hope that they find it again. So that whatever the time period to declare it extinct hasn't passed yet. It's a Hawaiian yellowwood. It was endemic to the island of Hawaii, but hasn't been seen since the 1940s. Okay. Michigan monkey flower. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Needs calcium in the soil, and its habitat's getting lost to development. That's what its problem is. Haha, it's another Cyanea. This one is from, not a lot known about it, and it's from the Central Hawaiian Islands. Mauna Loa silver sword. Ooh, that's cool. That's the big flower. That's the normal plant. Or inflorescence, rather. Let's see, what's this? Guania hilbrandii. Another Central Hawaiian plant. Little flowers. Nioi. I think SpongeBob talked about that one. Nioi Minoi. That's very cool. That's neat. I love their flowers. Koalau Eugenia. Interesting. Hawaiian's such a pretty language for me to completely butcher like this. Okay. Eugenia bryanii. Let's see this one. Eugenia bryanii is from the Mariana Islands. Then we have Ventura Marsh milk vetch. I bet you that's from a place called Ventura Marsh. It's from Southern California. Let's see. It's from Ventura County to Orange County in marshes, I see. It's in past tense here, so it might have gone extinct. Let's see. Was extirpated from these sites and thought to be extinct until it was rediscovered. I see. It's only been seen twice in the last century. So there's one population that they know where it is still. Northern long-eared bat. I'm still upside down for the people on Facebook, but here we go for YouTube. Northern long-eared bat. He looks happy. No, he doesn't. This is where they live. Let's see what their threats are. White nose syndrome, classic. Significant population losses from that. Almost entirely lost. Canoe Creek club shell from the southern Appalachian Mountains, the world center of clam biodiversity. Nelson's horse nettle was found all through the Hawaiian Islands. Make people yawn. Bony-tail chub. This is from the western United States. Probably uses that big mouth to flip over rocks. Let's see. Is there a behavior section? Oh, they eat plants. Interesting. And terrestrial insects. They can live up to 50 years. Okay, well, I didn't learn what I was looking for, but I learned some other stuff. All right. Hio, the leaf ballard. It's a rare species of flowering plant in the sandalwood family. Endemic to Hawaii on the island of Kauai. Okay. California Ridgeway rail. Ooh, that's a great photo. Good job, Andre Giraldi. He's looking. They live in Central California. Mississippi sandhill crane. Okay. POV, you are a fish. Or perhaps a bug. Melicope sanjonii, or St. John's Pelea, or St. John's Melicope. It's a tree endemic to the Hawaiian Islands. It looks kind of like this. This isn't the same species, but this is its other species in the family. It's threatened by habitat loss. I'm going to turn myself right side up. Whoop. Whoop. Okay, let's see what's next. It's time for me to rest my voice, which means back to the persona of an NPR late night discussion. Here we are with Harperella nodosa. Where does it live? What does it look like? Let's find out. Here's what it looks like. There's where it lives. We found out. Now it's time for the Metcalfe Canyon jewel flower. There it is, the Metcalfe Canyon jewel flower. Now we have, if it will ever load, the Kuawai Nohu, a plant native to the western central Hawaiian Islands. It is endemic to the dry forests and low shrublands of those islands, and it is in danger from habitat loss, as are most of the species here. Man's bluegrass, also a Hawaiian species from those same islands. Lotus blue butterfly. Wow, that's very pretty. Where is it from? California or Nevada. Okay. Another lance leaf cyanea. Not a lot of information about lance leaf cyanea. Kanaloa, another rocky Hawaiian species. Ooh, it's on the side of Crater Lake. Interesting. Endemic to Hawaii. Okay, next up on our list is Jasop's milkvetch. Let's see, Jasop's milkvetch is this plant. Then we have the Sierra Nevada red fox. Endearing indeed. This one needs some coffee. Somewhat smaller and lighter in weight than lowland North American red foxes. For maybe red, cross, or silver phase. All three phases occurred throughout the Oregon Cascade and Sonoran populations, but only red phase individuals are found in the Lassen population. Next up on the list, we have Riverside fairy shrimp. Meep, meep, meep. That's the noise they make when they move. You see him now. He's in the vernal pools and other seasonal puddles in Southern California, as are many other species. Now we have Man's Island spleenwort. Not a very flattering name, if I do say so. It's from the Western Hawaiian Islands. And then we have the Southern Llano springs moss, an aquatic moss found in Texas. I do not see it in this picture very well. Here's the Yaqui chub, found in the border area in the western United States around Arizona. No common name. It's a fern. The Molokai Twinsaurus fern sounds like a dinosaur. Alright, Central Hawaiian Islands. Okay, it's time to delete some of these tabs. Next up, let's see, what do we got? Next up, we got soft bird's beak. Soft bird's beak. It does look soft. It doesn't so much look like a bird's beak to me. Let's see. Coastal marshes of inner San Francisco Bay. That's the only place it's ever been found. Olua. It's a bracken. It's found in Oahu. Okay, shrubby reed mustard. Bet that's Southern California. No, it's in Utah. Look at that. Huh, all right. And then let's see here. Boulder darter. Ooh, I love those blue fins. That's very pretty. Found in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. Orange foot pimpleback. They really weren't trying to go for PR with some of these names. Found there on the Green River and around Kentucky, Indiana. Another haha species from Oahu. Vols boxwood. Where's that? That's in Puerto Rico. The heavy pigtoe. That's in Alabama. The awiki wiki. That is, of course, in the Hawaiian Islands. It's on the Big Island. It's got these big purple flowers and wavy little leaves. Oh, these are the seeds. Okay. Next we have Kauai luakahi. Kauai luakahi. Another Hawaiian species. But I repeat myself. Almost every, it seems like about half the endangered species are from Hawaii. I'd love to see the ratio sometime. I haven't been keeping track. Okay, so this is the ankyline pool shrimp. It's a red shrimp. Uh, let's see, what else have we got? We've got the unarmored three-spine stickleback. Oh, that's a dead one. That's not what they normally look like. That's in Southern California. Okay, okay. I'm not against this one. This is pretty. The eye is really neat, and I like the kind of rainbow coloration. Okay, we got the Everglades snail kite. Everglades snail kites. They have recently started moving north. They didn't used to be around Gainesville, but they moved into Paynes Prairie south of Gainesville because an invasive snail that they like was accidentally introduced there. So now they live there and they eat it. All right, and now we're going to Island Barberry. The Island Barberry, it's this plant. What island do you bet it's on? I bet it's on Puerto Rico. That's my guess. No, it's on the Channel Islands in Southern California. Got it. Okay, what else have we got? We got Lanai Hemospermania. Cool. It's on Lanai, obviously. Then we've got another haha, which is the Hawaiian name for the Cyanea genus. Um, we see. This is interesting. This is pretty different from the others. Like it's a lot shorter. It doesn't have that long wooden stem, and the leaves look quite different to me. Okay, white sturgeon. Let's see. We got an animal. Ooh, that's a great photo. I love his little sensory barbs there. Um, a big. You can see the size of these things from this comparison with the people holding them. A lot of fun. Okay, what? Let's see. Where is it? It's out west. It's in the western coast, especially the northwest. Um, they're migratory. They migrate um, into fresh water to lay their eggs, and they go out to salt water to live their lives. Here's some people holding a 7 foot one, an almost 8 foot one. Wow. Hawaiian crow. Very endangered. It's an old photo. It's currently extinct in the wild, but they're going to reintroduce it. Oxymoxylon marianens. I bet it's in the Marianas, and it is in on Rhoda. Okay. Menzies wallflower. Menzies wallflower right here. That's pretty. Oh, it picks it up sometimes. Okay. Next we have Ishamen Byron. Ishamen Byron. It's a grass, I think. Let's see. It's from the Central Hawaiian Islands. Yeah, it's a grass. It's in other places too, but that's where it is for us in the U.S. Schwitz milk vetch, Washington County, Utah, only 7 populations. Boyd's maiden fern. Central Hawaiian Islands again. Bakersfield cactus. Wow, those are some bright purple flowers. Southern California. Nay, nay. It's a plant. It's obviously Hawaiian. It's unclear which island specifically from this, but it's a Hawaiian plant. Okay, and then we got salt marsh bird's beak, a species of flowering plants. Okay. It loves salt. It grows in places with high salt concentrations, like salt marshes. Scale shell mussel. It's a freshwater mussel in Unionidae. I'm losing my ability to speak. From the Mississippi River drainage. Southern comb shell. Another mussel. This one is from Mississippi River drainage as well. The northern riffle shell. It's a Great Lakes adjacent mussel. Chidae membranaceae. Interesting structure. It's like a skeletal, kind of like it looks like a stick insect. This plant does. It's from the Western Hawaiian Islands there. Etonia rosemary. This might be a southeastern thing. Let's see. Yep, it's from basically Ocala National Forest area. So sandhills. Lulu, it's another palm tree from Hawaii. Poe, another little Hawaiian herb from the Meg Island, looks like. Okay. Hiawatha, Wagner's Sertandra, about I don't know where this is from. Probably Hawaii, but I can't find it. Let's look it up. Yep, it's a Hawaiian tree. You can see what its seeds look like here. Okay, another haha. Yet another haha. All right, I'm going to start saying ya ha ha. Yet another haha. And then we got the Hawaiian coot. Let's see. Hawaiian coot, obviously from Hawaii. There's all those main islands there. He looks rather smug to me for being someone named Coot. And we got a blunt chaff flower. Blunt chaff flower, of course, being a species from Hawaii as our most endangered plants. Another Biden species. These are called beggar ticks in English, but I like the Ko'oko Olau. That's cool. And the Coachella Valley milk vetch. Let's try that one. Coachella Valley milk vetch. It's from Southern California. Okay, it's time to clear out the tabs and get to the next round. Okay, and then we got the Bermuda petrel. This is the Bermuda petrel. Look at him. Blah. From the island of Bermuda, and it's got a range around there. Some sightings over there. Okay. And then we've got Colia. Mercy Nudzenii. Hawaiian plant. Lakella's mint. I bet that's Hawaiian. A lot of mints in Hawaii. Oh no, it's Floridian. Look at that. Look at that. It's from Central Florida, on the coast, on the East Coast. Cool. Let's see here. Teams buckwheat. Teams buckwheat. Okay. Here's what we got. Southern California. Oh no, it's in Nevada. Okay. Sebastopol meadow foam. Pretty. It's found in Laguna de Santa Rosa in Sonoma County, California, and slightly to the south in Americano Creek and Washoe Creek watersheds. In the Americano Creek and Washoe Creek watersheds. Black lace cactus. Where is this? Where is it found? Northern Mexico, the Chihuahuan Desert. Okay, so the southwestern U.S. Okay. Cylindrical Leoplax. So freshwater snail. It's in the Mobile River Basin. Cool. Lulu. It's another Hawaiian palm tree. It was reintroduced to the Makauahi Cave Reserve on Kauai, where they think it used to be. Cool. Pacific pocket mouse. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Solid. Unhand me, you fiend. It was believed to be extinct until 1993 when a small population was discovered. Cool. Habitat and distribution. It's from Southern California area and the U.S.-Mexico border in San Diego County. Never been found more than 2.5 miles from the ocean. Interesting. I wonder what about the ocean is helping it. Okay, Helotes mold beetle. Okay, this has got to be a cave thing. But there's not a lot of information about it. So if you're out there and you know about the Helotes mold beetle, let me know. I want to know. Looks like a cave thing to me. A relict trillium. A lot of trilliums have like the... Oh, well, no, that's how they are. I was thinking of trout lilies. Cool. So this will be from the southeastern U.S. Yep, Alabama to Georgia, South Carolina. Okay. Heiau. Exocarpus minzienzi. Is a rare Hawaiian native plant. Okay. Gets up to almost 7 feet tall. Has these pink colors on it, which are interesting. The fruit and the flower. Threats are mouflon, the wild sheep that was introduced into Hawaii for some reason, because humans have to do something all the time. Okay, next, the Nihoa miller bird. It eats the miller moth, and it's another Hawaiian species. From the far Hawaiian Islands. Okay, we got a Hawaiian hoary bat. Time to turn upside down. This is the Hawaiian hoary bat. He looks very polite. Maybe not that one. Unhand me. Okay, it's the main Hawaiian Islands ranges through. It's interesting they got there. I mean, obviously it's because they could fly. There's a couple islands, New Zealand too, that the only native mammals are actually bats. So they've been isolated for about 1.5 million years, which is similar to the amount of time, a little more than the amount of time that our kind of human has been around. Maybe about, actually, 14 times longer, so maybe not that close. But, okay, so here, the western main Hawaiian Islands, Kamakahala. Nice. Okay. Philostagia parviflora. Philostagia parviflora. It's a mint. It's endemic to Hawaii. It's endangered. We know the story. Another haha. Oh no, it's not. It's a cypress pinatiformis. It might not even be from Hawaii. Nope, it's from Hawaii. It's from Maui, Kauai, and Luzon, but it's not a haha. It's a sedge. San Mateo thorn mint. The San Mateo thorn mint. It's right here. It's from California. Miami tiger beetle. This is another pine rockledge species from South Florida. Their main habitat, about half of their entire natural range has been turned into a giant city. But you know, we could make it good for them. Interestingly, one of the last populations of this happens to live in a zoo, but not as like zoo animals. Like it's like the zoo is actually in the habitat where they live. They live like on just to the side of the zoo on this land, which is kind of wild. Okay. Uhiuhi. Uhiuhi. It's from Hawaii. So these red flowers and red fruits. Okay. Puerto Rican nightjar. The Puerto Rican nightjar is here. Obviously, it's from Puerto Rico, and it's a nightjar. It's like a Chuck-will's widow, a whippoorwill type of nocturnal bird. Also, sometimes that group is called nighthawks because they're vaguely hawk-shaped in their flight, but they're not really related to hawks. They sweep up insects in the air. Okay, let's see the next thing. Florida Torreya. The Torreya tree is interesting. So this used to get a lot bigger back in the day, but there's a fungus that kills them before they get too big. They can still reproduce though. They're mostly naturally found in Torreya State Park now and these surrounding uh, ravines, and they the other interesting thing is that the nearest trees in their genus are in like Japan. So it's like these and the Japanese ones are the survivors of a group of species that used to stretch really far and don't so much anymore. Um, it's it is a thing that some people are introducing them around the eastern United States because the thinking is that they were probably all over the place before the Ice Age, and that they got. I'm trying to find my photo of one, and that they got restricted by the Ice Age to these ravines here in Florida. But anyway, I'll give you a good look at them. They're just kind of short trees now, but they used to get a lot taller than this. Loch Lomond coyote thistle. Here's the Loch Lomond coyote thistle. It's from Central California. The Texas trailing phlox, Texas phlox. It's got those classic phlox flowers, and it's from eastern Texas. Okay, tidewater goby. Meh, he says. They're tiny little guys. They blend in really well with their background, found around coastal California. Kadua parvulu. Kadua parvulu is a small white flower from Oahu. We're on 585. The San Francisco garter snake. What a beautiful snake this is. Wow. They are so pretty. Okay. The thick-billed parrot. The thick-billed parrot lives in mostly in Mexico, but maybe gets up into Arizona a little bit. Oh, it used to be in the southwestern U.S. Why isn't it there anymore? Lives in the high altitude mountains in that area. The disruption in the Native American ways of life greatly decreased the range of some bird species that utilize Native American irrigation and farmland. So it's possible that this parrot also suffered from the effect of European colonization. Following the extinction of the Carolina parakeet and the extirpation of this species, the green parakeet is the only currently extant native parrot species in the United States. The last reliable reports of the birds in the southwestern United States were in 1935 and 1938 in the Chiricahua Mountains of Arizona. Bring them back! Bring them back! Bring them back! They're nice boys. Okay, and then we got um, Festica mollicaensis. It's another Hawaiian plant. Um, Looks like a grass to me, but I'm not 100% sure. Yep, it's a grass. A tall forage grass. Okay, Aboriginal prickly apple. Aboriginal prickly apple. It's from Southwest Florida, and we're gonna take some looks at it. Mm, don't eat that; it's endangered and spiky. Okay, spruce fir moss spider. Not well photographed. I see. It's from the central southern Appalachian Mountains. Okay, and that's gets us. We're at 580 now, left remaining to go. So that's time for another little break. Alrighty, we're back. We're gonna keep going. We're on species number 580 out of 1,229 now. The Puerto Rico halberd fern. The Puerto Rico halberd fern is a rare species of fern known by the okay, so that's redundantly written from my writing perspective. The ferns are located 200 meters away from the Arecibo Radio Telescope, which was a really cool telescope that just got destroyed by a hurricane in the last couple years. And then let's see what's next. We got the Akiakua, the Popolo Aikea Keua. It's just a Hawaiian plant with these. It's got this fruit. It's a very common shape and color for fruit in Hawaii. Interestingly, it's from the Western Hawaiian Islands. It's in the nightshade family, and it's endemic to just those islands. We've got the San Joaquin woolly threads monolopia, which is this plant. It has little woolly. It looks like it has wool all over it, really, when you look at it. And then we've got Smith's blue butterfly. Smith's blue butterfly, named probably for the inside of its wings, which you can't see in these pictures. It's from where is it from? Let's see, where does it live? It lives in the Big Sur region. Okay, and then we've got no common name. Maxwell's girdle pod. Maxwell's girdle pod is a species of flowering plant in the coffee family endemic to Puerto Rico. Then we have another haha. The genus Cyanea was called by, and still is called by indigenous Hawaiians, the haha family, or genus rather. And you can see it here. Now we've got Diparia colina, which is a fern that grows from rhizomes. Let's see, where does it live? It is from, where does it live? Hawaii, Maui, and Hawaii. Looks like it's extinct. It's presumed extinct. So we haven't declared it legally extinct yet, but it's probably gone. Then we have the Cahaba shiner, which is a little fish from the Cahaba region. It's in Alabama, in the Cahaba River. A lot of little fish are in those rivers. It's a high biodiversity area. And then we have the woody liania, called a sea bean. There's actually many things called sea beans. When we find seeds that look similar to this in Florida, they're called hamburger beans, but this is a specific species of hamburger bean plant. But related species do wash up in Florida a lot, and they look just like this. Okay, we got Arubio, Solanum drimophyllum. Solanum drimophyllum is a small spiny shrub historically found in the eastern and central montane forests of Puerto Rico. Then we've got the Guam kingfisher. He's very handsome. Just look at him for a minute. We've got a White River springfish, which is from the Great Basin of the western United States, where it's endemic to isolated warm springs in the White River drainage of eastern Nevada. Then we have the Contra Costa goldfields. I guess goldfields because they're so dense and they probably cover a field in yellow flowers. Look at that background. Okay. Then we've got the Mariana 8-spot butterfly. That'll be from the Mariana Islands. Yep, Guam and Saipan. Then we have the St. Croix ground lizard, another island species. Most endangered species are actually island species, or they're like a pseudo-island, like a lake or a river, which is, if you're a fish, a pond is an island. Okay, Moorfield's leather flower. It's a thick leathery outside. It's from Alabama and Tennessee. Then there's Thelipterus yacuensis, which is this fern, which is from Puerto Rico. Then there's the Laysan duck. Laysan ducks look a little like a teal. They're from the western Hawaiian Islands, so you can see there. And then there's the Mexican long-nosed bat. Am I upside down right now? No, but I need to be. Oh, also I'm fading away as the light changes. Hang on, let me fix that. Let's see, filters, chroma key, similarity. Ooh, here I am. Close. Okay. And there's the Mexican long-nosed bat, which is, it's got that pointy nose, that pointy tip to his nose. And it's from Mexico, and it dips into Texas there in the southwest corner. Then we got the marsh sandwort. The marsh sandwort, which is a western species over in California. Lives in low nutrient marshy soils. Balcone spike. This is a mussel from the central Texas. Then we got Hoawa. It's a Hawaiian flower. Then we've got the Haiwale, which is another Hawaiian flower. Very different one. Then another haha, so another Cyanea. Let's see some pictures of this. It's from Maui. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Work it, work it. All right. And then we've got, let's see, what's next? We've got the Fikizan Plains cactus, which just got those big flowers on it. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay, and then the Atlantic salmon. Meat. Well, Guadalupe orb. It's a mussel from central Texas. The Shasta crayfish. It's a crayfish. Big boy. Look at that. He's from Shasta County, California. There's about 4,000 of them in the wild today. And then there's the Ash Meadows speckled dace. It's a Nevadan subspecies. And then the Kopiko, another Hawaiian flower. And then we've got, I only have pictures of the seeds, but it's Melicope cornuta, and it's the Decuran subspecies. It's a palm-shaped shrub that grows from 1 to 7, so 3 to 21 feet tall. So at some point it's just a palm. Noradia angulata. Noradia angulata is a rare species of flowering plant in the nettle family. It's endemic to Hawaii. And then there's San Bernardino Merriam's kangaroo rat. Excuse me. That's just rude. That's the only picture I can get of it. It's getting eaten in the picture. Well, that one was very endangered. There it is. Oh my. It lives in out west. Lives in where's the San Jacinto River? So it lives in Southern California. Philostegia worsheri, it's a Hawaiian mint species. Bidens implectens, it's a Hawaiian Biden species. Um, it's in the family Asteraceae, so that's the sunflower family, and the beggar tick genus. It's a yellow flower. Mission blue butterfly, let's see that. Okay, very pretty. It's a subspecies of Bois Duval's butterfly. It's only found in a few locations in the San Francisco Bay Area. And then we've got the Vilis water clover, which is always has 4 leaves there, so it's very lucky. Where's that found? It's Hawaiian. This is an interesting pattern that some Hawaiian stuff gets over there. I think it's an issue with the coordinates is what's happening. Like the plus or minus gets flipped. Macau. Let's see, a Hawaiian buttercup. Okay. And then we've got Nehi. We're on 542. The Hawaiian plant. They only have a specimen of it here. Gulf Coast jaguarundi. Ooh, that's cool. So that must just barely dip into Texas. But what a cool little animal. Wow. Look at them. And then we've got the Kauaiakinan wood fern on the island of Kauai. Philostegia floribunda. That's this Hawaiian plant. The Suisun thistle. That's this thistle. It's from Southern California. The pink mucket. Try to get my screen to load. That's this mussel from these regions, these kind of Mississippi watershed, the eastern Mississippi watershed, I would say. Rough popcorn flower. Okay, it's popcorn flower, and it's from Oregon. The Texas fat mucket. Yes, very good, Texas, very fat mucket. Calistoga alicaria. The Calistoga alicaria is another kind of popcorn flower. This one is from southern or central California, rather. And then we've got the white raid. We have 533 species left, and this is the white raid pentacheta. Pretty flower from San Francisco area. Delhi Sands flower-loving fly. Okay. I see it. It's on a lot of flowers. Where is it from? Southern California. Okay, I'm going to X out of some of these extra tabs. All right, what's next? We've got the kern mallow. Kern mallow. I don't have a picture. I just have a range map. It's from this little Southern California area where so many other endangered plants are from. It's an annual herb, limited to that area. Okay. I have the Viola helene, which is a small violet from, how much you want to bet it's Hawaii? From Hawaii. Yep. And then 529 is Ma Ole Ole, which is Shire hawaiiensis. It's another Hawaiian plant. Ko'oko Olo'au. This is a taller Hawaiian plant. This one is from Lanai. Okay, then we've got a white sedge. So it's a sedge. It's from California, Southern California. Okay, that's 527. Here's 526. The Arizona Cliff Rose. Nice. Okay. So I'm going to take a little break there at 525, and I'll be back in just a minute. And we're back. Okay, let's X out of these extra tabs and then we can get this show back on the road for the last 525 species out of all of the endangered species in the United States listed under the Endangered Species Act. Let me see, did we get any comments that I should answer? Cool. All right, now let's go to the next one, which is the Florida bonneted bat. The Florida bonneted bat. Oh, it's a great picture. They've got these big, bulky ears. They only live in South and Central Florida. They are, um, let's see here. They were first recorded in Florida in 1936 from an individual collected from a high school in North Miami. Um, it only lives in South Florida. You look at the pup there. Oh, I forgot I need to turn myself over for this one. Whoop. Done. Okay, well, and then we're on to our next species, which is Ruth's golden aster. And I'm going to go right side up again. Ruth's golden aster is a plant that lives in rocky soils. It's Asteraceae, so it's in the sunflower family, in the U.S. state of Tennessee, only known from Polk County, Tennessee. Okay. North Park Phacelia. That's a purple flower. It's in Colorado. And then we got the round ebony shell, which is a very round mussel, freshwater mussel, from the Conecuh and Escambia rivers in Alabama and Florida. Has one of the most restricted ranges of any Florida freshwater mussel. Let's see it. Yeah, that's pretty restricted because this is like, whoop, that's it. Okay, and then Florida bush. The Florida bush is found on South Miami, so pine rocklands, scrub habitat. Then there's the alani, another Hawaiian species of plant. Then we have the slender claw crayfish, which is found in the southwestern Appalachian Mountains. Alabama is actually the most diverse state in the U.S. Slab-side pearly mussel. That is western Appalachian and a little bit west of the Appalachians. Gentian pink root. This is a gentian pink root. They are found in the Florida Panhandle and a little bit north. Clay's hibiscus. Clay's hibiscus is kind of a small-looking hibiscus flower found in Hawaii. Then there's the pygmy rabbit. Pygmy rabbits are slowly revealing themselves. Wow, very cute. It's the western United States. Then there's Slevin skink. Slevin skink is here, and he's quite a skink after all. He's found in the Mariana Islands. Then there's the Lanai tree snail. It's a Hawaiian tree snail from the island of Lanai. Then there's Nanu trees, which are, it's in the blackberry family, endemic to Oahu in Hawaii. Then we got steamboat buckwheat. Steamboat buckwheat is a species from the western United States. You can see it has very tall flowers very far away from the main plant. And then we got Shedia helleri, which is another Hawaiian plant. Mitchell's satyr butterfly. It's from the Great Lakes region in Michigan. Michelope palapali, variety Mauiensis. It's a Mauian subspecies of this fern. Then we have Subucon Leptoceras gradianus. It's a cactus. that grows in this wonky fashion. Wonky function, this wonky fashion over on Culebra. Okay, we got the island marble butterfly. Wow, look at that. It's a green butterfly. That's so weird. Cool. And it's from just barely in the United States. It's over here in these islands in between the U.S. and Canada. Okay, and then there's another Hawaiian picture wing fly. So this is another Hawaiian fruit fly. Hawaii is the world center of fruit fly diversity. Then there's a small eye shiner here. Uh, my mom just texted me to ask if the blood is running from my head because I have to conserve my voice a bit in between sections where I talk more vigorously. Otherwise, I will just totally lose it since I've been talking for 9 hours. So that's a small eye shiner. Let me see if I can get the comments up on YouTube on my phone so that I can see if anyone talks while I'm going. Subscribe, whatever. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll fix it next time I take a break. Small eye shiner, and that is in across Texas along this river. Let's see what else we got. Avon Park harebells. The Avon Park harebells, yellow flowers from Avon Park is actually a military base in Central Florida. Haiwale, shaggy stem Sirtandra. It's from Kauai and the islands nearby. There's the rough rabbit's foot. The rough rabbit's foot. It does look like a rough rabbit's foot, doesn't it? It's a mussel from the Ohio River and Great Lakes. Then there's palmate bracted bird's beak. Oh, she just messaged me to say that she didn't think that my voice was giving out, or that meant that I was about to pass out, but rather that I had forgotten to turn myself back right side up, and that. So thanks, Mom. Good call. Let me adjust the chroma key while I'm in here so that I'm not so that my green screen doesn't show up so much. Okay. Okay. Guess that's all right. It gets harder when the light changes outside because of the windows. The light from outside was helping me throughout the day. Okay, so we're in Central California. This is the palmate salty bird's beak. I don't know that I see a bird's beak there, but it's still a cool flower. And then we've got the Rio Grande silvery minnow. The Rio Grande silvery minnow is right here. Very cool. Very nice. And that's obviously in the Rio Grande River. And then we've got broad-leafed yellow loosestrife, which is a Hawaiian species, as many are. And then we've got the gray wolf. That one's a banger. Everyone knows about this. Gray wolves, controversially reintroduced to the lower 48 about 30 years ago. Gray wolves are a globally beloved and reviled species, completely legendary, and I hope that we can find a good way to coexist with them and with each other about them. The Florida grasshopper sparrow. This is a species that's very limited to Central Florida. And here's an image of one with its babies. That's very nice. Yuma Ridgway's rail. So here's a rail from the southwestern United States. Okay, and I'm going to pause for a second to say why I'm doing this live stream. The reason is that the United States Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA are considering changing how they enforce the Endangered Species Act. Up until now, habitat concerns can count as harm. That's considered in a species' assessment of whether or not it's endangered and what it needs. But they are trying to change. They're trying to change the definition of what they would enforce so that you actually can't help based on habitat, so that harm doesn't include habitat. But as we go through this, as you'll see or you've seen throughout the day if you've been watching with us, almost every species in here, the number one thing wrong with them is habitat. It's not so much like evil poachers are hanging in the walls waiting to jump out and get these animals. What's happening is that the habitats are limited by all kinds of human activities. So the key thing is that there are three things that we can do to try to fight this right now. One is we can go to the government's comment page, which is open until Monday, and it's linked in the description of this video. And we can leave a comment saying that we need to keep habitat included in the definition of harm, and that habitat destruction is the major threat that wildlife faces. Two, you can, if you have the means, you can go donate to the Center for Biological Diversity. We don't have any affiliation with them. They just do good work and have a lot of experience with the legal ins and outs of trying to keep the Endangered Species Act going. And three, this one's cheesy, but for the duration of this live stream, you could help by commenting, liking, and sharing because that helps boost it in the algorithm and get more people to do steps 1 and 2. So I'm looking at the comments. I got Rohit Bailey, 8 hours and going strong. Props to you. Thanks, man. Or woman. I don't know the name Rohit, but that's very cool. I really appreciate you watching, and you spent a lot of time. You can see that I'm getting a little loopy after having done this for 9 hours. And then also spend a lot of time looking for a few of these. Thanks for doing this. I know I love looking for rare species or any species at all, really. It's just good to have a quest. I just really think it's good to have a quest. So with that said, we're going to go to the swale paintbrush. The swale paintbrush is from the border. It's from Mexico, but also in the United States. It's on the border in New Mexico. And it looks like this. Then we're going to go to the Ohawaii. The Ohawaii is Clermontia oblongifolia, species Brevipes. It's a Hawaiian species of flowering plant. Then we're going to go to the Nehea, another Hawaiian species. It's a Wainea range Nehea. It's on Oahu. Uh-oh. I think I've disappeared. Going back to the future. Here I am. Once again, Zuni bluehead sucker. The Zuni bluehead sucker, it's got this red stripe down its side. Where is it? It's probably in the southeastern U.S., but let's see. It is found in the southwest region. It's in the southwestern U.S. Very cool. It's this little fish, brightly colored red stripe. That's probably very beautiful when it's in the water. Then there's the Georgia pigtoe. The Georgia pigtoe is from Alabama. It's another mussel from the world capital of mussel diversity and probably of endangered mussels. And then there's the sheepnose mussel. That one's from the, looks like the Mississippi River drainage. Then we have the orange-black Hawaiian damselfly, which is a damselfly from Hawaii. It's on these eastern islands, as you can see. And then there's Philistergia mannii. That is very nice. That's let me see where this is from. It is a Hawaiian plant. Yeah, you kind of get an eye for them after a while, and the law of averages, basically it's good. Thanks, widely played. Then there's Ha'iwale. This is a sharp-toothed Sertandra, and it's from Oahu. And then there's a tooth cave spider. Ooh, that's kind of cool. It's a little out of focus, but I love the way that the clear legs refract the light. It looks kind of like it's made of crystals. Let's see where it's from. It's from the limestone caves near Austin, Texas. Um, at the time, it's in a cave called Tooth Cave. It's actually in a few other neighboring caves as well. But at the time when it was named, they thought it was only in the one cave. Pallid sturgeon. It is a bit pallid. I will grant that. It's not big for a sturgeon. That's a pretty small sturgeon size. I don't know. Some get up to 85 pounds, so I'll give them that. Maybe that individual wasn't that large. Um, they get up to about 60 inches long. That's pretty typical. Pretty typical. Um, here's a good picture of one. Okay, and then Scotts Valley Polygonum. These are from Santa Cruz County, California. And then there's Rimia Montgomery, which is the Kalalau Valley Rimia. It's a species of flowering plant and Asteraceae from the Kalalau Valley in Hawaii on Kauai. And then there's the Lanai tree snail from Lanai. There's the another species of Hawaiian picture wing fly, Drosophila acrobasis. Um, Hawaii, once again, is the center of fruit fly diversity in the world. Then there's Palo de Roman, which is a rare species in the willow family from Puerto Rico. There's Clover Valley speckled dace. The Clover Valley speckled dace is, we get a little bit of a view of it here. It's from the California, Nevada region. It occurs in Nevada. Then we've got Chiidae kauaiensis, another Kauaian species of plant. Marinbacora, and you can see it's got this kind of washed out purple-ish lavenderish flower. I don't mean washed out in a bad way. It looks like jeans that have been through the dryer. It's a thornless flowering plant. It was considered endemic to the U.S. Virgin Islands on the island of St. John, but they found it on a neighboring island in the British Virgin Islands too. Cool. And let's see, this is Spermolopus hawaiiensis, so I assume it's a Hawaiian plant. About 2,000 to 6,000 individuals at Diamond Head on Oahu. Wow, so if you've been to Diamond Head, which a lot of people who've been to Hawaii have, you've walked past this endangered species. This is a Culebra Island giant anole. We're not sure that this is still around. It was found a long time ago on Culebra off the coast of Puerto Rico, but they haven't really found it in a long time, so it's probably extinct now. It's like a really big anole that used to live there. The Houston toad. The Houston toad is I assume a Texan toad. Um, let's see. Let's see what they're vulnerable to. They are vulnerable to threats. So they need ephemeral ponds, so things that mess up their ephemeral ponds, like droughts from climate change. It's a big deal. Invasive red fire ants eat the toads. And let's see. Those seem like the two main threats for them. Okay. We're going to the Wyoming toad next, which I've seen one of these before. They're pretty cool. Species of toad, extremely rare, exists only in captivity and within Mortenson's Lake National Wildlife Refuge in Wyoming in the United States. Was listed as an endangered species in the 80s and has been extinct in the wild since the 90s, except that they reintroduced it. Habitat, floodplains and short grass edges of ponds, creeks, and lakes. It also uses abandoned pocket gopher and ground squirrel burrows as places to hibernate. Four-petal pawpaw. This is the four-petal pawpaw, which, let's see where that is. Well, I should have had range by now. It's in Florida. That's what I thought. It's down here in southwest Florida. We have a lot of pawpaw species here in Florida. Okay, and then we've got Ephioglossum serpens, which is a sterile frond. Well, let's see, it's interesting. Grows in fronds, kind of like a cliffside, rocky, ferny species. Um, let's see, it's a fern from Puerto Rico. Got it. And then we got Coyote ceanothus. Coyote ceanothus. It's this spiky plant. Interesting. Ceanothus ferricii. It kind of reminds me a lot of holly plants. It's from Southern California. Maybe it's in the holly family or something. I don't know. It's just kind of reminds me of it. Okay. We're going to another species, island Phacelia. The island Phacelia, the island North Channel Islands Phacelia. So this is another one from the Channel Islands. Another one from the Channel Islands. Lulu, another Hawaiian species. It's a palm, endemic to the island of Kauai. Let's see. I'm going to go through the tabs and then check to see if we have any comments. As I'm conserving my voice for this last stretch, we are really starting to get down to the end here. Let's see here. What have we got? What have we got? We've got tooth cave spiders and incredible. Thanks for hit. They're a really cool spider. They glow almost in the light. Like they're so pretty. We've got the rough pigtoe. Rough pigtoe is a species of freshwater mussel, family Unionidae. Then we've got the Alabama canebrake pitcher plant. What a great name. So pitcher plants are so cool. Pitcher plants, they're carnivorous plants. They live in bogs and they catch bugs to eat to make up for the low nutrient soils that they live in. They lure them in by they have a fluid at the bottom that smells really sweet, but it's actually full of digestive juices, and they lure them into their mouth. And then the walls are really slippery and they have downward facing hairs, so the bugs can't get out. They just try to climb up and then wind up sliding down into the liquid, and then they get digested. I just love the name Alabama canebrake pitcher plant. That's a great name. Okay, now we got ocelots. The Leopardus pardalis, very cool. Banger of a species. Barely tips into Arizona, but we get a lot of cool South American stuff and Central American stuff tipping into Arizona. So we're lucky to get to see it today and look through this photo gallery. Neat. Okay, next up we got the Alamosa spring snail. The Alamosa spring snail looks like this, and it is from a place what place? New Mexico. The Haiwale is a Hawaiian plant from Kauai and neighboring islands. What do we got about it? It's first discovered in 1993. Same. It was discovered only one population on a cliff with 70 individuals. It lives on windy, misty, north-facing basalt cliffs wet with seeping water. So that's very specific. It possibly went unidentified as a new species for so long because researchers must climb steep rock cliffs to find it. Cool. Okay. Next, we got the Tumbling Creek cave snail. Tumbling Creek cave snail is this is it, and it is found in Taney County, Missouri area with a lot of caves. Missouri, the state in general, has. Peppered chub, that's next. This is the peppered chub, and you see why it's peppered. It's got those little pepper marks on its back. It's found throughout the Arkansas River drainage, or at least it used to be, and now it's only found in the Ninnascaw River, a small portion of the Arkansas River in Kansas, and in the South Canadian River between the Ute and Meredith reservoirs in New Mexico and Texas. So that's a big range contraction. Habitat is important. Laueho, this is another Hawaiian plant. It's a panic grass, and it is only found in Polihale State Park. They're threatened by the use of off-road vehicles degrading their habitat. That's because it's such a narrow range, probably. Poliscius bizianoata, another Hawaiian plant from Kauai. And then we've got Kentucky cave shrimps. Kentucky cave shrimps are this species. They obviously are from Kentucky caves. Let's see what we can learn from Wikipedia. They are working on the recovery plan. It exclusively lives underground. and it's endemic to the Mammoth Cave National Park region of central and Kentucky. That's cool. So it's only found in Mammoth Cave. Okay, next we have the Puerto Rican parrot. Wonder where that's from. Puerto Rico. When you send someone a meme. Okay, next we have green sea turtles. Green sea turtles are a beautiful, charismatic species. Let's just flip through these photos. They got reintroduced to Florida. The nesting, they stopped nesting in Florida for a while, and then this guy named Archie Carr and his cohort of conservationists helped bring them back here from Puerto Rico. So that's very cool. Okay, next we've got Coaster spring snail. Coaster spring snail is a tiny, tiny snail. Let's see, where's that from? That is from New Mexico. Okay. And then we've got right fishbook cactus. The right fishbook cactus is another one of these small pincushion looking cacti. With this one has pinkish purplish flowers. Okay. And then next up is 452, Selene alexandri. Selene alexandri is from the whoa, why is it there? Why is this interesting? Okay, so it's an Israeli species of plant. Let's see if we can learn why it's protected under the Endangered Species Act. It's possible that it's protected because there was some kind of trade in it, so we independently protected it as well. Oh, okay. Here's what just happened. This thing only has a few observations on INAT, and one of those coordinates got flipped. So there's a positive or a negative sign on the coordinate, and it's the wrong way. So instead of being here in Hawaii, it went whoop, all the way to the other side of the world in Israel. Okay, well, that explains that because it's on, just kidding, it's on Molokai, a Hawaiian island. Even the stuff that's on the other side of the world turns out to be from Hawaii. And then we have this species, which is another Hawaiian plant. Let's just look at it for a minute. Okay. And then we have another haha, the Hawaiian word for the genus Cyanea. Now this one's purpureifolia, which you can see, it's very purple. Okay, then we got the Barton Springs salamander, which is a small speckled salamander with external gills, at least in part of its life cycle. And it's from Texas, north of Austin. Then we're going to have the Presidio manzanita. It's this little plant from Southern California, San Francisco area. Okay. 440. That's 448. Let me check how the video stream looks. It looks okay. So we're going to go back to doing it. Purple cat's paw. The purple cat's paw is a pearly mussel. Here it is. See, it's purple colored, and it's in Ohio and Tennessee. So it's an interesting spread. It probably used to fill in the rivers in between them, but that is a very pretty purple color. Okay, now the southern kidney shell. The southern kidney shell is another mussel. It's in the Unionidae family, and it is found in Alabama and Florida. Okay, now we've got the silver rice rat. The silver rice rat is a semi-aquatic North American rodent from swamps and salt marshes. It likes wetland habitats. And it is found mostly in the eastern and southern U.S. from New Jersey to Kansas, south to Florida, and down into Tamaulipas, Mexico. So that's the species overall, but the Oryzomys palustris natator is the subspecies that's endangered. Let me see if I can find that subspecies is endangered. Okay, I think it's okay. It's the one that it lives in Central Florida. That's why it's endangered. It's a heavily developed and developing area. Okay, government canyon cave spider There's another government canyon uh, bat bat cave meshweaver, another government canyon cave bat. You know what I'm trying to say. Animal. So it's endemic to Texas, where the last species was also the last government canyon bat cave species was. Kamakahala. The Kamakahala is a species, it's a Hawaiian plant from Kauai and neighboring islands. Then we've got the northern Apamata falcon. The northern Apamata falcon. Wow, look at him. Where is he? Where is it from? It is from uh, the Rio Grande. It's from Texas. Or from Aransas National Wildlife Refuge, Big Boggy National Wildlife Refuge. It's like the Central West, but Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. Um, get the place. Anunu, another Hawaiian plant from, in this case, the Big Island. Okay, and then we've got another haha, another Cyanea, another Hawaiian plant of this genus. And then we've got Langford's tree snail. Langford's tree snail is from the Mariana Islands. A lot of tree snails in the Pacific Islands. Gamble's watercress is a rare species of flowering plant in the mustard family from across California, and this is what it looks like. Next we have the wound-finned. What a name! What an interesting name. Wound-fin. It's got a kind of a spiky rectangular back dorsal fin, and it's from this region and this river system in Arizona, California, and Utah. The Louisiana quillwort. It's a small plant from looks like mostly Louisiana and a little bit Alabama. And then we got the dusky-tailed darter. Well, look at his spiky tail. That's really cool. I love their their multi-layered tails, and I mean dorsal fin. They're multi-layered dorsal fins. Let's see. This is found in the western southern Appalachian Mountains. Kamapua'a, another plant from the western Hawaiian Islands. Cumberland pigtoe. It's from the Cumberlands in Tennessee. The ha'iwale. This is another plant from the Hawaiian Islands. And then 431, another Hawaiian yellowface bee. This species is mana. So there's a whole bunch of these in the Hawaiian Islands. There's like 7 or something like that species of these. Okay, let's see if I get a picture in this link. Yeah, there you go. This one's a lot kind of sleeker and more waspy than the others that I've seen so far. It might just be the pose they have it in. Okay, beardless chinchweed. Beardless chinchweed is this yellow flower from the southwestern United States. And then Carter's panic grass. Carter's panic grass is let's see, where's this from? Hawaii, of course. When in doubt, guess Hawaii. Another haha, another Hawaiian species in the Cyanea genus. They have these distinctive flowers that are long, tubular, and split off kind of crazy at the end. Another alani. It's a plant from the Hawaiian Islands, I guess especially. Looks like either lanai or Molokai. And then there's a hohiu, which is a western Hawaiian Island species. A fat three-ridge mussel. Yep, ripply little guy. Goes down that looks like the Apalachicola River watershed. And then there's a star cactus. Wow, the spikes on these are really reduced. They're just these little teeny bursts of them instead of big long spikes. So that's an interesting difference. It's mostly in Mexico and it's also in South Texas. Then we got 423, the Maryland darter. The Maryland darter is a classic looking darter. It's got tiger stripes basically, and it's mostly from Maryland. What a surprise. Okay, and then we got Cook's lomatium. Cook's lomatium is this plant, and it is from the western U.S., so like California and Oregon. Then we got California jewel flower. California jewel flower is a pretty deep red flower from the Southern California. Then we've got Brown's rock cress. Brown's rock cress is Kentucky and Tennessee species. Something about it? It's a perennial herb. It's let's see. It's often found in disturbed habitat, which is interesting. But excess disturbance is a threat. And then it's in danger from habitat destruction and non-native plants. Okay, let's get to 419. That's Senicula purpurea. It's a carrot. It's in the carrot family, endemic to Hawaii. Then we've got another no common name, Asplenium peruvianum variety insulaire. It's from the central Hawaiian Islands, mostly. Then we've got Ma'oli'oli, another Hawaiian plant species, Schedia pubescens. Okay. Then we've got something close to my heart, the ivory-billed woodpecker. I spent many months as a teenager and young 20-year-old looking for this species in the swamp forests of North Florida. And they may have been rediscovered recently in Louisiana, so hope springs eternal. But it's a beautiful, huge woodpecker that used to occupy this entire range and then some. It was down in Cuba also, and sometimes up here along the river. But it was mostly hunted to extinction after its habitat was destroyed. The places where it could have survived, it was hunted to extinction largely by collectors from museums. Back in the turn of the century, people had a lot worse ethics and a lot less good ethics around what you can and can't do from museum specimens, but they might still survive somewhere in this swamp forest here. The Choctaw bean. The Choctaw bean is a freshwater mussel found in the southeastern United States, named for the Choctaw people. Okay. Flat pebble snail. The flat pebble snail is a species of freshwater snail. That's a rough drawing. Okay, this gives you an idea of it. And it's in this gene. It's the only species in the genus Lipurium, so it's pretty distinct from other snails. It's from central Alabama. Okay, we're on species 413, the Okoko, a rare species of flowering plant in the Euphorb family. Common name is Kokomale. It's endemic to Oahu, Hawaii, where it's known for only a 4-kilometer stretch of the Wainaira Range. There's a picture of the range. Hawaii, another Hawaiian plant. Scrub lupine. This is a lupine. They've got these tall inflorescences and the kind of fuzzy leaves. And this is found in central Florida. Florida has a lot of lupine species. Applegate's milk vetch. It's these little tiny flowers on this plant, which is from Oregon. Philostagia halleri, which is this plant, and it's from Kauai. Then there's Gaviota tar plant. Gaviota tar plants are interesting, and they're from Southern California, far Southern California. Let's take a look at them. Okay, then we've got the San Diego fairy shrimp. It's a little tiny fairy shrimp from the area in and around San Diego. Oop. Let's go to the next thing. We're on 406, Schiede sarmentosa. Schiede sarmentosa is a rare species. It lives on cliffs. It's endemic to Hawaii on the island of Molokai. Then there's Abutilon eremitopetalum. That is this weird flower. Look at that. Look at how that's structured. That's very strange. And it's from forests and shrublands on the windward side of the island of Lanai, the Hawaiian Islands. Okay, and then 404, we've got Maui geranium. That's a pretty flower. It's from Maui, apparently, from its name. And then we've got the Barnaby Ridgecress. The Barnaby Ridgecress is this small plant with little yellow flowers. And it is from Utah, as many similar plants are. The Point Arena Mountain Beaver. So this is a population of beavers, I think, from, I guess that's California still, that is protected. Let me learn about these things. This is weird. It's a mountain beaver. It's a North American rodent. It's the only, whoa, it's different from the regular beavers. Interesting. It's not even closely related. It's just a common name thing. It's more closely related to squirrels. Interesting. It digs in the ground. It just looks kind of like a beaver. That's why they called it that. It's got those big teeth. They climb trees, but they don't travel far from their burrows. They have opposable thumbs. How have I never heard of this thing? They cache food around their burrows. Partially nocturnal, mostly. Likes moist environments. Interesting. Not very warm-blooded, and they don't hibernate. Those are interesting things too. Okay, we're on to 401. Gonzales trionia, which is a swirly snail from the southwest, from Texas. Okay, now it's time for me to close out these tabs before we crash out my computer. We've got 400 left, and I'm going to take a very short break to check the comments and post a meme trying to promote the stream to a few more people in Wild Green Memes. All right. So let's get this next 1 or 200 done. Let's see what we can do here. We're trying to turn everything back on. There we go. There's wild green memes. There's something very meta because you see in your own stream. All right, and then we're gonna the Picos amphipod. But before I talk about the Picos amphipod, let me go through why we're doing this again. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA are talking about changing the definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act such that it doesn't include damage to habitat. So this is a bad idea because most species that are endangered in the U.S. aren't endangered from some bad guy sitting in the woods waiting to poach them. They're endangered from habitat destruction, and if you take habitat out of the definition of harm, then the Endangered Species Act does basically nothing for most species that it's currently helping to keep in business. And the Endangered Species Act has been really successful at that so far, with only a 1% failure rate. 99% of the species that have been listed, which were already selected for being the most vulnerable species, have survived. So that's a pretty good record. And now there are 3 things we can do to try to influence this and to prevent this from happening. One is this weekend is the last chance we have to get our words in on it because the U.S. government has an open comment period until Monday. So I hope that you go to the link in the description and leave a comment to the government saying that you don't want them to change this rule about the definition of harm. The definition of harm should include habitat because it's an obvious and important part of what makes species vulnerable and what makes species safe. 2, if you have money to donate, you can do so to the Center for Biological Diversity. We are not affiliated with them in any way, but they have a lot of experience with legal aspects of the Endangered Species Act. So I've got a link to them in the description as well. And 3, I know it's cheesy, but for the duration of this live stream, it would really help if you would comment and react or share as you want to it, because those things really help the algorithm, and a lot of social media sites don't really like links in posts. So with that said, let's talk about the Picos amphipod. The Picos amphipod is a species of Texan arthropod. It's probably in a cave. Let's see. It's in the Diamond Y Spring Preserve, a nature reserve owned by the Nature Conservancy. Interesting. A portion of the spring in Cienega. What's a Cienega? Cienega is a wetland system. Oh, I looked this up earlier. It's a type of wetland from the western Texas. Okay, so it lives in that kind of wet habitat in an otherwise dry region. Next, we have Doryopsis anglica, the Kauai digit fern. It's a fern native to Kauai, Hawaiian Island, and on the tropical rainforest habitat side, it's an endangered species, as many plants from those islands are. A New Mexican meadow jumping spider, obviously from New Mexico, but we can just get a closer look at him. Okay, whoops. And then Maui Rimia. Maui Rimia is a Mauian plant, as you see here. Mehemaheme, which is this plant, which I assume is also a Hawaiian plant. Here's its fruits. It's native to the dry coastal mesic and mixed forest regions of Hawaii, specifically the Western Islands. Okay, next up we have the haha. We have another haha. Haha is what in Hawaiian, it's the Hawaiian word for this genus of plants. You can see this one has curved flowers that hang down from the stem with the pom-pom structure on the top, and it's from Oahu. Okay, then we've got Lange's metalmark butterfly. Lange's metalmark butterfly, interesting name. It's from Central California. And here's some pictures of it. Then we got the rock gnome lichen. I love that. Okay, the rock gnome lichen. I guess if I was a rock gnome, I would like this lichen. I'd probably take a little nap in it. It's from the southern Appalachian Mountains, as many endangered species are, as many other species are too. The Huachuca water umbel. It's this plant. It's from Arizona. Then there's the Koaloa ula. That's this red flower from Hawaii. Then there's the Sacramento prickly poppy. Sacramento prickly poppies are found throughout New Mexico, this little region of New Mexico. San Bernardino bluegrass. San Bernardino bluegrass is a bluegrass from Southern California. Here's a picture of it. Then there's the Hawaiian picture wing flies. So there's a lot of fruit flies from Hawaii. This one's Drosophila heteronura. They're all called Hawaiian picture wing flies. Hawaii is the world center of diversity for fruit flies or picture wing flies. And then we have the Maui key silver sword. This is a cool plant. Wow, look at that thing. Okay, the Hiko River white springfish. And no common name, Hesperomania ligadii. See if we can open that. My computer will load it eventually. The Kauai Island aster, so it's another Kauai plant. Oahu tree snails. Oh, that's a pretty pattern on these things. Little wing pearly mussels. Got a little notch in the middle there. It's just interesting. I guess that's the little wing. Here's one in action. You can see its little filter feeding appendages are out, and the cool kind of topography looking pattern on the shell. Bolson tortoise. The Bolson tortoise is kind of like Florida's gopher tortoise. It's a western species. It's found in Arizona and Mexico. Do they burrow? Let's see. They were reintroduced in into Ted Turner's ranch in New Mexico, because they had gone extinct there, I suppose. Okay, and then there's Veronia what is it? Lepidoploa proctori. It's in the aster family. So there's some stuff that I had to figure out how to match up, because the scientific names are actually different between the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the iNaturalist system. So there's a lot of debates in classifying organisms, and sometimes it winds up in quick changes between and not every system keeps up with it all the same. The longhorn fairy shrimp. I guess they got long horns. You can see their little pokey outy horns there. And where is that found? This is found in California, with only 4 known populations. The armored snail. This is an armored snail. It's from Tennessee and North Alabama, in the limestone and piney creeks. Yadin's piperia. Yadin's piperia. It's this plant. It is an orchid from a narrow range of coastal habitat in Monterey County, California. The arroyo toad. He's a handsome little fella, the arroyo toad. It is a true species of true toads, endemic to California, U.S., and the Baja California state, Mexico. Okay. Then there's Scottsburg's falso halo, which is a flowering plant endemic to Kauai. It's a tree. Catesbia melanocarpa, the tropical lily thorn. Then there's Florida prairie clover, Floridian prairie clover. from South Florida. Then there's Asplenium delphacetum, which is an interesting, just a drawing of a fern from Oahu. Oh, here's one picture of it. Arizona hedgehog cactus, which, whoa, those are pretty. Those are bright red flowers. It's a subspecies of a broader species. Let's look at that for a minute. Cool. Okay, double checking the feed is working. It is. Let me try to modify my chroma key a little bit for the change in the light levels. Just made it worse. Close. Okay, that's a pretty flower. And then let's go to Newcomb's tree snail. Newcomb's tree snail. It's long and thin, unlike a lot of the tree snails we've been seeing. And its pattern is a little more subtle. Let's see here. We've got species number 370. It's a plant. It's the Pauoa. And this is just a picture of part of it. It's a fern from Kauai and neighboring islands. Okay, we got Belle Lemon spine flower. The Belle Lemon spine flower. This is from Southern California. Then we've got Sonoma albicauris. Sonoma albicauris, also from Southern California. And then we've got the Anastasia Island beach mouse. The Anastasia Island beach mouse is another of Florida's beach mice. This one is on the east coast of Florida, around where else? Anastasia Island. These beach mice are super important for building dunes because they plant sea oats by accident, and that leads to dune construction because the sea oats are the plant that builds the dunes by preventing erosion and snagging that sand. Catalina Island mountain mahogany, that is this plant, and it's a tree, and you can see it's from Catalina Island and the Channel Islands there, or Catalina Island rather. Ho'oa, this is a Central Hawaiian plant. Short-tailed albatross. The short-tailed albatross. He does have a short little tail. Look at that. It's not even as long as his feet. They are so pretty. They're so smooth looking with their feathers. The range is the entire Pacific Ocean, but narrow breeding areas. Okay. Then there's the oha. The oha is a Hawaiian plant. Probably extinct. Small anthered bittercress. The small anthered bittercress is from North Carolina and Virginia. It's this little plant. Then there's the California freshwater shrimp. Ooh, that's a lovely little shrimp. I like the pattern a lot. It also, you can see where it gets it by where it's standing, what it's standing on. Very cool. Looks like a lot of them match their environment quite well. Okay, then we've got the Pine Hill flannel bush. This is what it looks like. And this is where it lives. We've got another haha. That's a Cyanea genus. Hawaiian plants. Let's see here. We've got the fountain thistle. Fountain thistles. It's got that classic thistle flower, and it's from the San Francisco area. Conservancy fairy shrimp, and that's an interesting name. So here it is. Why is it called Conservancy? Okay, so it's down there in Southern California. Why is it called Conservancy fairy shrimp? It doesn't say. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Showy stickseed. The showy stickseed is this white flower, and it's found in Washington State. And then there's another haha. This one's got much smaller leaves, and it's very spiky. That's interesting. Okay, southwestern willow flycatcher. The southwestern willow flycatcher is here, and it's from New Mexico, Arizona, California, and Nevada. Then there's another no common name plant, Hesperomania arbuscula. Where do y'all think this is going to be? What state do you think this is going to be in? I know. Do you can you still hear me, Chris? I think the audio is still going. Should be. Um, let's see here. Can you hear me now? Okay, cool. Um, this is um, okay, good. Thanks for pointing that out, though. Okay, so where do we think this plant is going to be? My bet is Hawaii, and it looks like Hawaii, and it's the Maui Island aster is its actual common name. So yep, there it is. Okay, so here's another haha. I wonder if this whole genus is endangered. Uh, it's got a smaller head on that individual anyway, and very small bunched flowers. It's interesting how they vary that play off of that one design so much. Comanche Springs pupfish. This is a dappled. Ooh, it's got some blue on it. Yellow and black pupfish. Some of them are silver and some of them are like a deep blue color. Some pupfish. It's located in Comanche. Well, let's see: San Solomon Spring, Phantom Lake Spring, Giffen Spring, Toya Spring, and associated irrigation canal system. California sea blight. What a name! It only grows in the intertidal zone and salt marshes in the San Francisco Bay, but the populations are actually extirpated. So it is um, living under human care and being reintroduced to San Francisco Bay. There's Aia. The Aia is obviously another Hawaiian plant from Kauai. Okay, it's time to close some tabs. Ding, 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 ding. Closing tabs time. I kind of like flashing through all the pictures of all the animals after we've gone through them. It's cool, and the plants. It's cool to see in fast succession. Getting kind of stiff from sitting in this chair all day. I know. I was thinking that too, Chris. I saw some species that I've definitely like seen with my eyes, but that I didn't realize. You know that there was an. I didn't observe them. I'm responding. Chris left a comment that said it's crazy how many places he's been that he didn't even know about the endangered species there. That's totally true for me. I've definitely seen a lot of these plants, for example, and just totally not. Whoop, didn't it went right past me. I had no idea what I was looking at, and that it was in some way special. Um, let me. You know what? I think at this point in the night, I'm just gonna get rid of the green screen because it's not really working anymore. So you're just gonna have a little green square around me in the background. Um, let's see, what number are we on right now? We're on 349. 349. Okay, so it's time for the Plymouth red belly turtle. The Plymouth red belly turtle is Plymouth red belly cooter, another name. It's a separate population of a species called the northern red belly cooter. That's protected independently. It's in the Plymouth pinelands of Massachusetts. Okay, and then we've got, well, let's take another look at that guy for a second. Do him justice. There he is. He's looking back at us. Okay, now we got the veined yellow loosestrife. It's this plant, obviously in Hawaii. Look at that background. Rare species, endemic to Hawaii on Kauai. Okay, clay-loving wild buckwheat. Here it is. It's got these little flowers. It's in the state of only in the state of Colorado, and only in 2 counties there. Fosberg's lovegrass. There it is. Where is it from? It is from. It was believed extinct until rediscovered in the 90s. It's from within the city limits of Honolulu. That's crazy. So, habitat degradation. Write in your comment. Also, feral pigs, exotic species, and trampling. Cool. Okay, and then we've got Philistigia hirsuta, so it doesn't have any hair. It's a mint. It's from Molokai. Then we've got it's a false ohe. It's another Hawaiian plant. Those are some interesting fruiting bodies there. It's from Kauai. Okay. The shiny pigtoe, another mussel. Been a while since we had one of these. Look at that kind of radiating pattern. Sometimes these are uneven, but this one's relatively ordered, I feel like. Okay. Next is the Hiawale, another Hawaiian plant. Lives in rainforest habitats. Then there's the Eskimo curlew. The Eskimo curlew stands in this dignified manner. It was, unfortunately, not a reliable sighting since 1987 or a confirmed sighting since 63, so it's considered probably extinct. Very unfortunate. It probably, let's see what range it was in. It was in the tundra of western Arctic Canada, and Alaska was where it would breed. So maybe it's still out there, but it's probably extinct. And then we've got the Ash Meadows Amargosa pupfish. The Ash Meadows Amargosa pupfish is another play on the pupfish design. And you get a good look at it here. These stripes and kind of bluish, kind of reddish colors. This one's a little more blue from that angle anyway. You get the idea. They're a lot like the fish in with the magic scales. What was that called? I said it earlier today. Okay, loggerhead sea turtle. Loggerhead sea turtle. This is a banger charismatic species. We're just going to flip through some pictures of it. Everyone loves a good loggerhead. All right, now we're on the Butte County meadowfoam. The Butte County meadowfoam is from Butte County, but where is that? Butte County, California. Now we've got the IE. I wonder where this one could be from. It's another Hawaiian species. Interesting. It looks kind of like Chinese tallow, honestly, like the leaf shape does. And then we've got the Hiawale. The Hiawale is another Hawaiian species. The Laysan finch. Oh, look at him. He looks kind of grumpy. He looks like he got up and didn't get his coffee today. They've got that big beak. Let's see if we can figure out what the big beak is for. I bet it's crushing seeds. Let's see. Behavior. Is a generalist, feeding on seeds, small insects, lots of other foods, eggs. Okay, so it's just like a jack of all trades. Hillebrand's reedgrass. Hillebrand's reedgrass. It's on Maui. Clay Phacelia. Clay Phacelia is a rare species of flowering plant in the borage family. It's endemic to Utah. Okay, then we got Hoffman's rock cress. Hoffman's rock cress is here. Rare species of flowering plant. It's at the Channel Islands of California. Cushionberry buckwheat. Cushionberry buckwheat. Here you go. That's a unique looking plant to be sure. And it is from Southern California. Then we've got the tooth cave ground beetle. The tooth cave ground beetle. This is another of those wild looking cave beetles. A black-footed ferret. This is from our YouTube thumbnail. This is the animal in our YouTube thumbnail. They were actually believed extinct, and then a farmer's dog, I think, found one. They got a small population going from that remnant group that they found, and then they've actually been pretty successful in reintroducing them. And in addition to that, we're now getting genetics from specimens that were captured back in the day that are just have been not alive for decades, but we've gotten DNA from them and managed to put it into the existing population. So we're actually able to kind of recover some of the genetics that were lost, because one of the main problems for these guys is a lack of genetic diversity, since they're all descended from just a handful of individuals. But they're getting reintroduced across the western U.S. They live in prairie dog towns, and they eat the prairie dogs. Agave egersiana. It's an agave from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Another haha, another Cyanea. And then here's a Mircea pagani. That's a Puerto Rican species. Hungerford's crawling water beetle. Hungerford's crawling water beetle. Ooh, it does. It's definitely a water beetle. You got that shape, that kind of pear shape that they have. Where is it from? The Great Lakes. That's kind of cool. Okay, Willamette daisy. Here's a Willamette daisy. They're from the northwestern U.S. Carter's mustard. They're from Central Florida, the Lake Wales Ridge there, where a lot of species are. Tiburon jewel flower. A Tiburon jewel flower. Here we are. And those are from the San Francisco area. We've got Doryopteris tecucii. Doryopteris tecucii it's like a lip fern. It's from Oahu. California orcut grass. California orcut grass. Here we are. There you go. It's from Southern California. We've got number 318. This is Nihau lobelia. Nihau lobelia. What a pretty plant. Okay. From Kauai and neighboring islands. This is the Kamanamano from Oahu. This is the it's a hibiscus. Interesting. From the Hawaiian Islands. Cool. Do all hibiscus come from Hawaii? I didn't know about that. And another one. This is another Hawaiian species. This one's an aster, though, not a hibiscus. Turnstromia subsilensis. El Yunque, Colorado. Cool. It's from Puerto Rico. From the island Puerto Rico. Okay. And then 13 left until we pass the 300 mark. Highland scrub hypericum. The Highland scrub hypericum is from the Lake Wales Ridge of Florida again. The hilarious yellow-faced bee. It's another yellow-faced bee, another Hawaiian bee species. And then the raid bean. We've got the raid bean, which is a northern Great Lakes area mussel. Okay, and then we've got the Alabama cavefish. Let's take a look at this thing. Oh man, that's weird. Look at that. It's so blank. It has no eyes. And it's clear. And it's doing all right. Actually, it's endangered, but it's in this cave in Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. Blackburn sphinx moth. Blackburn sphinx moth. It's interesting. It's got those little, I guess that's supposed to be eyes, maybe? Just closed eyes or squinting eyes. And look at that caterpillar. Sometimes it's green. It's all over Hawaii, eastern Hawaii. And then 308, the black line Hawaiian damselfly, another damselfly from Hawaii. I kind of like this one. I like the eye colors on it. Okay. And then the Kamakahala, another Kamakahala. It's a 3-flower Labordia. And then St. Andrew beach mouse. That is from St. Andrew beach mouse is from Florida. So in the southeast region of the United States. It's from the Panhandle. It's near the other two we've talked about, the Choctaw and the um, Perdido Key beach mice. It's like the next one over to the east, I believe. Taylor's checker spot. Here's ooh, that's pretty. That's the prettiest one we've had so far of this pattern. And then we've got Sonoran tiger salamander. Kind of a duller yellow than the California tiger salamander has, at least in these individuals. It's from Phoenix. And then Philostega stachyoides. That's this Hawaiian. Um, I think it's a mint. This Hawaiian mint plant. Another haha. This is species 302. That's a rare species of flowering plant in the bellflower family from Oahu, as many are. And then Shedia trinervis. Shedia trinervis is a coffee family, is it? I don't know. It's from Oahu though. Okay, and then we're on number 300, the Hawaii akepa. The Hawaii akepa. Ooh, this is a pretty bird. Okay, so this will be another honey creeper. Let's learn about its lifestyle because the honey creepers all do different things from each other. It's very narrow in its surviving range. Um, very endangered. It eats spiders and other invertebrates and drinks nectar of several flowers, including the nectar of the Ohio, the Nara, and the lobelia. Okay, so it's mostly a bug eater and it opportunistically gets nectar. Cool. Okay, so we are going to take a slight break and come back and do the next 100. Yeah, St. Andrews State Park. That's right, Chris. let's do this. All right, so we have 299 left. We have done 1,000 species so far today. It is time for me to look at the comments. Just a second. Okay, so in the comments we have someone called me a good bean, which is nice. I appreciate that. Hunter S says, sad we've lost so many grasses and plants. If we could all graze regeneratively, we wouldn't be concerned about those species and their associated insects. Yeah, that would be helpful in a lot of cases. I feel like in Hawaii specifically, there's a lot of issues with feral wildlife. So wild pigs and goats and introduced game animals are a huge problem there, and that is gonna outweigh any kind of grazing management technique until we can get that under control. But all across the world, when unsustainable grazing happens, it's definitely an unnecessary and damaging thing for sure. Thanks for your comment. Angel Foxworthy says, "Woot! Blind Alabama cave fish for the win." I agree. That's a really cool fish. It's so weird. Chris, yeah, they are in St. Andrews State Park. That's true. Okay, so now I'm gonna start us on our. We're getting close to the end. I've been doing this all day long. Some of you've been with me all day long doing this, and we are finally almost there. So we're gonna go ahead and get started again. With the species number 299, the beach jacquemontia. And yep, okay, y'all can see it. The beach jacquemontia is this flower, and it is a rare species of flowering plant in the morning glory family, also called beach cluster vine, several other names, from the southeastern coast of Florida, mainly within the South Florida metropolitan area, probably why it's endangered. So you can see, oh yeah, that's like Miami and the other cities along with it. That's definitely a bad place to be native to if you're a plant. Okay, so then we got rusty patch bumblebees. I remember these were quite controversial when they were trying to get listed this a few years ago. But here we are. And it's found in West Virginia and the Midwestern United States. Okay, and then NOAA. This is another Hawaiian plant. It's a subspecies. It's a subspecies of the main species that's protected. And here it is. Then we have 296, the fringed campion. This is the fringed campion. You can see it's some pretty cool flower petals. That's really weird. I wonder if we get another shot of them. No, that's all we got. Okay. Well, it's from maybe I'll drive and go get one. I live in not too far from these spots. It's in Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. Go get a photo, not go get an actual plant. A wee wee. This is they got kind of a thick, fleshy leaf. They live alongside, looks like alongside a waterfall in the Kauai and its neighbors. No common name. Let's see. It's Schiede spirulina variety Leopoda. It's a Hawaiian flower, no petals. Interesting. Then we've got Keck's checker mallow. This is it. It's a checker mallow. It's very pretty. It's from California in general. Then we have Pamakani. The Pamakani is sort of a fat-leafed, I don't mean that in a mean way, just thick-leafed plant with some, it's actually got some thick white flowers also. It is, let's see, where is it? It's in Hawaii. And then we've got the Florida leafwing butterfly. I bet this one's in Hawaii too, guys. Ooh, that's neat. I love the jagged edge. That's great camouflage. So it's in the Everglades and in the Florida Keys. The Girish mallow. Globe mallow, Geersch's globe mallow. That's cool. That's from uh, Utah and Arizona. Cooley's water willow. Cooley's water willow is this pink flower, a very nice pink flower. And it's from sort of Brooksville Ridge area of Florida. Then there's the Iowa Pleistocene snail. The Iowa Pleistocene snail is from Iowa, up on this corner here. Right there. Interesting area. Driftless Area National Wildlife Refuge. So that's where it is. That's what it is. There you go. Then we've got the Hawaiian picture-wing fly. This one's Montgomery. It's another fruit fly from Hawaii. This one's got much more sticky, uppy wings than the last one we saw. Naenai. It's another one with that common name. This is the Wahiawa Bog Debauchia. It's on Kauai. Then we've got the Sierra Nevada yellow-legged frog. Another yellow-legged frog out of this complex. Right here. From the Sierra Nevada mountains in California. Then we've got the Malheur wire lettuce. Malheur wire lettuce. I assume it's from Malheur. And yep, Oregon. Then let's see, we have another haha. It must have every species in this genus on the list. This is in Kauai. We've had so many of them. Lower Keys marsh rabbit. There he is. He's looking at us. Yeah, they live in the Keys and a little bit the Everglades, I guess. And then there's Broughton's milk vetch. Broughton's milk vetch. Here it is. And it's from Southern California, as many things named vetch seem to be. Let's see, no common name. This is Caesarea irikai from Kauai. Fisher. Look at that. That is a good, charismatic animal. What an animal. That's like if this were a Pokemon, it would be a normal type. He says. He's got the little fangs. They're so cute. Okay. And you can see their range here. Okay, Contra Costa wallflower. Here's a Contra Costa wallflower. Trying to get it to load. Okay, and there we are in San Francisco. Cape Fear Shiner. Cape Fear is a great name for a place, and the Cape Fear Shiner, by extension, has a great name for itself. Hulamoa. This is a plant from Oahu. Kopiko. Another Hawaiian plant from Kauai. The no common name beetle. It's Radine infernalis. It's another cave beetle. You can see it's got the cave structure to it. Interesting how they grow that way in caves. Monterey clover. There's Monterey clover. It's a clover species from Southern California. Or Northern California. Cumberland monkey face. It's a pearl mussel. Interesting that monkey face can be a mussel or a flower. Yellow larkspur. There you go. It's from Southern California mostly. Crimson Hawaiian damselfly. Wow, it is crimson, isn't it? Hua kuawi. That's another Hawaiian species with a pretty backdrop. Okay, Baker's larkspur. Southern California, or Central California. Jalapepe. There's a jalapepe plant. Texas Prairie Dawnflower. There's a Texas Prairie Dawnflower from Houston, Texas. A Hawaiian picture wing fly. So this is another Drosophila hemipisa. This is another fruit fly from Hawaii. You see it has shorter, more upright wings. It's interesting. And then the next one is Alani. which is Koki stream melicope. It's another Hawaiian plant. And we've got friendly ground doves. Oh, he does look very friendly, doesn't he? He looks a little surprised in that one. They're from Samoa and neighboring islands. Another haha. This is a Sanearimii. And then we've got Pygmy Mad Tom, Nuturus Donali. Then we've got St. Thomas's Prickly Ash, Xanthoxylum punctatum species Thomasinium. Then we've got Watercress Darter, Watercress Darter or Ithiostoma nuchali. Mount Charleston Blue Butterfly. Mount Charleston Blue Butterfly. There we go. And that's in Nevada, Las Vegas area. Michaud's sumac. Michaud was a guy who described a lot of the species in the southeastern United States. And that's his sumac, I guess. Nohuanu. Another Hawaiian flower from Oahu. Or no, sorry, from the central Hawaiian Islands. Okoko. This one is a euphorb from subspecies from Oahu. Okay, we're gonna X out of some of these tabs and check comments. Thanks, Heather. Fiend. Oh, okay, what's next? Let's see. Let's check the comments over here. All right, we're about to get started on the next 50 or so we can get down to the final 100 of this entire list. I can't believe we're already almost there. Okay, we're on 254 now. Let me make sure everything's streaming right. And okay, so we got Nuttles Sheedia, which is it's from Oahu. Let me see. Okay, it's streaming. All right, we got that one. And then we're going to do Haiwale, which is this interesting flower from Hawaii, from the Big Island. And then we got Awiwi. Awiwi is this little, it's another Hawaiian flower, but no common name. It's a white, jagged flower from, let's see where it's from. Molokai, Lanai, Maui. So it's from Hawaii. Peebles Navajo cactus. Ooh, it's got kind of long spine. I wonder if those aren't even working as spines anymore. Like they're doing something else with them. It's different. Interesting. So it's a subspecies that's protected here. And then another haha from the Central Hawaiian Islands. Chapman's rhododendron. Pretty. I've seen these before in real life. Very cool. Very pretty plant. And I've met some of the people who took these photos. Um, they're in the western Florida in the Panhandle area. Okay, next one is Cyperus fowleri. It's a grass or a sedge probably actually because it's so called cyperus. It's a sedge it's called alpine flat sedge. It lives in Molokai and Hawaii. Um, okay, and it used to live on Lanai. Paragat round-tailed chub. There you are. Ina ina. And it's this long name. It's a Hawaiian species. Sandwichisium means it was on the Hawaiian Islands, and Molokaiensis means it's the variety from Molokai. Ma'olioli. Another petalless Hawaiian flower. Endemic to Hawaii and the Waina Range on Oahu. Pua'ala. Here we are, Pua'ala. This one is on Molokai. Wheeler's peperomia. Wheeler's peperomia is a rare species of flowering plant in the pepper family, endemic to Puerto Rico, and is only known from the island of Culebra. Leafy prairie clover. There you have it. It occurs in Illinois, Tennessee, and Alabama. Ring pink. This is our ring pink. It was native to Alabama, Illinois, all of these states, but there were only a few populations left in Kentucky, Tennessee, and West Virginia when they listed it. We've lost West Virginia since then, or actually the population might have just been a misidentification to begin with, and only a few specimens have been, so this might be going extinct. It's in the Green River of Kentucky is where it might be still. Okay, mat forming quillwort. Whoa, it does form a mat. Look at that. Where is this? This is in Georgia, and it grows in shallow temporary pools on granite outcrops with 2 centimeters or less of soil. Okay, Muntz's onions. Yeah, that's an onion flower, all right. Where is it? It's in Riverside County, California. All right. Longfin smelt. The longfin smelt is in several estuaries and lakes along the Pacific coast. Ozark big-eared bat. Oh yeah, I gotta flip myself over. Hang on. Whoop. Gotta blend in with the neighbors. And there they are. Let's take a good look. Oh no, they're right side up. Wow, they do have big ears. Look at that though. Here's one that's the right way around. They don't like being held. A pretty cute little guy though. Okay, they live in the Ozarks, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri. Next up, we have the fan shell, which is found in Ohio, Cumberland, Tennessee river systems. Rugel's pawpaw. It's probably a Florida one. Habitat destruction is the main threat for these too. They're found in Volusia County, Florida. Tar River spiny mussel. You got that there. It's expected to go extinct without human intervention. It's endemic to North Carolina. So we should intervene. All right, and then Pine Hill ceanothus. It's endemic to El Dorado County, California. Puerto Rican plain pigeon. Okay, I guess it's a pretty straightforward, pretty mid pigeon. And then we got Hawaii ladies nightcap. Um, it's a vine that goes on steep slopes and level ground in Hawaii. So it's a ground spreading vine. Canela ladies tresses. Ladies tresses are often these kind of spiraling looking orchids. This one's in Arizona. Speckled pocketbook. A lot of mussels are called pocketbooks for, I guess, because they look like pocketbooks to people. What is going on in this picture? I can't really tell. What does it say? A speckled pocketbook. Oh, this is the lure. Okay, so mussels use these kind of lures. They fill them with their eggs and they make it look like a fish or some kind of food source. And a fish comes up and tries to bite it. They bite it and they get infected with the eggs. And then the baby mussels actually parasitize the fish for a while. So you can see this. This is the lure here. This is the mussel down here. They parasitize the fish for a while and ride around on it, and then doesn't really hurt the fish too much. But then they drop off when they're ready. That's how mussels get throughout river systems effectively, and it also is the first stage of their lifespan. Santa Rosa Island manzanita. The Santa Rosa Island manzanita. It's probably on Santa Rosa Island in the Channel Islands. The rush darter. This is a little fish. Where's it from? It's from Alabama, where many little fish call home. Coffin cave mold beetle. Here it is. Another beetle that's kind of almost converged with ants in an interesting way in its body form. Very interesting that they keep doing that in caves. Cocodulfer cave harvestman. I don't have a picture of this, but it's a pale orange daddy long leg with no eyes. Kind of sounds like similar to a bone cave harvestman maybe. It lives in caves, obviously. Wireweed. Ooh, it's elegant, very thin. Look at that, like long and I don't know. It reminds me of some kinds of sundews. Let's see. It's a perennial herb. Where's it from? Florida scrub. Okay. My own backyard. Haiuale. This is another Hawaiian plant. Interesting. It's the species came from hybridizing several other species. It's native to Oahu. Flying earwig Hawaiian damselfly. That's a wild name. It doesn't look like an earwig to me. Ma'olioli. It's another species with that common name from Hawaii. Dune sagebrush lizard. Dune sagebrush lizard. We get a look at that guy. And where are they from? Texas and New Mexico. Makes sense. Zapata bladderpod. Let's see this one. Okay, and it's from the Rio Grande area of South Texas and North Mexico. Okay, West Indian walnut. This is the West Indian walnut tree. It's probably on the U.S. Virgin Islands, or it's on, well, within the U.S., I don't know where it is actually. It's in the Dominican Republic and Cuba, it looks like here. Then we've got Philostega brevidens, Hawaiian species from the Big Island. Mancos milkvetch from New Mexico and maybe a little bit of Colorado. No common name. This plant looks Hawaiian to me. Let's see where it's from. Hawaii. Okay, Penasco least chipmunk. Cute. Penasco least chipmunk from New Mexico. Okay. Down to 212. Spreading avens. Okay. I approve. I get it. I see it. You're working it. Look at those leaves. Okay, this is in the southern Appalachian Mountains. California condor, maybe the most famous endangered species in the United States. See those huge wingspan? Maybe the Grand Canyon behind it there. Some captive species. No molestar los condors. Don't bother the condors. What a great picture that person got. Okay. Colea. The Hawaiian plant. Kearney's blue star. I don't know where this is actually. Let's see. It's Arizona. Only one native population in Pima County. Okay, up in the mountains. Mariana swiftlet. Yep. That's a swiftlet. It's from Mariana. It looks like there was a sighting in Hawaii too, so maybe one got really lost at some point. Okay, Curtis pearly mussel. Epioblasma. Wow, that's a lot of little ones. They're kind of cool. All right. Next is the Ohawai. There's an Ohawai from the Big Island of Hawaii. And a Okoko, another one with the same common name. They call a lot of euphorbias Okokos, I think. Rockii. Interesting. This is a Hawaiian species as well, the green flower Indian mallow from Oahu. Robber-bearing cave mesh weaver, so it's from a cave called Robber-bearing Cave, I guess. And that'll be a spider. Pretty cool. The ihi, that's 202 ihi flowers, Hawaiian species, widespread on multiple Hawaiian islands. 201, the devil's hole pupfish. This is a banger of a species because it was very controversial. It's only in this one spring in out west, and they wanted to actually take so much water out of the water table that it would have driven this to extinction, and they didn't get to do it because of the Endangered Species Act. And that's good for two reasons. One, because the devil's hole pupfish is a cool expression of what it is to be alive on Earth, and it's worth having them exist. But the second thing is, and they're really pretty little guys. But the second thing is that the health of the aquifer that people are using to live is important, and that should stay sustainable. So this fish helps set a lower bound on how bad that aquifer can get before we'll take action to make our civilization a little more sustainable. And it sets a warning tripwire well before the point where we would personally be at like a crisis level where we actually straight up didn't have water for humans. So that's an example of how these little tiny species and these little tiny animals often provide us with protection for our own safety and interests. Okay, so that brings us to 200 remaining. I am going to take my every 100 break and read some comments. So I'm deleting all of these extra tabs. Okay, let's look at some comments. Thanks, Heather. Okay, we're coming back online to do the next 200. The next 100. Let me post the meme and then we'll be ready to go. Let's see here. You're getting to see a little bit of the background here. Let's see here. Let's do this one. And then we'll say all right, let me check the YouTube stream. Looks pretty good. And now let's get moving here. Sakura isopod. The Sakura isopod is a little roly-poly. Pretty cute little guy if you ask me. Oh, they have like swimming feet. Interesting. Oh, I guess that's how their back feet always are. And it's found in New Mexico. Okay, there's the Santa Ana River woolly star, which is this flower. From Southern California. Palos Verde blue butterfly, which is these are pupae. This one's coming out of a cocoon. It's from Southern California. It looks like it's from LA. Then we've got the blunt-nosed leopard lizard. Blunt-nosed leopard lizard. It's got that cool red speckling on it. Okay, and then the vermilion darter. Wow, that's a pretty fish. Look at that. Well, these ones aren't in full colors, but that is a beautiful fish. That's from the Appalachian Mountains for sure. And then the Quino checker spot butterfly. That's a good pattern too. From Southern California and Baja California. Ashy dogweed. That's from Southern Texas. Riparian wood rat. No, you're a riparian wood rat. From the San Joaquin. It's also known as the San Joaquin Valley wood rat. Britain's bear grass. That's a Lake Wales Ridge thing. Looks like. Hiawale. This is I'm gonna eventually. It's a fuzzy flowered sirtanja. So that's a Hawaiian species. And then ahaha. So it's another Cyanea, another member of that genus. And then Kretschmar cave mold beetle. Another one of these interesting looking beetles that are kind of look like ants. Ohawai, another Hawaiian plant from the Big Island this time. Another haha, another Cyanea. This one with big purple flowers. A green pitcher plant. Ooh yeah. Ooh yeah, nice. Pitcher plants are so cool. Any plant that eats bugs, any plant that catches animals is so cool. And this is from Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina. Interrupted rock snail. Cool name. Who interrupted it? It wasn't very nice. That's from the Coosa River in Georgia. They thought it was extinct, but they found one again in the 90s. And then They found more. Um, in 2004, 3,000 of the snails were reintroduced into the Kusa. Cool. Um, this is Philostagia calenensis. It's a Hawaiian species. Haiwale, another Hawaiian species from the middle cluster of islands. And then there's a white bladder pod. From Texas. There's Cynogene canahoana. Another Hawaiian species. Lysomachianiki. Wailu River Island loosestrife is what this is called. It's cool. It has like kind of interlocking fat petals. It's from the Western Hawaiian Islands. Asplenium unisorum fern. It looks like it has its spores on the top. I don't even know if that's a real fern. Interesting. Antioch Dunes evening primrose. Pretty. It's from Southern California. Atwater's greater prairie chicken. Another prairie chicken. These guys do big dances and booms. You can see that the throat sac inflates and deflates, and that's how they make their big boom noise. This is a female. Very cool. They also hop straight up in the air. Puerto Rican sharp-shinned hawk. He's kind of like a borb. Howell's spine flower. This is from She Want to Go to California. It's from Northern California. What song is that? I don't remember what song that's from. A Wiki Wiki. That's the Western Hawaiian Islands. Dusky gopher frog. Yeah, I love these guys. They're from Florida. Actually, this species not so much. This species is a more western variety, I guess. Yeah, I'm used to the capitata species. These are cool though. Pretty big frog. Pretty big frog. Southern mountain caribou. So this is a protected species. I mean a protected population. Eastern hellbender, one of the largest salamanders in the world. Very cool, right here in the Appalachian Mountains. Pretty big. Mergose vole. Meep. They're from, where are they from? They eat grasses and forbs. They have to eat a lot really quickly for their size because they're so small. They have a higher metabolism. Philostagia racemosa. This is another Hawaiian mint that's endangered. Ufa halomontano. This is a tree from the Mariana Islands. And then this is another Mariana Islands tree, I think. Let's see. Yeah, it's from these little islands off. Oh no, that's the location's obscured. It's from Rhoda. Okay, we got the Texas poppy mallow. Let's see. Ooh, look at that. That's so pretty. That purple color. Let's see here. Cuthbert. That's such a weird. I'm sorry if you're from there. And then here's the pretty colored flowers. It's kind of pretty with those blues in the background too. Pagosa skyrocket. It's a great name. They're from Colorado. Nereida sericea. It's a Hawaiian plant for sure. Yep. Calophtranthis thomasiana. Where's that from? The U.S. Virgin Islands. Another haha. This one's pretty tall. Another haha. This one's got orange fruits. I don't know what color the fruits of the other ones are, though. I've only seen flowers, I think. Quite a few ha-has on this list. The Alani. It's from the Western Hawaiian Islands. Big pine partridge pea. Big pine partridge pea. That's from the Florida Keys. There's a lot of endangered species from this specific stretch of the Florida Keys, too. It's interesting. From around Big Pine Key, these little linear compressed keys here have a lot of endangered species on them. Lysimachia maxima. This is a Pelicunu trail yellow loose strife. It's endemic to Hawaii. I'll look at it again for a second. Here's the Virginia River chub. It's got that humpback that a lot of them have. From this corner of Utah, Arizona, Nevada. And then we got a Perate checker mallow. Big bear checker bloom. I like that name. It's from Southern California mostly. Golden cheeked warbler. Wow, that's a pretty bird. Singing. Inquisitive. Hopping. It's from Texas and Central America. Ozark hellbender. So this is another example of how the Ozarks are kind of like the Appalachian Mountains' little brother. The Ozark Mountains over here, they're very similar to the Appalachian Mountains over here in the fauna that they have. They have like their own version of like all the same stuff. No common name. I bet you it's a Hawaiian plant. Yep, Kohala Mountain Stenogene. Okay. Buena Vista Lake Ornate Shrew. These guys have high metabolisms. They have to eat all the time to not starve because they're so small and active. Phantom spring snail. Little snails from spring in West Texas. Yep. And then kokio, another Hawaiian tree cotton. Pretty red flowers from the western side of the Big Island. Okay, that's 150, so I'm going to go check the comments and clear out these extra tabs. Okay, any comments on Facebook? Let's see. Oh, thanks, Linda. Y'all can go to the link in the description of this video and speak some words to the American government to convince them not to go through with these changes in the rules around what counts as harm, and tell them to include habitat as harm as they always have and there's precedent for, because if enough people write in, it'll be too much of a headache and they won't change it. So we actually do have the power probably to fix this problem. Okay, let's see. What do we got on YouTube comments? Oh, thanks, Heather. That's amazing. I'm so glad that that we reached you. Thank you for doing that. I'm glad you like it. And we work hard on the Facebook group. I'm glad you enjoy it. Okay, now for the next 50. Whoop. Yeah, there we go. We've got the Pale Zone Shiner. The Pale Zone Shiner, found in the western Appalachian Mountains, as shiners tend to be. Okay, then we got the Akoko. Wow, that's nice. What a nice person Heather is. Okay, so we've got the Na Pali Sand Mat, which is in the western Hawaiian Islands. And then Todson's Pennyroyal from somewhere. It's from New Mexico. Cool. Then we got Mexican Flannel Bush in the Mallow family. From Southern California and Baja California. Tiny Polygala, tiny milkwort also called. It's endemic to Florida in the southeastern coast of the peninsula, mostly in Miami-Dade County. The Miami blue butterfly. It's only the outside of the wings. This is another one that the Florida Museum of Natural History has basically saved from a captive breeding program. Pretty amazing stuff. Lysimachia always could need more habitat though. The Wailu River yellow loosestrife. It's endemic to Hawaii as well. Easy yellowface bee, another yellowface bee. Here it is inside a flower. It's a Hawaiian species. It's marked as possibly extinct on iNaturalist, unfortunately. Lobelia monostachya. One-stalked lobelia is a species of flowering plant from Oahu. The hairy orcut grass. Let's see this one. It is pretty hairy. It's from the Central Valley of California. Sacramento Mountains checker spot butterfly. It's another checker spot. Very nice. Very nice. Alabama lamp mussel. I bet that's from Alabama and it's in the family Unionidae. There we are. No common name. Probably a Hawaiian plant. Let's see. Yep, it's definitely a Hawaiian plant. Let's see. It's the Kauai delicia. Aleutian shield fern. Cool. Neat. Interesting. It's similar to Asian species, which I guess makes sense from where it is. It's kind of in the bridge between the Americas and Asia. The Barron's top minnow. I like its speckles, and the kind of shape is kind of cool too. Okay, found from the southwestern Appalachian Mountains. Gulf moccasin shell. It's in Alabama, Florida, and Georgia, where it's declined and has been extirpated from most rivers, federally endangered. Okay, White River spine dace. Cool. It's from Nevada. Okay. Amargaro niterwort. It's from California and Nevada. Nehe. That's another Hawaiian plant with that common name. Also called the spreading nehe. Cool. It's from the Big Island. Lionia truncata proctori. Proctor staggerbush. It's from Puerto Rico. Southern pigtoe. That's from Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee. Little bit of western North Carolina, maybe. White cat's paw. We've got another clam, or another mussel rather, from Ohio this time. Leon Springs pupfish. Another pupfish. I'm affectionate for these guys. It's in Texas. Spectacle case. It's a mussel. Oh yeah, pretty big. They get large. It's from the Mississippi drainage. Lily Y. It's a Hawaiian plant. Kamakahala. Another Hawaiian plant. Short-leaved rosemary. This is probably from Florida. Yeah, it is. It's Central Florida, Lake Wales Ridge region. Called it. Tinospora homosepala. This is from Guam. Another haha species. I guess it's in this picture somewhere. Oh, this is a blog post I found. Okay. There it is. Cool. And then we've got Huakawahiwi. Yeah. Red flower. Strangely shaped red flowers from the Big Island. Another haha. With, wow, the flowers on this one are way away from the plant. Interesting. Okay. Oh, Hawaii. Kohala claremontia. This is on the Big Island. A Mojave tui chub. A subspecies of chub, of tui chub. From the Mojave. Century milk vetch. Century milk vetch is this pretty plant. This little rock dwelling. Look, it looks like it just barely needs a little tiny purchase in these rocks, and the cracks in these rocks, and a tiny amount of soil. It lives in the Kaibab National Forest in Arizona, or in Grand Canyon National Park, rather. Birdwing pearly mussel. It's a good mussel. It's from the western Appalachian Mountains mostly. Large flowered fiddleneck. That's pretty. It's from California. Amber darter. That's a nice darter. Where's it from? The southern Appalachian Mountains. Like they always are. The Hawaiian stilt. Good bird. Ooh, that's why they call them stilts. And then a hawksbill sea turtle. Ooh, that's a good one too. I wonder how much I do like sea turtles a lot, but I also like the shade of blue in the background on all these photos. It's very calming. Okay, scrub mint. This might be a Florida species, and it is. Lake Wales Ridge, some other little scrubby areas. Stygian bifida. It's a Hawaiian species. It's extinct in the wild. It's a mint from Molokai originally. 108 left. Comal Springs riffle beetle. Look at the larva and the adult. Aquatic for at least part of its life, it looks like. Let's see. Oh no. Yeah, it's an aquatic beetle from Two Springs in Texas. Alabama beach mouse. Here we go. It's tracks. Let's see. It probably is on the other side of the Perdido beach mouse. It kind of overlaps with it in an interesting way. Yeah, okay, so here's the Perdido beach mouse. Here's Choctawhatchee. Here's St. Andrews. and here's Alabama. So this is a continuous stretch of these species crossing over. Each barrier island has its own little species. 106, no common name, Hawaiian plant. 105, it has a common name. It's a fern from Hawaii on either end of the archipelago, it looks like. Moapa dace, let's see this. That's good. Nevada. Snake River physa snail. It's in Idaho. Another no common name. I bet you it's Hawaiian. Yep, it is. I kind of I'm making light of this a little bit, but Hawaii is kind of the world capital of extinction because it's an extremely biodiverse island chain that happens to be in the center of world trade. So that means that it's the most likely place for invasive species to go, to get brought to, and it's totally filled with them. It's really there is a tragedy in the story of Hawaii. Is species that you could really talk about, and a potential uplifting story if we can recover the islands and what still remains there in terms of their biodiversity. So the Pitkin marsh lily, there's a human tragedy too, but that's a link to but separate from the biodiversity tragedy. Pitkin marsh lily in Southern California. Alabama sturgeon, or not separate, but independently important. Alabama sturgeon from Alabama. Guthrie's ground plum. It's a limestone glade milk vetch, also known as, from Tennessee, central Tennessee. Makoo. Maui buttercup. Rimia kauaensis, a Kauai species. Oh no, we passed 100. I was going to take a break then and advertise it. Well, I'll just say we're in the last 100. And we're going to go ahead and post a little meme about it. And I'll get a drink of Gatorade and we'll go through this final stretch. Scrubman also in Jonathan Dickinson State Park. We did save it from the golf course. That is a real thing we won this year, and I think that the state is getting a lot more cautious about doing unwise land use changes now because of the people that um, um, are so up in arms about it in general now from that incident. Let's see. Um, Thanks, Jiggerness. I appreciate your approval. Let me put up the away sign for a minute. Okay. Alrighty, we are on our final stretch. We're about to go through the last of these species from this list today. So let me see if everyone's here. And let me just say one more time what the reason for this live stream is. While it's fun to talk for 12 hours straight, I think that the actual reason is more important, which is that the Endangered Species Act is currently under threat of basically being made irrelevant because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA are trying to change the definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act so it doesn't include habitat destruction. Now, this is obviously bad because habitat destruction is the most important and most dangerous and most damaging way that species can be at risk. So we obviously shouldn't take it out of harm. What can a species possibly do with no habitat? That's the most damaging thing that can happen to it. Um, so there are three things we can do to actually make this less likely to happen. One is that there is a link to the comment box for the U.S. federal government on this issue. It's linked in the description of this live stream. It's the first link there. It is critical that we go, and as many people as possible go and write in and say that we don't want the definition of harm changed and that habitat is an important and vital part of keeping species extant in this world. If enough of us do that, it will look like something that's too big of a headache for them, and they just won't change it. That's the theory there, and I think it's right. The second thing that we can do, if you have the money, if you have the means to do it, the Center for Biological Diversity is a great organization with a lot of experience defending the Endangered Species Act in court. And that'll be a good second step protection. So if you have the means to donate, we've linked to them in the description as well. We're not affiliated with them in any way. We just think that they're a good organization and they're the right one to donate to for this issue. Number three, and this is kind of cheesy, but like, react, share this live stream. Join in with us for the ride as we go through these last 96 species because the more people that we can get engaged on the post and on the video, the more people will see it and the more people will write in and the more people will donate. So with that said, let's go on with the last 96. I've been doing this since 9 a.m. this morning in one way or another. So here's Least Bell's vireo. Least Bell's vireo is a small gray bird. It is from California. Let's learn a little bit about it. It has not a lot of information about it on iNaturalist. That means it doesn't have a Wikipedia article, but we got these nice photos. Okay. Next species is the ohe, Hawaiian plant. Many Hawaiian plants are endangered. Probably more than half of the endangered plants on the list are from Hawaii. That's because they have a lot of habitat destruction and also a lot of invasive species on their isolated island chain, which unfortunately has made them in some ways the extinction capital of the world. This species, though, is not extinct, and it's on the Hawaiian island of Oahu. It's threatened by habitat loss, which, again, should stay a consideration with the U.S. federal government. Franklin's bumblebee. Franklin's bumblebee, Bombus franklinii, is the most narrowly distributed bee species, making it a critically endangered bee in the western United States. It lives only in a 190 by 70 mile area in southern Oregon and northern California. It's distinguished from other bumblebees by its black abdomen, yellow U-shaped pattern, and interior thorax. It has several other identifying features. We can come up and look at it again. Conservation. This species has declined a lot since 1998, with the last sighting in Oregon in 2006. Some people say it's already extinct, but it's been given a critically imperiled status by NatureServe and endangered by the U.S. federal government. It is a good species for us to go look for and try to not move, but relocate, like rediscover. Okay. Next, we've got the bog buck moth. The bog buck moth, I don't know why it took me to the bottom of the page, is right here. And you can get a good view of them. And it's got a cool pattern. It's got these two eye spots, and it won't let me scroll down to show you better. It's got two eye spots and these white stripes and a red tip to its abdomen. The bog buck moth is an oak forest species. It stretches from peninsular Florida to New England and as far west to Texas and Kansas. So a pretty big range. It is a particular subspecies which is endangered, though. The subspecies is Mayanthivora, and I'm going to go ahead and see if I can control F that in this Wikipedia article so we can learn a little more about the endangered one. It's protected in Canada and the state of New York, so that tells us it's in the northeastern United States. The northeastern part of this species is range. The subspecies that lives there is endangered. Okay, now we're going on to another no common name. It's a Philostega renovans, which means it's a Hawaiian mint. A lot of Hawaiian mints are endangered. This one's from Kauai. It has quite a pretty inflorescence and interesting leaf structure. Okay, we're going to the beautiful pawpaw, species number 91. The beautiful pawpaw, I'll bet you money, is a Floridian species. There it is, endemic to Florida, where there's about 5,000 in severely fragmented habitat in Charlotte, Lee, and Orange County. Again, a habitat consideration is the problem. It occurs in slash pine woods and sandy substrates, so it's like a pine flatwoods species. The main threats are habitat destruction and degradation. Go to that link in the description and write to the U.S. government and tell them that you want the white squirrel banana to stay around, and that means we need their habitat requirements to stay into the Endangered Species Act. Next is the hoawa. I'm going to make the page load for a minute. That is a Hawaiian species, also called royal cheesewood. That's kind of gross sounding. It's endemic to Hawaii and only known from northwestern Kauai. All right. Next is no common name, sawtooth logwood, a flowering plant on Kauai. It reaches 46 feet tall. It inhabits montane mesic forest dominated by koa and some other plants. It's interesting. Between 3,000 and in a narrow, like a 200 feet range, about 3,000 feet up. It's threatened by habitat loss. Here we have Philostega glabra, variety Linnaeensis. This is a Linnaean plant, again, with its broad leaves. It looks like a shrub. Then we have the Alabama leather flower. The Alabama leather flower, we will slowly paint this picture until my computer loads, is this kind of bell-shaped flower, Clematis socialis. It's a sociable species, apparently. Discovered in 1980 next to a highway in St. Clair, Alabama. Described it as a new species in 1982. It lives in a mix of prairie and swampy forest ecosystems, but it's not clear because we only know it from human-altered habitat today. Unfortunately, this is a trait of a lot of species in developed areas. All current populations experience competition with other plants. Let's see here. It's got problems with mouse predation of its seeds, and climate change is a potential threat. Okay, next one is the Alabama red-bellied turtle. Alabama has more turtle species than anywhere else on this planet, and here is the Alabama red-bellied turtle. Even than the entire Amazon rainforest, Alabama has more species than. More than 1 in 10 turtle species that live on Earth lives in Alabama. Pretty cool. Nevins barberry. Nevins barberry is this yellow plant. It is endemic to Southern California, and it lives on chaparral and inland canyons and foothills. So scrubby Mediterranean climates with inland canyons and foothills. Described by Asa Gray, who was like a rock star botanist of the 1800s. Okay, spiked ace. Spiked ace is this little fish. Very pretty, very demure. And it is from Arizona and New Mexico. It had a bigger range in the past, but now it has a smaller one because of degradation of its habitat. And they are trying to manage these streams to be a little bit better and a little less competitive between humans and spiked ace. Okay, kui kui. Let's see what this is. It's a fish. I thought it was a plant. Cool. It's got that very rounded head. Interesting. The kui kui is a large sucker fish endemic to Pyramid Lake, and prior to its desiccation in the 20th century, Winnemucca Lake. Interesting. Maybe we could bring him back in northwestern Nevada. This is what Pyramid Lake looks like. I see why they named it that. Okay. Um, Hawaiian black snake root. It's a Hawaiian species of snake root. There's not a lot of information on it, but there's some photos of it in human care. The Cumberlandian comb shell. That's a cool name for this mussel. I love their little zigzag line patterns on these things. Black rump storm petrel. I see it. I see it. It's you could have said banded rump too. I don't know. Maybe that's another species, but you got them out there. He looks like he just woke up. There's the egg. This is also what they look like. And let me see if I can get the range up for you. The range is all these ocean-going habitats. So the reason this is protected has got to be the breeding habitat is probably fairly narrow and vulnerable. That's what a lot of these wide-ranging birds that are protected, that's their situation. Okay, this is a honey eater, which is one of the tragic situations of Hawaii because the introduction of mosquitoes and avian malaria has caused a lot of problems. But actually, I'm thinking of honey creepers. This is a totally different thing. Scratch that. This is a honey eater from Samoa, including American Samoa. And they have this long, thin, slightly curved bill. Let's see what that's about. They eat so I'm looking for what they eat because a lot of the time birds' bills will be adapted specifically for their food source. So the babies eat small vertebrates like geckos and insects. It's endangered from destruction of the forest and introduced predators. I guess it doesn't say in this article. Okay, next we have the scrub blazing star. The scrub blazing star. I bet you money it's in Florida. Yep, it is. The Lake Wales Ridge, one of the highest endemism places, highest place where it has more species that aren't found anywhere else than almost anywhere else in the U.S. The only comparable places are some parts of Alabama and a little bit of California. And Hawaii, of course. I'm talking about the continental U.S. when I say that. Chadrochrome bladderpod. That is catachrome, rather. Kodachrome. Wow, way better word. Kodachrome bladderpod is from southern Utah in Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument. And then we've got number 76, no common name. I bet it's Hawaiian. Yep, there we go, from Oahu. Okay, then we got McDonald's rock cress. McDonald's rock cress. That's from Northern California and Southern Oregon. It's a purple flower. Alani. Let's see here. The Alani, not a lot of photos or information about it, but it's a Hawaiian plant. Okay. James spiny mussel. James's spiny mussel. Here's a whole handful of them. Sir, put those down. They're endangered. They have a little spike, I guess, sometimes. That's interesting. Like right there. And they're found in the central Appalachian Mountains. Guadalupe fat mucket. This is another mussel, and it's from Central Texas. Deltoid spurge. This is the deltoid spurge. It's a small plant from the Pine Rocklands. Again, most of its range was in Miami. We could make Miami a good place for the likes of the deltoid spurge if we wanted, without making it any worse for people or costing any more money than we already spend on land management in the form of landscaping. We could really put some rocks out there, or dig them up from the ground right underneath it, and put this thing on it. You know, obviously it would take a little more work than that, but we could do it. It's totally possible for us to do it. It's just a choice. We have Schiadeae jacobii, that's from eastern Maui. And here's the lulu. This is a palm. A lot of palms in Hawaii are called lulus. This is a palm, sticky bud Pritchardia. Um, cool. And then here's another Nahi. It's another plant, and it's from the Olokili Canyon, and it's a rare species of flowering plant in the aster family. It's endemic to Hawaii, only on the island of Kauai. Berriako. This is it's kind of a holly-like plant. It's from southern Puerto Rico. Small's milk pea. Small's milk pea. Here it is. It's got that pea flower, but with like a little kind of twist to it. I don't know if that got bitten out or if it's really part of the flower. And it is a climbing or creeping vine. Then we have Kamakahala, another Kamakahala. It's a Hawaiian species. It kind of has flowers reminiscent of milkweed to me. Interesting. It's only found on Kauai. Anunu. Here's the Anunu plant. It's a squash family plant, only found on the island of Hawaii. It might have used to be on Maui also. It's called the alpine burr cucumber, or the large leaf burr cucumber. Cool. Aya. This is another Hawaiian plant. They have these thick, fleshy flowers often. I wonder what pollinator they're working with for that. It might have been honey creeper birds. I'm not sure. Okay. This is a bird from Hawaii. It's a thrush. It was on Lanai. Oh, it's still on Lanai. Good. I assumed it was extinct because of the drawing. Very good. Let's see. Good to know. The Molokai thrush. Another no common name. This is a leech leaf delicia, and it is from the Big Island of Hawaii. Mostly lives in botanical gardens now. Asplenium leaf delia, fern in the spleenwort family. Masked bobwhite quail. Let's take a look at these guys. Meep. That's how they sound, kind of. Lost River sucker. There we go. It's a classic sucker. Let's see. Only found in California and Oregon. Has a number of conservation threats. Prefers deep lakes and pools and fast currents. That's an interesting combination. And it spawns in riffles and substrates of gravel and cobble. So maybe it uses the fast currents for nesting specifically, and the deep lakes and pools for the rest of its life. Okay, we have another no common name. Neradia ovata. This is from the Big Island. You can see it's got those fruits there. And now we have Nichols Turk's Head cactus. Nichols Turk's Head cactus is a small species with a lot of big thorns and a bright pink purple flower. It's found on arid rocky slopes of limestone in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Mexico. Okay, we're on number 55, the anthracite masked bee. Just get a look at him. It's called anthracite. I wonder if that means it's in cold country somewhere. No, it's on Hawaii. Maybe because it's black, dark colored. I don't know. Interesting. Pteris lagidi. This is a fern. It's definitely from Hawaii. Yep. Okay, and then we got Asplenium delictorum. It's a Hawaiian fern. Okay, and then we got Garrett's mint. Garrett's mint. These are pretty flowers. Sometimes mint flowers are very nice. It's from the Lake Wales Ridge in Florida, also called Lake Wales Balm. Okay. And now we're on 51. 51, Puerto Rico helmet orchid. The Puerto Rico helmet orchid is a rare species of orchid known by the name Puerto Rico helmet orchid, native to Puerto Rico. It's pretty redundant. There we go. And then number 50 is the Arizona Eringo. Eringo. Arizona Eringo. The information is mostly just a description of the plant. It's a pretty landscape, though. It has a ladybug on it and a butterfly. Okay, so we've hit 50. This is the number 50 species. We got 49 left. So I'm going to check the comments and see what people are talking about. And then we're going to go through this last 50 and then we'll be done. So let's see here. Let's see some comments. Oh, okay. So Jiggerness's partner is a malacologist in Texas. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's always a bad day when your species gets listed. But I'm glad to do it. It's a lot of fun. Franklin, I'm glad to do this live stream. It's a lot of fun. Franklin's bumblebee. Ooh, detection dogs. That's really cool, Becky. I didn't know they were doing that. What a cool use of our relationship with dogs. Um, Thanks, Ruth. I'm glad that you found it useful. Um, yeah, they shortened the comment period, but we'll get through anyway. And yay, muscles. Okay, so that's good. Now let me check Facebook comments, and then we're gonna go. Okay, looks like we're good for that. And for this. Okay. And on to the last 50. The final 50. We've got the Key Largo wood rat. This is what I was thinking of earlier when I was talking about the big nests. These guys make these giant piles of stuff, or I guess they live in big piles of junk if they feel like it. And he looks very polite in his Sherman trap home there. And they nest in those piles on the ground. Let's see. They live in Key Largo, Florida, which is a large island. It's the big island in the Florida Keys and the northernmost island in the Florida Keys. It's exclusively found on the northern part of that island, which also contains a lot of habitat destruction, including an entire landfill, which is insane to me. So this is an example of habitat being completely vital to a species. They're also threatened, of course, by climate change. Here we go. Chiadeae viscosa. Chiadeae viscosa is a species of flowering plant in the Caryophyllaceae family. It's endemic to the lowland and montane forests of Kauai on the Hawaiian Islands. Then we have Hawaiian common gallinule. The Hawaiian common gallinule. It's a gallinule that lives in Hawaii. Very cool. Everything in Hawaii is so pretty. It's unbelievably pretty. Okay. Now this is the Hawaiian red cranesbill. The Hawaiian red cranesbill is a rare species of geranium, endemic to Hawaii, only from the island of Maui. Very pretty. Okay, and then there's the kokio. The kokio is this big, oddly shaped flower. They have some flowers that look almost like they're turned inside out in Hawaii. Pretty interesting looking. It's a small tree, reaches a height of about 16 to 33 feet, threatened by habitat loss. Habitat loss. Okay. Laguna Mountain skipper. The Laguna Mountain skipper is here. It's a black and white checkered butterfly from the Laguna Mountains. Its habitat is between 4,000 and 6,000 feet in yellow pine mountains of the Laguna Mountains and the Palomar Mountain, and specifically Palomar Mountain. Then there's the Illinois cave amphipod, another cave species. Caves are just islands that are underneath the ground in terms of isolating species, isolating animals, developing new species, and then being vulnerable to changes because those species will have small ranges. Bee Creek cave harvestman, another cave species, another daddy longleg, but his legs look kind of short. This is interesting. I wonder if how much they pick themselves up when they walk. It's an entirely cave-dwelling species of harvestman, and they eat springtails. The desert slender salamander. The desert slender salamander, you can see here, it's certainly slender. It lives in a desert, so it lives up to its name. It's a small salamander. It's larger than many other slender salamanders, however. Color's variable, but usually gray. They've got that red stripe down their back. And they live in the Santa Rosa Mountains and Southern California. What are they threatened by? Habitat loss. Copico. Here's the copico, which is a large flower wild coffee, Psychotria grandiflora. It is endemic to Kauai in the Hawaiian Islands. It grows in rainforest habitat, and there are 10 populations remaining. Okay, now we got Caparosa. Caparosa is a species of plant in Lamiaceae in Puerto Rico and the Caribbean region, threatened by habitat loss. Sonoran pronghorn. This is the Sonoran pronghorn. It's a population of pronghorn in the Sonoran Desert. Love them. Love a good saguaro. Cool. Okay, Carolina northern flying squirrel. Interesting. I didn't know about this subspecies. I'm a southeastern focused ecologist by training. They're proficient gliders but uncoordinated walkers on the ground, of course. Yeah, cool. Let's look at the range on this. It's specifically in the western North Carolina mountains. Cool. Okay. Now we got the fountain darter. Lots of speckles on this guy. I don't see a breeding coloration, but unless maybe they don't have one or maybe that's it. I'm not sure. And they live in central Texas. A lot of stuff lives between Austin and San Antonio that's endangered. Then we've got the uncomphared fritillary butterfly, which is from Colorado. Dromedary pearly mussel, number 34. It's from the western Appalachian Mountains and a little bit to the west of that in Alabama. Mariana wandering butterfly. Ooh, that's pretty. I wonder if its flight pattern is kind of more wandering than usual. I like the little ripple on the bottom of its wings. Alpaca. Let's see the alpaca. It's a looks like a Hawaiian tree with the yellow kind of drooping flower. Okay, now we've got Lysomachia ligadii, another Hawaiian plant. It's you can tell by the way it is. It's a Maui yellow